Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
You're posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock.
Listen, bro, the lyric does not need this. Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex.
Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fantastic day. It's a very special day. We're going to be talking about why in a brief moment. But before I do that, let me tell you, that is Teresa Sweetheart's absolute banger, a jam, earworms, brainworms galore. It's called Hasan is Streaming, theme song for my favorite socialist himbo. I love that. I love that song so much. It gets stuck in my head like an actual song, you know what I mean? It's like a legit song. Anyway, folks, I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a great one. It's a beautiful day today, even though it is not a very sunny day today. And you guys know I don't really like those days when it's not so sunny, but hey, let me tell you, it's a special day regardless. Now, a lot of you already know why it's a special day. It's the same special day every fucking week.
You know we finally
That's right. It's fucking Friday.
It's Friday.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's Saturday, Sunday.
It's Mufasa Friday. It's fucked up Friday. It's Friday, August 11, 2023, 11:28 a.m. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom's Friday. Woo! It's the one time that you feel like you have a little bit of semblance of autonomy in your own adult life that you spend in a goddamn workplace all day, every fucking day. It's the freaking weekend, baby. Everybody out there spending their Friday afternoons browsing Instagram feeds full of your wealthy friends that are spending the entire summer in Europe Or maybe you got some Instagram models that you're following that are spending their entire summer in Europe. Hey, listen, it's like a European summer vacation for you, just the weekend. Except instead of Europe, you're in Terre Haute, Indiana. That's right. Let me tell you, folks, it's not so bad. It's Friday. It's what you make of it. Anyway, I'm live and alive, and it's Friday fun day. Woo! I'm in a great mood. You guys might have noticed that already. The vibes are immaculate. The fucking Friday vibes are immaculate. Bro, I live in Evansville, Indiana. Okay, well, I'm sorry about that, man. I really am. Then maybe your Friday vibes are not so immaculate. You know what I mean? Terre Haute, birthplace of Eugene Debs. Terre Haute, Indiana. The only reason why I know it is because of episode 1. Would not know that it's a place that exists. I just think it's a very funny word. And like I said, the only reason why I know about it is because of E1, episode 1, Intelligent. I don't know if he's in the chat. He's in here every now and then. M. Hud. Anyway, the thing you were doing on that bar is mega impressive. You almost called out Bloomington, Indiana. No. Anyway, do not ruin the vibes. I'm in a good-ass mood. Why? Not because Hunter Biden is under additional legal scrutiny. That puts me in a bad mood. I'm in a good-ass mood because I worked out this morning, and I did all calisthenics. And let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. Two weeks ago, I started doing ring work, as you guys know. I started doing some calisthenics because I'm double jointed. I have weak joints. It's a problem. It's hard for me to work out without injuring myself usually. So in an effort to beef up my stabilizing muscles that you normally wouldn't really care about because you're a normal person, I started doing some ring work. No, not the Ring Fit on Nintendo, but the calisthenic rings. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, so I'm just going to dive right into it. Last night was my mom's, Dr. Mom's birthday. She's 36. It's crazy. We only have 4 years between us now. Wild how that works. Anyway, yeah, we're just 4 years apart, age-wise. Anyway, that's what 36 was, I think, the year when I started noticing things were a little off, because I realized that my mom was 36 for an extended period of time. This was, of course, many, many years ago. I was a kid, but I was like, I would ask my mom, how old are you this year, Mom? And she would say 36. And I felt like she kept being 36. She's saying, I didn't tell you that, you're making things up. But that's just how I remember it. She can hear me from the other room. Anyway, we went to Safi's. I have an update on my Safi's adventure. Last time I went to Safi's, I went with a bunch of friends. You guys remember? And I was desperate for some Turkish food, some Mediterranean cuisine. Safi's is owned by the same couple that owns my other favorite restaurants in Los Angeles, Bestia, which is an Italian experience. Anne! Grocery'ler gelene kadar bekler misin? Grocery. Gelmek üzere çünkü. İyi peki, bekleme. Anyway, they own Bovel, which is Mediterranean cuisine. And they also own Safi's. No, that's not water. It's a Pocari Sweat. It's like a Gatorade. Marat bought it for me for my birthday. We'll give it to Will, and I drink it sometimes as well. I give it to guests. It's like a fun little thing that you can give to guests. It doesn't have to be. I mean, it would be better if it's cold. Yes. Şekerli ama baba. Haberin olsun. Anyway, there's a lot of movement happening. Anyway, Bovel and Bestia, unfortunately, are downtown, so I rarely ever go. But this one, Safi's, is like supposed to be in Hollywood. Anyway, we went there because my dad heard about it from some guy who like does travel food columns in Turkey, which I thought was very cute. I was like, well, I know this restaurant, but you know, I like it anyway. So we booked it, we went there, and let me tell you something, okay? I'm gonna give you guys the short and sweet of it, okay? First of all, I did not get the roasted carrots this time, which was a miss. My dad absolutely loved the turmeric mussels. Don't eat that, obviously. I don't eat that, but people love it. Hasan, stop ignoring Chicago, on God. The carrots are actually pretty good. We got the hummus full, and we got the hummus tahini. And I think that the hummus tahini was better than the hummus full. Hummus tahini was better. You can skip out on the hummus full. The obvious great thing that they have there is the challah bread. So that's a absolutely can't miss thing. You gotta order additional challah bread because they only give you a fucking 2. Bullshit. Themacies, thank you for the playlist. And then what else? That's it. That's what we got for the apps. Moving on to the large plates. Last time when I went there, I got the wood-fire shawarma, obviously, plate, which was absolute banger. It's incredible, except for $36. What's going on? Give me a little bit more fucking shawarma, okay? Are you out of your mind? They give you very little shawarma for $36. I'm gonna tell you right now. Last time we went, we got like basically all the skewers to try them, and right off the jump, I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. The skewers are all right, but if you're asking, is it similar to like a Turkish taste or is it similar to like a Mena taste? No, and here's why: it's way too fatty. I think the type of fat that they use in it is not very, like, it's a different type of fat. It's not the tail fat that you normally use in Turkish cuisine for the kebabs. It's not that good. The shawarma is incredible, by the way, like absolutely out of control, incredible. They have done a really, really, really good job with the shawarma. I will tell you, skip the skewers. I've never tried the duck leg confit or this thing, but I tried the Safi's dish kebab yesterday with the wood fire shawarma as the large plate for 4 people, and the dish kebab, not that good. Not worth it either. You act like we're gonna eat there. This is a relatively accessible place. It's not like I wouldn't put this at like upscale dining. It's expensive, but I skipped the dessert last time I was there. I tried the soft serve. It's not for me. I think we tried the peach cobbler as well. It was all right. It wasn't that great either. Doors open. Anyway, but yeah, the one banger that they have, the absolute bangers that they have, overall, I think Bavel is better than this place. Bavel is definitely better than this place. This is, I believe they're an Israeli couple that makes a lot of Mediterranean, Middle Eastern Mena food. Not surprising. And Bavel is a significantly better food joint overall than this place. It's a little pricey. It's a little on the pricier side for sure, especially considering the food quantity is not that heavy. For like $36, you get like 8 forks of shawarma, which is crazy. But Bavel is good. Bestia is incredible. Bestia is their best restaurant. Bavel is their second best restaurant. If I would put those restaurants at like, let me think. If I would give those restaurants like an 8 and a 9, I would give this place like a 6.5, maybe low 7. Like very low 7. So I've tried pretty much everything on this menu, and it definitely doesn't reach. Why are you adding a third syllable to shawarma? I don't know. Shut up. Don't try to correct me on how I'm mentioning the food of my people. Okay. It's doner. Okay, that's what it is. It's actually doner. It turns. Bestia is like probably one of the best restaurants in Los Angeles in general, I think, which is why your expectation will be really high when you go to a place like that, considering that it's like, you know, it's under the same banner. Bavel kind of follows through with the bread, especially. These guys, ironically, their best thing is their bread. Bavel, the incredible bread that they give you is fire. The challah bread here is really good. But overall, you know, it's all right. It's a very cool place. You know what I mean? It's a very loud and very cool place. It's very hip. It'll be a good date for you if you have some money saved up. Yeah. Bavel's best item is the oyster mushrooms. Absolutely. Oh, wait, I forgot. The best item on this menu. Why is it not showing up on the menu here in front of me? That's why I didn't see it. Out of the apps, my favorite is the chicken liver. Don't know why it's not on this menu, but yeah, their best appetizer is actually the hummus is really, really good, and the chicken liver is really, really good. I don't know why it's not on here, but so good. The chicken liver was fire. It's served on a challah bread as well. It's really good. But yeah, this is all gross. Okay, keep eating chicken nuggies. Does the sausage trainer make him do goofy things for the memes? No, this is not. Are people making fun of me doing a skin the cat at like 250 fucking pounds? There ain't no way, right? Anyway, that's the morning. This morning I woke up. I'm feeling pretty good about myself. Here it is. I was doing some skin the cats. Have you gone to Horses, lol? No, and I never will be able to go because the fucking main chef is quite literally skinning cats. This is a calisthenics exercise, gymnastics exercise move that is relatively advanced. It's called skin the cat. It's a pretty hard exercise to do, especially if you're a big boy. I've never really seen a big boy my size do it. But the reason why I'm in a great mood is because I worked out this morning. When I work out in the morning, I feel awesome. I love working out. I recommend you do it as well. It's great. Why is it called that? I don't know, but here it is. Here it is in all of its glory. Take a look. So the reason why this is very important for me, is because I have I've never done this before. This is a huge this is a very different thing. Opening up neural pathways, you know what I mean? New ones. Doing things with your body that you've never done before makes you think in a different way. It makes your brain work, makes your whole body work in different ways. I've never actually been upside down all that much either, so I started doing that a lot these past 2 weeks for some stability. Are you worried about your shoulder strain from moves like that? No, it's actually great. I feel like it's better for my shoulders than actually putting up heavy weight. But yeah, this is a good move to do for many different reasons. How does being upside down work stability? No, being upside down is good for my brain. Just something I've never done before, so it's like interesting to work. But also, no, stability comes from the rings. My friend, these are rings. This is a ring exercise. Being able to do moves like this on the rings are very good. It just like forces your if you have a winged scapula like I do, it's I think it's good to try and do stuff like this that will cause you to tighten up. So overall, blue checks are crazy, dog. What happened? I can't even see it. It says this does not exist. Sent a terrible link. Doing it on a straight bar versus rings is a whole different ball game. You get a much better sense of body awareness and control from this type of work. Yeah. So anyway, God, every time you guys send me links from Twitter now, it's like always a blocked account. It's so funny. This is a guy you would encounter in a Yakuza side story that teaches Kiryu the meaning of life and the universe. That's a good meme. I've seen the Cholo, Japanese Cholo guy. So, as I was saying, I am, you know, I'm pretty proud of this as an accomplishment overall, mostly because I started doing this last week. And when I did it last week, I couldn't do this at all. I needed help even getting up there. I needed someone to like put my legs up there, and I couldn't even do a candlestick. Like barely. I could barely stand doing a candlestick without having my feet planted on like the bar or somewhere or being held up. You know what I mean? I needed all of that. I needed a lot of help. So the fact that I was able to come in today to the gym, have my trainer be like, we're doing skin to cast today. Like, you're going to do it. I'm going to help you do it. It made me feel like I was only going to be able to do it with his help. Right? I did it one time with his help. First, I walked myself up the wall, right? And I was able to stay stable for like, I don't know, 10 seconds. Then I slowly figured out how to move my knees towards my core without falling. And then flipped. Then I was able to bang out a couple of these. This is the last one I did. I only did 2 this time, but like touching the ground. On both ends. Didn't you do this on the playground as a kid? No, I was very fat. I've never done this. So, another banger. Good one, dude. Okay. So, yeah, I'm very happy with that. There's no One Piece update. But yeah, Zuck and Musk have decided they are fighting, which is cool. My dude, you're about to be as agile as LeBron soon. Probably not. What would you like to see happen to Hunter Biden? Nothing bad. Oh, I played, I finally bit the bullet and I made a Bard Elf character that's like super sexy on BG3. And I started playing and I've just been trying to like persuade my way through it. I like the concept of rolling. The combat system is a little confusing for me though, because I'm not like super familiar with turn-based stuff. But I will treat it like a dating sim, so we'll see. Aren't you a twink? Just taller though? You think I'm a twink? If there's one gay category that I never will be, is a twink. I'm way too burly. I'm way too hairy. I've never been a twink my entire life. Ed. So. If anything, I'm a bear. That's it. That's why I'm in a good mood, though. Confirmed. Hunter Biden in trouble. Roleplay updates and meme reviews. It's Friday fun day. Get in now. I guess when I say Friday fun day, it doesn't actually mean we're only doing fun day. You know what I mean? It's a little suspicious, I know. When I say Friday fun day, I don't like truly mean it's gonna be like exclusively fun stuff. We're gonna be doing news still. You know what I mean? Through gaming on the docket, potentially. Was blast off like I've blasted off in the space in this meme that you guys made. You cooked up so quick. News or fun was not fun as XQC. What does the XQC have to do with anything? Let the people know. Give it a like. Hit it with a like. Hit it with a repost. Oh God, it says repost now. Hit it with a retweet. I refuse. Hit it with a like. Hit it with a retweet. You know what I mean? Let the people know. Bring them in here. Let's get fucking started. Let's get freaking started, dude. Let's get freaking started, dude. Nothing worth. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted. I just accepted the most insane okay buddy post. Have you seen this Turkish singer serenade Obama? No, but we'll look at it later. Why would there be XQC discourse? I don't get it. Well, I love when people are like, dude, I don't want you to talk about XQC. Well, actually, you know what? I do have XQC discourse. It's not even XQC. Dude, whenever sometimes I like to go on TikTok for market research and I'll just go down a rabbit hole. And I found this streamer on TikTok that streams to like, you know, a non-insignificant audience. He streams to like 1.5K and he's just straight up trying to do XQC. And it's so wild to me that this dude, who has obviously been at the top of this industry for years and years and years, it's always wild when I see random people, okay? When I see random people that are like children, basically, also trying to emulate his style. And it is very odd. It's very odd seeing people also try to basically sing. What am I saying? Basically try to, what is going on, Mom? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You have the keys. You are the only one who has the key. Okay, hold on. I have to deal with this. I just, of course, this is happening right now. Holy moly. Jesus Christ. Oh. 1 second. No, there's no, you can't. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my mom. I don't know. She's just like, she left the garage, the gate, the doors that are like out to the public just open. Just left every door open and was calling me simply to inform me that every door is open. I'm like, Mom, you have the keys. Like, you literally left the gate key. You left all the gates open. And you're just informing me that you left the gates open? There's 2 dogs in the house. They could just run outside from the backyard. Oh, no, not the public? Are you fucking stupid? Are you actually this stupid? You think it's about Like, first of all, yes, I don't want some random fucking stalker walking into my goddamn house, but that's not even the problem, you fucking idiot. The fucking problem is leaving the garage and the gate open and the back door open means that dogs can just fucking walk outside from the backyard and just, you know, be outside dogs now. Oh, good joke, man. Thanks for the joke. It was real funny. I laughed a lot. No, she left everything open because she just couldn't figure out how to close it. And I'm like, okay, well then don't leave. Like, I don't understand how you think like this, where you're just like, oh my God. Awesome. It's awesome. My family is super back. They're so back. Anyway, okay. Yeah, rare occurrence of Immaculate Friday vibes being ruined, not by chat, but by my mom. Anyway. Left my dog with my parents when I get a call to rush to their house because she somehow got on the roof. How is Kaya with them? She's fine. She's great. Anyway, all right, let's get started. I forgot what I was even talking about. I just like lost my mind for a second. Like, if it didn't dox me, I would show you the situation. But it's basically the garage door is open completely. The gate outside of the garage door is open completely. And then also the backyard that connects, the backyard that's a separate exit to the gate is also open. So like if both of the dogs weren't currently inside of this room, because they free roam a little bit now that my parents are around, I let them free roam, it would have been over. I would literally never find Kaya ever again. Kaya would be the outside world's dog. I would have to end stream right now, go run around and try to figure it out. It's not that like she couldn't figure out how to close the doors. It's the fact that she just walked away. Like she just drove away with the only gate key. Anyway. Just drove away, leaving everything open. Anyway. There's a dude I keep seeing on TikTok live talking exactly like XQC through the stream. I asked why he's talking like XQC and he banned me. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I saw like in the comments of his stream, he was he basically was like everyone was saying like, bro, you're not XQC, little bro. Like, why are you trying to be XQC, little bro? But it was crazy seeing it. Like, I could not understand that. I could not comprehend how people are like very openly trying to be like trying to sound exactly like him. I forget what it was called. I forget what his username was. Anyway, it's odd because like, you know, obviously maybe due to habitual watching, you just kind of start developing similar mannerisms or similar tics or whatever. That's one thing, right? But this seemingly was a very deliberate attempt to speak exactly like him. Like, dude, oh my God, chat. Oh, pog chat. It's crazy, dude. Which is weird because, like, bro, you're from, you know, Ohio. Like, why the fuck do you sound like a cracked out Quebecois, you know, guy from Level? And here's a kid who sounds like you.
What is communism? Well, communism is a very vague thing that you can only find the answer to in one source. No, it's not the Soviet Union. No, it was not China. And no, it's not even North Korea. The only place where you can find what communism truly is a communist manifesto made by Karl Marx. Why not a communist country like the Soviet Union? Well, they're not even communist. You see, they're socialist. Communism requires that there has to be no government or any other group of people who can control anybody.
Kid's awesome.
So all those countries with their dictators and stuff, because they have dictators, which is a form of government, they are not communist.
What?
Most of the communist countries are actually socialist, though they do follow some principles. Socialism is just a more mild form of communism.
You know his ass is getting bullied in school. I hope he doesn't betray the revolution like all of like those other iPad kids that have come out of the gates swinging, being like, "I'm a communist." Kid said Soviet Union was revisionist. Yeah, I'm sorry, but based. On. More chaos unfolding in my household. Hold on. Hi. Here, just special counsel.
I'm here today to announce the appointment of David Weiss.
We're talking about Hunter Biden. Hold on.
Consistent with the Department of Justice regulations governing such matters. In keeping with those regulations, I have today notified the designated members of each House of Congress of the appointment. In February 2018, after being nominated by the former president and confirmed by the Senate, Mr. Weiss was sworn in as the United States Attorney for the District of Delaware. Mr. Weiss had been a career prosecutor, having served previously in the office for more than a decade. Beginning in 2019, Mr. Weiss, in his capacity as U.S. Attorney and along with federal law enforcement partners, began investigating allegations of certain criminal conduct by, among others, Robert Hunter Biden. That investigation has been recently referenced in federal criminal proceedings in the District of Delaware, and as noted in those proceedings and other public statements by Mr. Weiss's office, that investigation remains ongoing. In February 2021, U.S. Attorney Weiss was asked to remain as U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware and, in that capacity, to continue to lead the investigation. As I said before, Mr. Weiss would be permitted to continue his investigation, take any investigative steps he wanted, and make the decision whether to prosecute in any district. Mr. Weiss has told Congress that he has been granted ultimate authority over this matter, including the responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges, and for making decisions necessary to preserve the integrity of any prosecution consistent with federal law, the principles of federal prosecution, and departmental policies. In a July 2023 letter to Congress, Mr. Weiss said that he had not to that point requested special counsel designation. On Tuesday of this week, Mr. Weiss advised me that in his judgment, his investigation had reached a stage at which he should continue his work as a special counsel, and he asked to be so appointed. Upon considering his request, as well as the extraordinary circumstances relating to this matter, I have concluded that it is in the public interest to appoint him as special counsel. This appointment confirms my commitment to provide Mr. Weiss all the resources he requests. It also reaffirms that Mr. Weiss has the authority he needs to conduct a thorough investigation and to continue to take the steps he deems appropriate independently, based only on the facts and the law. Mr. Weiss will also continue to serve as U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware. As special counsel, He will continue to have the authority and responsibility that he has previously exercised to oversee the investigation and decide where, when, and whether to file charges. The special counsel will not be subject to the day-to-day supervision of any official of the department, but he must comply with the regulations, procedures, and policies of the department. Consistent with the special counsel regulations, at the conclusion of Mr. Weiss's work, he will provide me with a report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions reached by him. As with each special counsel who has served since I have taken office, I am committed to making as much of his report public as possible, consistent with legal requirements and department policy.
Oh my God. Okay.
Today's announcement affords the prosecutors, agents, and
what a great way to start the day, man. Fucking love it, dude. I'm always happy to see you're an ATK Andy now. Can't tell if this is like a hater or is just like a fan. Just like is confused as to how this stuff works. I just started streaming, chatter. Gotta be a hater, right? Dude, talk to me when your favorite streamer is at that level, okay? I know, I fell off pretty hard, guys. It's bad. It's over. Only 62,000 subs, only 18K in the first hour. Yeah, it's my fault, honestly. It's my fault. I should have never fucking started. Oh my God. Wait until the election cycle, bro. It'll get better, I promise. What are you talking about? I'm not upset. Guys, this is 1 hour into the fucking stream. Everybody suck my dick. Shut up. Now you're like giving that fucking weirdo freak exactly what he was looking for. I should have never read that. Holy shit. Literally fucking top 3 in the goddamn world. Okay, I'm fine. I'm doing all right. I hate this so much. I don't want to talk about it, okay? But you can leave. I fixed it. No, you didn't. I did. They think Hank Pecker is a real person? LGBT stands for Lord Guns Bastards Against Tyranny. No Hasan Piker post, no Desuctus, only irony post. Where did you find this? How did you made it, right? There's no shot. You're the one who fucking made this, I assume. Okay. Made yesterday. All right, let's continue.
And analysts working on this matter the ability to proceed with their work expeditiously and to make decisions indisputably guided only by the facts and the law. The men and women undertaking this investigation are public servants who have dedicated their careers to protecting the citizens of this country. The appointment of Mr. Weiss reinforces for the American people the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters.
I like that it's never, let me tell you something. Okay. First of all, most agents, most FBI people, most prosecutors, okay, most judges, due to the Federalist Society and Republican court stacking, are almost always right-wing, okay? Even if they like are supposedly liberal, they're the type of liberal that, you know, loves Ronald Reagan. And most of the time they voted for Republican candidates. They voted for Republican presidents. Now, this is a constant, okay? This is a consistent concept throughout time. And yet, Republicans will always act like whenever a otherwise Republican judge is serving the top of the hour ad break, they'll say, no shot, we're not watching 3 minutes of ads. That's what they'll say. But listen, you don't have to watch those 3 minutes of ads. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. I'm fucking back. Okay, we're back. I'm back. I'm on my groove again. Okay, fuck. At the top of the hour, there's a 3 minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3 minute ad break now. Now my dad is walking around the house yelling my mom's name, trying to find her in the house. This is awesome. Okay. All right. Listen. What was I saying? Okay, so Republicans act like unless you have a dude who's just like an openly psychotic, like out and about pro-Trump guy that is straight up just saying like, no, I think Hunter Biden is like doing cocaine with Joe Biden. Unless that guy is appointed as a special prosecutor onto a criminal misconduct case that pertains to a Democrat, they are never going to be happy. It don't matter. All these guys, including Jim Comey, Mueller, all these guys were all Republican, and they acted like these guys were all libtards, okay? In their minds, in the minds of the Republican Party, it straight up doesn't matter if you have voted Republican your whole life, okay? It doesn't matter if you are voting Republican your whole life, but also have like this, you know, moral compass or a profound sense of justice or whatever, because a lot of these dudes do care. They are institutionalists, unless they are Supreme Court justices, in which case they do not care for the most part. A lot of these people do care about like following the letter of the law, right? To a certain degree. If they prosecute a Republican candidate or Republican president or anything like that, then all of a sudden they're like, well, I don't care if you care about the rule of the law. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're no longer Republican. You're a libtard. We need a guy who won't do that. That's the point. Make no mistake, okay? That's it. In this situation, I'm happy with the special prosecutor. It's fine. But also, it's only being done to shut Republicans the fuck up who will not shut up regardless. You know what I mean? Like, I have no issues with avoiding improprieties or even like looking like you are one-sided on the circumstance, especially because it is the president's son, right? But it's just hilarious to me that part of the reason why this special counsel is being appointed, and it's one that the Republicans will be, I guess, quote unquote, comfortable with, is so that the Republicans will shut the fuck up and be like, okay, it's fine. You know, we got real justice could be potentially served here. But that's never going to happen. They probably are bitching about the special counsel too. There it is. Okay, there you go. Smith, I think that this should be concerning to all Americans. This is an attempt to whitewash the Biden family corruption. I'm very fearful that appointing the special counsel is just an attempt to stonewall Congress's investigation of the Biden family.
Your reaction to it? And jumping on the breaking news with us. First, what is your reaction to it?
It's great to be with you, Sandra. I think that this should be concerning to all Americans, that this is an attempt to whitewash the Biden family corruption. I mean, Mr. Weiss is the single architect over that sweetheart plea agreement deal that the judge in Delaware threw out just a few weeks ago as saying it was awful and unfair. There were provisions within that sweetheart plea deal that granted complete immunity to Hunter Biden for these crimes and future crimes, and she even stated that she's never seen anything like that before. And who was the architect of that? Now the person who, Garland, who President Biden's Justice Department just appointed to be special counsel.
Hell yeah.
I am very fearful that appointing the special counsel is just an attempt to stonewall.
The right acts like Hunter Biden's case will cause Joe to resign or get impeached. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, even if Hunter Biden goes to jail, right? Even if he goes to jail, who gives a shit? The fuck? This case doesn't have anything to do, like his separate case, okay? His separate case involving his lying on a form to purchase a weapon while he was still and also having a gun when he was clearly under the influence. Like, all of these things that Republicans normally think is a God-given right for every red-blooded American patriot, by the way, and then some, they're now super mad about. Okay, they're like, wait a minute, he did tax evasion and also had a gun when he shouldn't. Hello, throw the book at him. And I'm like, do you hear yourself? Like, you want to throw this guy in jail over the two things that you love doing the most, okay? Which is waving a weapon around under the influence and also being allowed to have a gun when you shouldn't have a gun is like a fundamental plank in the conservative mindset, okay? Tax evasion on top of that is like you just created the conservative starter pack. Just put a little bit of failing to pay child support and domestic abuse on there, and Hunter Biden is like the greatest hog of all time, right? I mean, straight up, this is like the conservative bingo. Drunk driving, having a gun when you're not supposed to, tax evasion, beating your fucking wife, and not paying child support is the 5 pillars of conservatism in the United States of America. Okay? It's perfect. Like, is he running for office in Florida? Because I feel like you need to do those as a check mark. Those are like your objectives when you start in the tutorial mission. As a Republican who wants to become a congressperson in the state of Florida, that's what you got to do. Well, Florida's a little bit different. You also have to engage in a little bit of pedophilia. And as far as we understand, conservatives claim Hunter has done that, but there's no evidence for that whatsoever. He's only had sex with the most 35-year-old looking prostitutes I've ever seen. But you made it sound like he beat his wife. Oh, yeah, he did not. He did not. As far as I know, he has not engaged in domestic abuse. Maybe that's the reason why conservatives don't see him as one of their own. Okay? So all of this stuff is just like things that they're freaking out about, but none of this actually touches Joe Biden. What they want to do is make it seem like him and Joe Biden were doing dealings together, side by side, in Burisma, in Ukraine, in China. That's what they want to make it seem like, but they don't have enough evidence to make it seem like that. So now they're just like, pumping this side of the equation. Don't forget he fucked his brother's widow. Okay, to be fair, that is like Christ-like. That is the most Christ-like thing you can do. That's straight up in the Bible, dog. almost lazım. Bak boku yedik. Bir tane daha ederim o zaman. Nasıl lazım? Yok mu? Buldun mu? Doesn't the Bible mandate it? Yeah, that is the most biblical thing you can do.
Congress's investigation of the Biden family.
And jumping on the breaking news.
So, do I think Hunter Biden should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Fox News guy said plea included all future crimes. They really think their audience is stupid. No, you can get a plea bargain like that. You know who else got a plea bargain like that? If there's like additional investigations being conducted. That is it's like a double jeopardy extension. I guess it goes beyond a double jeopardy, but yeah, you can try and cut a plea bargain deal like that. It's given to corrupt nepo babies usually. But that, of course, does not imply that there is like additional misdeeds that are occurring that they're trying to get away with. But ultimately, I don't mind, you know, I don't mind this prosecution. I don't mind him getting like I don't mind him getting actually clapped up for doing things that he's not supposed to do. I hope that we extend this level of care and consideration to all the children of Washington, D.C. vampires. But none of this touches Joe Biden. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, Republicans don't really care about Hunter Biden doing all this stuff. They just want to attack Joe Biden, right? And they want to utilize this as a line of attack against Joe Biden. They want to make it seem like, well, Hunter Biden and Joe Biden actually were, cooking this up together. He's the big guy, right? There was kickbacks happening, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, as far as we've seen, there has been no evidence of that whatsoever. And the Republicans overall have done something that you normally wouldn't do if you had good evidence. Think about it this way. The UAP stuff, right? They didn't have like airtight evidence, but they had a qualified witness who was, at least in my opinion, willing to lie in front of Congress. So they televised that. They televised that congressional hearing. So why are they cooking up closed-door meetings on this Hunter Biden situation? Because if you think they had some real juice that could genuinely hurt Joe Biden, if they had real evidence that Joe Biden was getting kickbacks from Hunter Biden, blah, blah, blah, they would televise the fuck out of it. They wouldn't hold closed-door hearings. They wouldn't try to massage the narrative. They wouldn't try to, feed misinformation to the Fox News crowd. They would just straight up let you see it. They would rip into Hunter Biden. They would rip into the other witnesses. They would cross-examine them openly in public in broad daylight. That's great clippage. That's really good for all of the Republicans in that committee. That's really good stuff overall, right? Like, that's great. You want to look like you're tough on the Biden crime family, right? You want the people to know. Now, the real reason why they're doing the closed door stuff, the real reason why they're doing those meetings and those hearings behind closed doors, so they can kind of lie about it, massage the truth a little bit, release a narrative that is better. But of course, when you do that, it's not as exciting. So you're not going to be able to legitimately get people excited and care about it. Do you see what I mean? Let's hear what Nikki Haley has to say about the Hunter Biden situation.
Chuck Grassley there at the state fair.
I personally think this is a losing issue for them too, to like constantly talk about Hunter Biden. I think it's a losing issue. It's not entertaining enough. Every time they talk about Hunter Biden, he looks cool. for the most part. And ultimately, you could just say, yeah, he's a fuck up. He's a fail son. But what does this have to do with Joe Biden? Why are you using so much government resources to prosecute, investigate, and jail one fucking nepotism recipient, failed child who, you know, did crack and did everything, basically, right? But ultimately, you're talking about a person, like a child that is the son of a president, but not the president himself. And also, a lot of people have fuck-ups in their families. Maybe not fuck-ups to that degree, or maybe not fuck-ups with like any kind of capability of trafficking in the name of their laundering their family name to get like significant benefits, like being able to go and work at Burisma for a 6-figure salary with no actual business interest or no actual knowledge in the field of energy. But it doesn't matter, you know. Don't the optics of having closed-door meetings also benefit the conspiracy theories that Biden won't allow the people to see the meetings? No, absolutely not. It's Republican run. They're the ones who are making it closed-door meetings. Are you crazy? Yeah. Anyway.
Reacting to the news, how are you responding?
I don't trust it. I don't think the American people trust it. I don't think that the American people trust the Department of Justice or anything this is going to do. I think that this was meant to be a distraction. It's not a distraction. I think the Bidens are on a sinking ship. And I think this is our opportunity to make sure not only that we get a new president in the White House, but that we go and we clean house in the Department of Justice while we're at it.
Pence, Chuck Grassley there at the State Fair, reacting to the news. How are you responding?
That's great. It's not a distraction, I swear. I think it all seems a bit conspiracy theory insanity to the normals. Well, I would say this much. I think like the average conservative, because they watch so much Fox News, probably has like an opinion on this that's not favorable, understandably. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, it's kind of fucked up what Biden has done. It seems like there's a lot of nepotism going on, which is true. That part is real. That part is absolutely 100% true. Hunter Biden had no business getting money from Chinese emissaries. Hunter Biden had no business getting a job at Burisma. He got all of that shit because his last name is Biden and his daddy was vice president at the time. Okay? 100%. Now, that in and of itself, unfortunately, is not illegal. Okay? I wish for a world where that would be illegal. You know what I mean? No Jared Kushner in the White House. No Donald Trump Jr. You know what I mean? Like all of the nepotism children would go away, except, you know, that's like 98% of young DC weirdos is like, related to in some way, shape, or form to another senator or to another congressperson. So that's not happening anytime soon. Wait, is politics all about reacting to other people? Isn't this a big issue? What about the IP? How are you reacting? How are you reacting to this? What? What's happening? What is happening today? Anyway, so overall, good that they have a special counsel appointed here to combat any kind of like narrative that there is some serious corruption going on. You know what I mean?
I am confident that Mr. Weiss will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner, and in accordance with the highest traditions.
Yeah, bro said you're stealing from Merrick Garland. How is that allowed? That's the Department of Justice, my dude. Like,
of this department. Thank you.
If U.S. Attorney Weiss had the authorities he needed,
You just heard there Attorney General Merrick Garland making a very significant announcement at the Department of Justice that there will be now a special counsel looking into the Hunter Biden matter. It is the same individual, the U.S. Attorney in Delaware, who has been investigating. What it means, though, is that David Weiss, who is the, again, U.S. Attorney in Delaware who's been investigating, will now have more powers than a typical U.S. attorney. It is important to also note that what the Attorney General said was that this is at the request of David Weiss. He requested the powers of the special counsel. A lot to unpack here. I believe that we have Kara Sennell to talk about what this means. Kara, take it away.
Yeah, Dana, I mean, an unexpected announcement today by the Attorney General Merrick Garland appointing David Weiss, who has been overseeing this investigation, as a special counsel. So as Garland said, that will allow David Weiss.
I don't know, like, who do they want? Like, who do they want? The Republicans, I mean, like, who would they be comfortable with if they were the ones if Donald J. Trump should be the special counsel appointed to this? Like, is that... We should have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has no legal education whatsoever, to be the special counsel appointed here so that she can kill him with a Beretta 50 cal, and that would be justice. And then she also shoots through him. She, like, lines up a Beretta 50 cal and shoots through both Hunter and Joe Biden as punishment. Only then would we be happy, and that is how justice would be served. To be fair, if they put Marjorie Taylor Greene on that special counsel, she would be fucking Hunter Biden so quick, everyone's heads would spin. Let's be real. She loves it, okay? She is 100%. She loves doing polyamorous shit. You know, they be having the grossest tantric sex. They both be doing crack. Anyway, let's continue.
The ability to investigate this independently. It will allow him to investigate anywhere he needs to. There had been questions about venue in this case because he is the U.S. Attorney for Delaware, and some of the conduct or alleged conduct had taken place in other jurisdictions. It's also a bit of a reversal because both Garland and David Weiss had previously said he didn't ask for special counsel status. He had all the authority that he needed in this case. But now, according to Garland, Weiss asked for that status on Tuesday, and he was granted that. So as Garland said, it will also mean that David Weiss will be providing a report with any prosecution decisions or declinations at the end of this. And this is something that the House Republicans had been raising as a question here because there were IRS whistleblowers who'd come forward saying that some of their investigative efforts were stymied during this multi-year investigation. So it is something that House Republicans have been scrutinizing, and appointing a special counsel could alleviate some of that scrutiny, but it raises a lot of questions about just what else they might be investigating. I mean, I noted that Garland had said that they will be able to investigate criminal conduct by Hunter Biden, among others. That is a question here of who else they might be looking into. And remember, this investigation had spanned some 5 years and had looked at broad conduct, including foreign lobbying, including potential money laundering, and it had narrowed into the guilty plea that they had reached last month that fell apart in the court hearing. And just now, Dana, we're getting word, I'm looking at a court filing where prosecutors asked the judge to vacate her order asking them to come back and work out their guilty plea because, as they write, this is the prosecutors writing in this motion to the judge that, you know, that order was set in place as they were continuing to work toward a guilty plea. They write, but that is no longer the case. Following additional negotiations after the hearing held on July 26, 2023, the parties are at an impasse and are not in agreement on either a plea agreement or a diversion agreement. Therefore, the government believes the court's briefing order should be vacated. So, you know, that shows us that this deal that they were working toward on tax misdemeanor charges and a diversion on a gun possession is now being torn up. And this investigation is now continuing with the appointment of a special counsel who has broad powers, Dana.
And that really is the key here. That was the turning point, Kara. What happened in that courtroom, that federal courtroom in Delaware, when the Hunter Biden legal team thought they were walking in with Hunter Biden. David Weiss and his team walked in. They had planned to just kind of get a stamp on this plea deal for a couple of misdemeanors and a tax charge that would be diverted down the road. And then it all blew up and it all fell apart for various.
The special counsel news overshadows yesterday's news about the whistleblower saying exactly what Lev Parnas has been saying about Hunter Biden being targeted by Burisma and drugged by Giuliani's Russian goons. Does nobody think that's crazy? That the Fox News pundit Dr. Keith Ablow had one of Hunter Biden's laptops? I mean, I wish people would understand what that means so we can just be done with this. The whole thing is tired. Are you okay? I learned about Fox News pundit Dr. Keith Ablow having Hunter Biden's laptop from watching a TYT segment. I'll send you the link if you want to watch it because I saved it. That's how crazy the story is. What? This is leftist QAnon? No, it's right-wing QAnon. It's another extension. It's not as entertaining as QAnon, but it's like, that's actually kind of the problem. That is partially the reason why it hasn't taken a lot of, it hasn't really been like that good of a rallying cry for people. Like there's not enough momentum behind it. But basically, that person is saying that it's weird that, you know, people had access to Hunter Biden's laptop, blah, blah, blah, whatever. And the laptop did circulate through weird ass hands to get to Fox News and New York Post in general. Is it a hard take to expect accountability on both sides? I mean, I am fully in favor of that. Make no mistake. I think Hunter Biden should serve the time for his crimes. Absolutely. And I do want that same level of care and consideration afforded to the Republican Party and their nepotism fail sons as well. There's plenty more Democrats out there that could get the smoke as well. The issue, on the other hand, is that this is simply a one-sided affair that the Republicans have greatly just tried to weaponize against Joe Biden, and they failed to do so. So it's just not really going anywhere.
Yes, reasons. Fair to say that it was because of that we are where we are.
I mean, Dana, it certainly seems that way. Both the prosecution and Hunter Biden's team, you know, they walked into that courtroom today with a deal that they had signed and agreed upon. I mean, they shook hands in the courtroom at the start of the proceeding, and they actually signed the paperwork then. Now, it was the judge that was pushing and asking questions about it. And where that first hit the snag was about the scope of this tax agreement.
Exactly.
You know, Hunter Biden's team believed that it covered everything that the prosecutors were looking into, including foreign lobbying, including money laundering. And prosecutors said that wasn't the case. It was narrowed to just taxes, to gun, and to drug charges. In the live moments, though, Hunter Biden's team then said, okay, fine, we'll agree to that. And they were moving forward with what appeared to be the guilty plea, but then the diversion agreement on the gun possession hit a snag because the judge raised questions about whether it was constitutional. And that's when she said to both sides, you have 30 days to go back and try to work this out. And the big question has been, would they still agree to those?
What are the taxes charges? I think tax evasion. Isn't this just a fishing expedition? Of course it is. But there's two separate people here, okay? Throwing the book at Hunter Biden and putting him in jail permanently for the rest of his life doesn't mean anything if there is no connection to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, okay? Beyond just the fact that Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son, okay? That's the situation. Like, even if this goes through and the special prosecutor finds like additional issues or whatever with respect to Hunter Biden, unless they somehow find real evidence that links Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. Because even if they found out that like Hunter Biden straight up was like getting bribes or whatever and didn't actually declare that he was a foreign agent, right? Like he was working at the behest of foreign corporations, which, by the way, ironic because many people in D.C. don't do this and they absolutely pick and choose, right? They absolutely pick and choose who they apply this to, which they should apply to every single person. Okay? Paul Manafort got in trouble for this. Michael Flynn got in trouble for this. You know, this is common practice for the most part. There was a rapper from like the 90s, remember, who was operating as a foreign agent to the Chinese government. It's yet another one of those situations where like it's something that most people do. It's something that a lot of people do, and then you know, you make a big fuss about it. Pros of the Fugees, yeah. Wait, really? Is there a video on this? Yeah. Like people sometimes work with foreign governments and don't properly declare that they're working with foreign governments. And I mean, it happens all the time. It is fucked up. There are rules in place for a reason. I don't know why they don't. I don't know why they don't like prosecute this across the board. But yeah, here.
One of the founders of the hip hop group.
I don't want to sidetrack even further. Anyway. Regardless, listen. This is something that a lot of Americans do. American lobbyists do. It doesn't mean that they're like spying or anything. You know what I mean? But it just means that they're working with a foreign government without properly documenting their affairs. And it's illegal. You're not supposed to do that. But plenty do. Most lobbyists do it. And depending on how much in the public spotlight they are, their charges vary from actually going to prison all the way to like a small fine or whatever. Some of this could just be to make Joe Biden generally weaker as a father. Wouldn't you be sad and less effective at your job? Brother, Joe Biden is already a husk, a corpse, a cadaver that they're moving around. What do you mean weaker? Oh man, I'm so sad my son Hunter Biden is in jail. Like, okay. He's like 800 years old. So, as I was saying, the biggest charge would be that Hunter Biden is operating as a foreign agent, right? And he didn't properly disclose it. I think you could probably hit him on that. I don't know the exact details. I don't know in what capacity he was actually working with these foreign companies, and I don't know what kind of access he had to Congress or I don't know what kind of lobbying efforts he actually engaged in. So depending on what it looks like on the American side and what it looks like on the foreign national side, like what his job was, you can maybe make that stick. However, once again, what does that have to do with Joe Biden is the question, right? Because I don't think Republicans give a shit about like tossing Hunter Biden in jail. They care about tossing Hunter Biden in jail with Joe Biden, right? Like they don't give a shit about Hunter Biden in of itself because it's just a means to an end. The end being Joe Biden. That's why this investigation coming to an end, not this investigation from January 6th, but the Hunter Biden investigation coming to a close and all the closed door meetings that they've had have been major duds. And it's gotten a lot of Republicans frustrated because they think, well, why isn't Hunter Biden being prosecuted by this judge for other stuff like, dealing with Joe Biden illegally or taking money from Burisma and then, kicking it up to the big guy. Like they built this narrative around Hunter Biden that was much, much worse than the actual situation on the ground. So now they're like Now a lot of Republicans are just like shocked at the lack of charges. They're like, what? Tax evasion and gun charges? What the fuck do you mean? There's got to be something more here. And because of what's going on with because of what the Republican media apparatus is covering versus what is actually happening with like Republicans in Congress and their ongoing investigations and closed door meetings, or you know, the actual court case, revolving around Hunter Biden. The reality doesn't match the narrative that Fox News is putting out there, so people are just like a little confused, and so they think, oh, it's just more corruption. What else is new, right? Anyway, so that in and of itself is a silly story. But this one, on the other hand, is not. The judge that says Trump's right to free speech in the January 6th case is not absolute.
Revealing new details from the first hearing in the January 6th case against Donald Trump. This is the first time we have heard from federal judge Tanya Chutkan, and she has said some really interesting things, telling Trump's lawyers that the administration of justice comes first and that he may not be able to say everything that he wants to in political speeches.
CNN's Caitlin Polans outside the court for us once again. More and more details, Caitlin. If you can, bring us all up to speed once again on what we have heard and from Judge Chutkan, what she's laid down so far.
Well, this hearing isn't over yet, but
I like that, going back to this, but I like that the charges against Joe Biden revolve around like possibly investigating his son and then having his son be arrested on, or having his son be charged with like gun charges and like tax evasion, blah, blah, blah, all this other stuff. It's like this massive puzzle that you need to solve to be able to like potentially get to Joe Biden, and ultimately you don't really get to Joe Biden. There's a bottleneck there. But with Trump, it's like he very openly and very clearly said, knowing full well that it was, you know, not allowed, he very clearly engaged in a criminal conspiracy to defraud the American public and try to fraudulently change a slate of electors, and also potentially utilize violence, and successfully actually utilize violence and an insurrection on January 6th to stop the vote certifications from happening, the ballot certifications from happening in Congress. Like, all of that is so open and shut. He's right in the fucking middle of it. It's just got to be a sad day if you're a Republican. You got to do like 20 different mental gymnastics exercises to be able to make it seem like the criminal justice system is like completely stacked against our brave, bold, beautiful patriots here who have done nothing wrong. And also the Democrats, they are the ones who are doing everything wrong. You know? It's awesome.
even the things that she's done so far have given limitations to Donald Trump and made clear that he needs to watch what he says publicly versus what he's learning behind the scenes as he prepares for trial, even though he's a political candidate out there giving speeches and posting on social media. One of the things that she has already said that is going to happen is that when Donald Trump learns any information he didn't know before from witness interviews that the Justice Department did, sensitive witness interviews, he's not going to be able to disclose that. That's an order from the court, and that is an order from the court that is going to be above and beyond any sort of free speech claims that Donald Trump may make. The judge here has been quite clear, saying that his speech is able to be limited. The First Amendment does have limitations to it, and that she is not going to be...
He said it, folks. She said it. This judge hates free speech, folks. She said it. She said it's not absolute. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? It's absolute, folks. Where I come from, it's absolute, except the N-word. There's two different N-words, folks. You can't say either. You can't say either of those words. You'd be able to say it back in the day. Very dangerous.
doing things based on what is happening in the political sphere. She is a judge. It is separate. One of the quotes that really jumps out from this hearing today, the fact that he is running a political campaign currently has to yield to the administration of justice. And if that means he can't say exactly what he wants to say in a political speech, that is just how it's going to have to be. And then also she says, I cannot and I will not factor into my decision what effect it will have on a political campaign for either side. And so there are still many arguments being made here, and they're talking about how Trump will be able to disclose or not disclose, largely not disclose, information he's learning as he's getting evidence, and his lawyers are getting evidence in this case. And they
Good luck. Can you imagine issuing a gag order on a man who is ungaggable, okay? He is the throat goat, okay? He has no gag reflex. You cannot stop this man. You will never be able to get this man to not reveal any kind of evidence, any kind of new evidence that is brought up in the case that his lawyers hear, unless you get his lawyers to not show the evidence to Donald Trump, okay? Every single new thing that he learns, he's going to immediately go to Truth Social and yell about, because he thinks this is a court case that he can win in the eyes of the public, which is not wrong. That's the only way you could win this court case. Kind of like you fucking own, dude. Fucking own. Yeah, kind of like me. I'm just like Trump. Thank you. I love Trump, and you're absolutely correct. It's like, what happens if he violates it, though? I mean, I don't know. What are they going to do? Hold him in contempt of court? I mean, that'd be super sick. I just don't know that. I don't know what would happen. There's a lot of unknowns here, guys. I wish I could tell you. Yeah. Are you telling me that the guy that showed Kid Toucher Rock invasion plans won't obey a gag order? Yeah. I don't think. Yeah. The irony is that there's a separate court case happening specifically surrounding Trump refusing to listen to very clear instructions that tell him not to reveal certain kinds of information or to give certain documents back. Kid Toucher Rock, Kid Diddler Rock, that's his middle name. What do you mean? Kid Rock, Kid Diddler Rock, KDR.
Prepare for trial, but also Judge Chutkan is clearly issuing quite a warning to Trump and his defense team that he needs to be careful not to obstruct justices, not to intimidate witnesses, and that is a real thing, a real line that he could cross if he keeps talking publicly about witnesses in this case. She's really tried to avoid it being specifically about any witness in particular. His lawyers have brought up Mike Pence. That's something the Justice Department also had flagged here. But this is quite a clear sign from the judge. And on top of that, they're still working out some details in this situation, how much Trump can review evidence, where he can review evidence, who can be with him, also how they will designate the evidence in this case as it gets handed over, what are the things that Trump specifically can't share more widely versus what can he incorporate into his political speech. But so far, this is quite a set of things that the judge has said, really taking on a lot more than just the legal issues in this case, which I might note have largely been in line with what Donald Trump's lawyers have agreed to or have proposed so far.
All right, Caitlin Polans, don't go far, because we keep getting new reports from inside the courtroom. Stand by, if you will, for just a moment.
We also have Paula Reed, who's been inside the courtroom. She's making her way out, so we're going to be able to hear from Paula what she saw and heard inside the courtroom as well. In the meantime, joining us right now is former Assistant U.S. Attorney Nick Ackerman for more on this. Nick, Caitlin has been laying all of this out for us, what has been coming out from court, what the judge has been talking about. Just before we jump into some of her quotes and things we've heard from the judge, overall, what do you take from what we're hearing from the judge so far?
None of this is very surprising. This is a very standard protective order that the government wants. The purpose of a protective order is for the defendant to be able to get discovery and use it for his defense, not to put on a public display or contest the allegations in a public forum. He's already agreed to 2 protective orders that are almost exactly the same in both the Miami classified documents case and the New York case prosecution. So none of this is surprising. I think she's essentially going to be putting in place.
Oh, yeah, this is Fryer as well. Here you go. Breaking news, bail hearing for FTX founder Sam Bankman Fried left the judge convinced that he had repeatedly tried to influence witnesses against them. The judge then revoked his bail. Now, of course, if there was any fucking real justice in the world, if the justice system was actually not two-tiered, where the rich and powerful got the same kinds of consequences, okay, then Donald Trump would also get a similar kind of approach. I mean, they should behave. They should treat Donald Trump like any other person, right? He's just the guy. Donald Trump comes in this chat at the top of the hour. He's seeing a 3-minute ad break. Unless he subscribes. Doesn't have a lot of money. All the super PACs are actually juicing his lawsuits, so probably doesn't have any money to spend here. Probably will not be able to avoid the 3-minute ad break unless he subscribes for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. He can use Melania or Barron Trump's Amazon Prime account connected to his Twitch account and get 1 free Prime subscription to use it here. He could also get gifted a sub if he's lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. But two-tier justice system, this won't happen to him. Only reason why it's happening to Sam Bankman Fried is because he's broke. New Jarvis video, YouTube pranks got worse. Yeah, we'll watch it.
The order that the government has asked for, and based on the comments that I heard, it just reaffirms my opinion that this case is going to trial in January or February of next year. This judge is not taking any blowback from this defendant. They've tried over the last couple of days. If you look at the filings that have been made, they've tried everything to delay this as much as possible, put this over till next week, try not to make it very important in a matter that's pretty perfunctory. So I think the judge has seen through their delay tactics, and she's not going to take any of it. And I think this is a clear message to Donald Trump that he is going to be in the dock in January or February, and a jury is going to be listening to the evidence.
The actual legal rulings she could issue here may be narrow today. Mm-hmm. What she said overall may have a greater impact and may be more expansive, Nick. I'm going to paraphrase here. One of the things she did say is that being a presidential candidate is really no different than any other job. She's going to treat running for president like she would treat any job, which is to say that, you know, the Iowa caucuses don't mean anything more to me than a business appointment that a defendant might have. So don't expect the implication there is don't expect the Iowa caucuses in and of themselves to delay a trial date. She also said the fact that he's running a political campaign currently has to yield to the administration of justice. And if that means he can't say exactly what he wants to say in a political speech, that's just how it's going to be. She's making clear that the politics here won't really impact her legal decisions.
I think that's absolutely correct. I mean, what she is basically saying is today, I mean, as you said before, it's going to be a narrow ruling. She's going to put into place the protective order. Trump is going to get all of the discovery immediately, discovery well beyond what he would be entitled to normally, including witness statements that by law don't even have to be turned over until after a witness testifies. I never did this before in all my years as a prosecutor, never gave out this kind of information this far in advance. She's also signaled that on the 28th of August, when they discuss the trial date, this is going to go ahead quickly. Like I said before, it's going to be January or February. This case is going to move along. She's taken control, and it's so obvious. If you look at the docket sheet, she was responding on.
Okay, this is boring. God damn it.
To the race for.
I hate how boring CNN's like regular old normal coverage of the issue is. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm sorry. I'm afraid to report that once again, the libs, They're not doing a good job. They're not doing a good job at all. They're just fucking straight doo-doo. They're straight boring. Oh, my Lord. Okay. GOP presidential hopefuls make campaign stops at Iowa State Fair. Don't you love it? Don't you love it, folks? The Iowa State Fair is back. The only time where we all get together collectively, okay? We all get together and act like Iowa exists as a state. It's great. It's wonderful. Love when this happens once every 4 years. It's the best. They all go to the state fair. They all eat the funnel cake. They eat the corn dogs. You get to see them eating glizzy. Okay. And, you know, they're like, oh, wow. That's a cow. Wow.
For 2024, and the Republican presidential hopefuls heading to the Iowa State Fair, a key stop on the campaign trail. Our senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott is at the fair this morning with the latest. Rachel, good morning to you.
Hey, DeMarco, good morning. Well, consider the Iowa State Fair the biggest stage yet for this crowded Republican field. Nearly every single Republican candidate will be crossing paths here at the State Fair in the coming days, making their pitch to voters, testing out their debate message, flipping pork, and, of course, eating plenty of fried food. We're 5 months out from the Iowa caucuses, and former...
It's so funny because it's always like, it's like so obviously fake, right? Like, nobody gives a shit about Iowa. And the people in Iowa also know that it's fake, and yet they love it. They love being the state that everybody has to pay attention to once every 4 years. Every time. They love it. It is one of their favorite activities is to go out and vote and always talk like, my favorite thing is like Iowa is famous for being like, they hold themselves to a higher standard because like, they always vote for a unique guy. You know what I mean? You got to win Iowa, you win it all. Except, you know, Trump lost Iowa, didn't matter, right? But it still hasn't stopped the media from covering it like that because, like, you know, Obama won Iowa. That's why things really changed for him, which there was some truth to. But Iowans love acting like their vote is more important in the primaries than anyone else. So every 4 years, you got to glaze up Iowa. Every 4 years. Okay? And anytime cameras are out there, they find the biggest freaks. Like people who are just like, yeah, actually, I'm going to give this Vivek guy a shot. You know, I'm a 2-time Trump voter, former Obama voter, love Donald Trump. But honestly, and it'll always be like, why don't you want to vote for Donald Trump? And it'll be some of the most random things you've ever heard. Like yeah, you know, I don't feel like voting for Donald Trump due to the fact that, you know, he's lost a little bit of weight, and I don't like that. Or you got a dead person in your room? What's happening with everybody?
President Donald Trump still holds a commanding lead in this race, even in a state that he's barely visited. The former president has only traveled to Iowa 7 times since launching his 3rd bid for the White House.
He means the Queen.
Compare that to Florida Governor Ron.
You guys can unban him. Sorry, I've been getting like extra schizo wave attacks today.
Ron DeSantis, his next closest rival, who has 6 stops alone in the state today, still struggling to close the gap with Trump. As for the former president, he's expected to be at the state fair tomorrow, but campaigning in the coming months is only expected to get a lot harder. This morning, we're learning that special counsel Jack Smith is pushing for the trial date to start in the January 6th case as early as January 2nd of next year. That's just 2 weeks before the Iowa caucuses. This is shaping up to be a very unprecedented election cycle, guys.
That is one word for it. All right, Rachel, thank you so much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel.
Mayor Pete won Iowa and it propelled him to dot. Okay, technically, we don't know. You know, maybe he didn't win.
Pence is getting heckled at the Iowa State Fair. Love that. Love that for him.
Trump 2024. Every day. Pence is a traitor. Anybody that says he has a higher power uses those words. He is not a Christian when you say higher power. We don't buy.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? They're mad at Michael Pence for obvious reasons because he betrayed Donald Trump, but also for some really weird reason. Like, oh, every time you say higher power, that's unchristian-like. That's not my style of Christianity. That's my favorite. Dude, God, I love Hogwatch so much. I love Hogwatch so much. It's just like, God. The state of affairs in America is not good, okay? I know we talk about like teenagers on TikTok. I feel like we're burning the candle on both ends here, okay? On the one hand, lead poisoning and also social media has completely crippled the brains of boomers, where they have basically posted themselves into schizophrenia. On the other hand, similar problems happening with the Zoomers, but not to the same degree. These guys absolutely create incredible content, though. I love they're mad about higher power because AA uses it to hide their religious indoctrination. It's just funny to think that born-again Christian Mike Pence, who absolutely, unironically, is a significantly more serious Christian, okay, than Donald Trump. Like, you're criticizing Mike Pence for not being Christian enough, or not your specific kind of Christian, while simultaneously upholding Donald Trump, who is absolutely not a Christian at all.
Zionist believers, Pence. You are far from a Christian. Far from a believer. You are far from a Christian. Far from a believer. Look at that. Take a good photo. Right here. This is the winner. And y'all know it. That guy, traitor. Traitor.
Why are you here today?
Dude, that's awesome. Pence getting roasted while taking questions from hogs at the fair.
I hear you.
How has life treated you since Tucker Carlson ruined your career?
Bro, this is literally like gray names in my chat. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, is that a question? He just, you have to just like eat shit from the worst. There's a person who deserves it. It's the Republican candidates for sure. It's just politicians in general. Like, this is, you get what you paid for, brother. You want to be an incredibly powerful individual in the American machine that is going to eviscerate all of these people in very meaningful ways that they do not comprehend. You want to have the keys of the castle. You want to have your hand on the levers that, you know, pull to kill all of these people machine. You just got to sit there and take it. Okay? I love that, though. They're hitting him with a just curious. Gray name chatter. Hey, I have a serious question for you, sir. I have a serious question for you, sir. How do you feel being a coward and a phony and a liar who betrayed the American public? Just curious. Oh, why won't you answer my questions? I'm just asking questions.
Way back. Let me see if I can hear you.
How has life treated you since Tucker Carlson ruined your career?
This lady's face is hilarious. Like, what? Iowa caucus voters are why politicians want to send us to die against China. Just wondering, just curious, what's it like being a fucking asshole? I hate you. Not even a question, really. Fuck you. You're a piece of shit. Please answer. Just curious.
You know, I had a very sporty debate with that former talk show host from Fox. And I will tell you,
you're a loser.
You know, when some people put out a video from that cut off the back half of my answer, I simply tweeted the whole 3 minutes and said, you know, we used to call that fake news. Look, there's a lot.
Oh my God. You can't respond to that guy, man. You have to be quick. Just be like, Who's Tucker Carlson? I forgot, since he got fucking fired from Fox News and now has to fly to Romania to get an ounce of clout from a sex trafficker, okay? That's it. You got to hit him with something faster than that. The highlight of this is always seeing the photos of the candidates eating fair food like animals. No pork chop on a stick is safe. Yeah, it's my favorite. Yeah, Biden would clap back 100%. Depending on how much baby fetus he has consumed on that day, Biden has the capacity to clap back super hard on shit like that. You know what I mean? Where he'll just be like, "Listen, fat, how about you eat more pork chops back there at the fair? Do a push-up competition and I'll beat your ass." Dude, Swifties, look at that. Taylor Swift at the Michael Pence political soapbox at the Iowa State Fair. I'm wearing my Taylor Swift merch, dude. Hell yeah.
A lot of talk about Ukraine and U.S. support in Ukraine, and I know old Tucker's been against U.S. support there from the very beginning.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's a really solid answer, man. Thank you. You're really gonna win favors in this crowd by saying that. Yeah, I'm out here defending Ukraine better than Tucker Carlson ever could. It's like, what are you saying?
But let me tell you something. I've met Vladimir Putin. Anybody that thinks Vladimir Putin's going to stop if he overruns Ukraine has got another thing coming. If Vladimir Putin overruns Ukraine, it's not going to be too long before he crosses a border of a NATO country where we're going to have to send our men and women in uniform to fight. I stand on the Reagan doctrine. It says if you're willing to fight our enemies on your soil with your soldiers, we're going to give you the means to fight them there so we don't have to fight them somewhere else. It's about America's national interest, and they can parse all the videos they want, but you all can go check.
Who wins the charisma battle, Pence or Distinky? Oh, Pence. But it's you're talking about like a fraction, like of a. It's like a sliver of charisma, maybe, versus no like reverse charisma. They're both awful. It's a mid-off for sure. Nobody wins in that situation, but like Mike Pence still, like I've said before, at least knows how to fill time because he was a radio talk show host. You know what I mean? He knows how to speak at least without coming across like viciously gross. If anything, he's just boring. Whereas when you hear Ron DeSantis talk, it's like he's boring. Mike Pence is boring. Ron DeSantis, when he talks, you're like, please get him to stop. Get him to stop. I'll do anything to get him to stop. He needs to not speak ever again. It's so weird. Why is his face doing all these weird things? Like, why is it moving in all these different directions?
Check it out and you can see the truth. Yes, sir.
This is the best Michael Pence heckle you'll ever see.
I'm glad they didn't hang you.
No, he's a fan, dude. I don't think he's heckling him. I think he's a fan, brother. I'm not even kidding. No, that's the most sane Michael Pence supporter, dude. That's the most support he's going to get. Okay? A guy who says, I'm glad you didn't die. I'm glad you weren't executed. Oh, God, there's so much hogwash happening. It's not even, it's unfair. I'm going to vote for the guy with the most impeachments and most indictments because that guy, he knows where all corruption is. Yeah, him, dude. What the fuck? Okay, I got to pee. Oh, God, I love this.
I'm going to vote for the guy with the most impeachments and the most indictments because that guy, he knows where all the corruption is, and this time it's like clean house.
So with the indictments, does that make you want to vote for Trump more, the same, or less? The more indictments you get, does that make you feel stronger?
I feel like Not necessarily. I just know that like Trump is like he's the guy that's going to go in and sweep up this corruption. And anybody with a heart and a brain can see what our country is doing. We're the only. I think I'm doing the interview. Have a nice day.
Curious about corruption.
So the thing is like our country is the only country with the borders open, but the liberals are like, oh no, the borders are not open. They're completely wide open.
Hey ma'am, I work for Wall Street Journal. Could I just grab your name?
No.
Oh, you're not going to be part of that?
No.
You have opinions, but you don't want to share your name out.
Well, that sounds like a liberal, right?
No, I'm just asking you, what's your name?
It's Deborah.
Okay, what's your last name? What do you school?
Renee. D-E-B-R-A-H. Renee. R-E-N-A.
No Riz Ron can't even get 2 claps.
It's never been better as a result of our decision to keep Florida free.
Oh, not good.
But here's the deal,
Well, no,
and our state has never been better as a result of our decision to keep Florida free. You do not force people to do electric vehicles. That will be a threat to liquid fuels, and we will make sure that you have the choice to be able to drive the type of car that you want. You do not force people to do electric.
It's crazy. Did you get her name? Oh, was it Deborah? I missed this because I was, of course, busy.
Hey ma'am, I work for Wall Street Journal. Could I just grab your name?
No.
Oh, you're not going to be part of that?
No.
You have opinions, but you don't want to share your name out.
Well, that sounds like a liberal, right?
No, I'm just asking you, what's your name?
It's Deborah.
Okay.
Debrussy, baby. Dude, the Debrussy is powerful, dude. What are you talking about? Also, she's right.
How would you?
She's right. Okay? She's right. She did everything right, and they indicted him. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump, most indictments, okay? Which means he knows where all the criminals are. He himself is one. Which is why we're voting for Hunter Biden next time around. In the next election, you keep piling on those indictments against Hunter Biden, we're going to vote for him. You can't stop me.
You end the war over there.
I think it's a great question.
This is a Ukrainian supporter, or Ukraine supporter, asked DeSantis, how would you end the war there? DeSantis responds with epic word
First,
salad.
let's recognize Joe Biden has brought us to this point. Because what did he do when he became president? He started to wage war against American energy production. Who does that benefit? Russia, Venezuela, Iran. He has a policy of putting the Green New Deal over our American national security. They just announced $6 billion ransom payment to the mullahs in Iran. And those hostages aren't being released. They're just being moved to house arrest. What is Iran doing with the sanctions relief he gave initially and now this? They're funding Russia with all this. So Biden's policies have done more than anybody to embolden Russia to be able to take action.
Oh my God. This man's got a rally on a handicap ramp on an elementary school. Yeah, he's popping off, dude. He's also saying that, like, they're like, what are you going to do to end the war in Ukraine? And his answer is basically, Biden did a lot of, Biden helped a lot with Russia.
And do an invasion. So what we'll do, we will expand, we will open up all our energy resources. That will be a body blow to Venezuela, Russia, and the Iranians. We will be the big dog when it comes to energy production. The price is going to go down, and that's going to inhibit their ability to wage war. We're also going to turn the screws on the Iranians. No sanctions relief.
What is happening? Bro, he asked, how are you going to stop Russia from invading Ukraine? That's what he asked. What is this response? He asked, how are you going to stop Russia from invading Ukraine. What is going on right now? He's like, we're going to hurt Iran. Sick. Thank you. But can I get an answer to my question?
They are the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the entire world. When I was serving in Iraq, the majority of the combat deaths we were suffering were done at the hands of Iranian-backed militia groups. Iran was funding this in Iraq. And so they have more American blood on their hands than just about any country.
Bro, his entire response, I thought like he would somehow pull back and just like go into, I don't know, Ukraine somehow. Nope, just Iran. Nope, he's just like, yeah, we're going to be even worse on Iran. It's like, first of all, Trump kicks your ass on that. I mean, he executed an Iranian leader. So he destroyed Obama's denuclearization agreement. Like, you can never outflank Donald Trump on being mean to Iran. Okay? So good luck.
In the last 20, 30 years. And so you got to turn the screws on them. And then China. China is supporting Russia as well. We need to stop emboldening and empowering China with our foolish policies. There will be a new sheriff in town when it comes to that. And then we need the Europeans to step up and take more ownership of their own security and their own country.
Bro, this is literally fucking Donald Trump. This is just like Trump's policies, man. What's happening right now? I mean, I don't know what the right answer is anyway. I just genuinely don't know how he would be able to get out of this primary with like a unique answer. But this is one opportunity for him to legitimately have a unique answer that's different than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's answer is like, how do you deal with Russia? He's like, I'll just deal with it. I'll just deal with it somehow. You know what I mean? Which means they got nothing, but... Oh, here, let's take a look at some more beautiful, bold patriots. Ron DeSantis didn't get the welcome he was hoping for at his first stop in the day of the day in Iowa. This is awesome. Dude, I wish libs had more hogs like this. I think she might be a liberal. I mean, she's wearing a bitches get stuff done shirt. I don't think she's a Trump supporter. She's probably a liberal. Guys, liberals exist. I don't know if you know this, but to be fair, nowadays, like the whole different colored hair SJW shit, it doesn't go one way any longer. Interestingly enough. Goalposts are in perpetual motion. Why hasn't the DOJ appointed a special counsel for the Hunter Biden investigation, says the House Judiciary. Now they're saying the DOJ is attempting a Biden family cover-up on the special counsel. They're like, please appoint a special counsel so that there's no There's no misdeeds. No, not like that. Anyway, let's hear what our big, beautiful boy, Larry Elder, had to say. As you guys know, this was my debate opponent. He's also polling at like 0.000%. Let's take a look.
We need also an executive order to stop all this graft, whether you're the son or son-in-law of a president or vice president. I don't care whether it's Hunter Biden or whether it's Jared Kushner. It is wrong. We're going to stop that. Harry Truman said, if you go into politics broke, a la Joe Biden, and you come out rich, you're stealing.
Wait, Joe Biden is not even rich. He's like the worst person to say that is about. Wait, what? Joe Biden is probably the only American politician where that statement doesn't stick. Joe Biden did not have enough money to pay for his son's cancer treatment. He was about to put a fucking second mortgage on his house to pay for his son's cancer treatment. And then Obama stepped in and was like, no, I'll pay for it. Come on, you don't have to do that, Joe. Which is insane. You want to know why? Because everyone else is corrupt. So is Joe Biden. He's advocated for all of the worst measures. He's advocated for all of the worst ideas. And the fact that he was doing it for the love of the game is mind-boggling to me. Like, how are you going to do all that and still be a broke boy who can't even pay for his own fucking son's cancer treatment, dog? That's crazy. You've been in office for like 65 years. What's happening? Actually, what's going on? Real freak. To be fair, maybe he didn't want his son to recover it. No, come on, he loves his son. It's the, no, this was the good son, okay? We're not talking about Hunter. This was the one who, like, you know, served in the military, actually served, not like what Hunter did. He was deployed. This is the good son that had like genuine prospects in the American government. Like he had a future in American government. Here's a Carrie Lake ownage.
Which one of you's from the New York Times? You know there's only two genders, right? There's only two genders, and they know that in Iowa. I challenge the New York Times reporter and the Washington Post reporter to try to milk
He said, I just take pictures, please.
a cow and then try to milk a bull and see how that goes.
Ownage. The ownage is so epic. Why is Carrie Lake here? Can someone explain to me why Carrie Lake is in Iowa? Is she also running for president? What's happening? Also, the fucking Elon Musk's Twitter broke. This is a 43-second video, but there's only like 20 seconds in it. I'd let Carrie Lake try to milk me? Okay, dude. She's popular on Newsmax for her conspiracies about the elections. Okay, but like that doesn't... Like, why are they just letting anybody milk cows out there? I thought that was like only for prospects, like presidential prospects. We already saw this. Altercation ensues. The woman shouts, "Go back to Florida," putting fingers. Hate to see it. We got a new hotdog as well. I want more. Do you guys have any more Iowa Fair stuff? Do you have any more like Iowa Fair content? Whether it's you know, people being heckled. Go ahead and lie to us that you wouldn't fix Carrie Lake. I mean,
Someone sent this to me and said, Larry Elder and Dianne Feinstein at the fair together, and it's just Larry Elder holding up a turkey leg. You don't have to be a politician to milk a cow at the fair, Hasan Lowell. What the fuck? No, that's an honor and a privilege that only is afforded to politicians. Wild times in Iowa. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' campaign has called the cops to stop Rush the Writer. And I, from covering his campaign event today, is at an American Legion in Harlan, Iowa. They don't want you. It is what it is, deputies told us. Wait, what? At the fair tomorrow, what should I ask the big man? Who? Which big man? Are we talking Trump? Oh, here, we were going to...
Socialism, obviously.
Yeah, we'll watch this, okay? Here. More Perfect Union went to... More Perfect Union went to a Trump rally and asked them questions. Here, I'll show you the event in Harlan.
Registered. Yeah, we're registered. It doesn't matter. They said it's a private event. They don't want you. It is what it is. Can they explain why? It's a private event. I don't know. I'm sorry. So let's go this way.
Like, you can't tell me why though?
It's no, I can't. I don't work for them. Let's go.
Like, I'm registered and everything.
Look, let's go over here. We got to go over here off the property.
If the big man is Donald Trump, ask if he wants HasanAbi as a part of his campaign. Actually, Chris Christie too. Whoever, I don't give a shit.
It's a private event.
Like, there's no. So what was the reason?
I don't know.
Like, I'm here to cover it.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. It is what it is, okay?
So the campaign asked you guys to come here and tell us not to be here, or what's the...
We're just here keeping the peace.
Okay.
We're just coming to cover and watch and listen.
Well, it's private property. They rented it. It's reserved. You're not allowed on it.
Like, we were just at the last event. I've been to like 8 other events across the state.
I appreciate that, but I don't know what to tell you.
Like, I'm just trying to do my job.
I understand that. And that's all we're doing.
I was gonna say, and I'm just trying to do mine. Classic.
No, I know you are, but there's gotta be a reason. Like, when you already pre-registered, they got my information, they got my phone number, my email.
I don't know. I wasn't at the last event.
Classic. Here. Oh, this is good. Why did you commit treason on January 6th? Man asked Mike Pence at the state fair.
Yes. My question is,
why did you commit treason on January 6th? Like, it's treason to not follow Donald Trump's insane desires. I love that. I love that, dude. It's in the eyes of these hogs, it's treason if you just question Donald Trump. Even if you don't have the power, if Donald Trump asks you to do treason and you don't do treason, that's treason. That's how it works.
Why did you commit treason on January 6th and not stand by President?
I'm a veteran, buddy. Shut your mouth.
I love this, dude. You shut your mouth.
And the Red Sox suck.
I'm just
it's a fair question. Look, come on, people. That's why I came.
Look, I'm just giving you the question.
No, I got you. I'll answer your question. Look, let me take you to January 20th, 2017. I put my left hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible and I raised my right hand. I swore an oath.
Ronald Reagan's Bible, brother. God. This country is fucking so dumb. I'm sorry. Everyone is so stupid.
Put my hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible, brother.
To support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And it ended with a prayer. So help me God. My son, who's a captain in the United States Marine Corps, reminded me one time that it's the exact same oath that he took. It was a promise I made to the American people. It was a promise I made to Almighty God. Now, I know you might have a different impression about what my duties and responsibilities were on January 6th, and I'm happy to talk to you about it. The truth is that states conduct our elections. They do. And once Iowa certifies the elections, when there are questions, you can go to court. Our campaign in 2020 had more than 60 lawsuits in courts around the country. There were also states that conducted recounts under the law. But when all that was done, if you read Article 2 of the Constitution, which I recommend to you very respectfully, Article 2 says once the states send their electoral votes to the Congress of the United States, the Vice President, as President of the Senate, will preside over a joint session of Congress. And what it says is at that joint session, the electoral votes shall be opened and shall be counted. It doesn't say may. It doesn't say you can send them back to the states. It doesn't say you can reject votes. Even though my former running mate and many of his outside lawyers told me that that authority was there, I knew there never was. I mean, look, there's almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person...
Boo! Boo, you should have done treason, you fucking coward. You betrayed us, and you betrayed the Constitution that says Donald Trump needs to keep being president for as long as he wants to.
...could pick the American president.
Rhino!
I mean, the American...
Am I the only one who thinks this is staged? This is my very first thought, especially the way the question was worded. You could have asked, why didn't you reject the electors from questionable states or send it back to the states? The question asked like a straw man argument. Do you really think, Twitter blue check mark, $8 spending idiots, you really think that the average Republican wouldn't ask the question like that? Oh, God. We are so far removed from getting health care. Okay, we are so far removed from getting health care. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you. It's never happening, okay? Never happening, but also this stuff is just so sad to watch. Yeah, why didn't you reject the electors from questionable states? You think that's what he's going to ask? You think a Trump supporter who is there specifically to heckle Michael Pence is going to ask a question about January 6th, and the question is going to sound like that. These people are just so delusional. Oh, Pence is going to man the grill. Let's take a look at his form, baby. Let's go. This is one of my favorite parts of the grill, the Iowa State Fair. Here's more DeSantis in Iowa. He's an alien, I swear.
People have different experiences, but I think with me, one thing you can know is, okay, well, why is he... Oh, is that... Sorry.
Dude, he's always so nervous. That's what it is. I think it's the nervousness. It's the nervousness of every moment that really frustrates me. He's so fidgety and so anxious all the time. It's just like he looks like he doesn't want to be there. He's like, ugh, it's sugar, man. That's what's going on in his head. Like when Trump is on that stage, you can tell when the lights are on him, doesn't matter how sweaty he is. He loves every moment of it. He's like, I'm in the spotlight. This is where I am destined to be. This is where I'm supposed to be.
This is where I'm destined to be. This is my moment, my opportunity. I'm gonna do everything I can. I'm gonna make these guys love every moment. Okay? Whenever our boy, little Rhonda is in the spotlight, he's just like, I don't want to be here. I hate it.
That's my phone. I don't know why anyone's calling me. They know I'm here. But, you know, I think part of the question, you know, when you look at people like, you know, why are they running? Okay? And let's just be honest. There's some people that are not running really to be president, right? They're running for, who knows why they're running, but they're running. The only reason I'm running is I'm running to win. I'm running to serve.
Dumbass, say they're running to be in Trump's cabinet. That's why they're afraid to attack him. Me, on the other hand, I'm not holding back because it's the truth. It's what you're supposed to do. Something like that. Jesus Christ, he's so... What was going on with Kaya?
And I'm running to get the job done for you. But I think you could say, why would you want to do that?
Say some people are running because they're running away from prison. Exactly. Some chatter pointed that out. Why are you worried about him getting a leg up? I just can't stop myself from wanting to help. Okay, I put my campaign manager hat on, and I think that's a really good way to, like, what they could do that would look better is a good juxtaposition to what they are doing that is really bad. That's the reason why I do it for the most part. Whenever he says some dumb shit, and I say, here's what you should say instead, which would be better. That's the reason why I'm doing it, not because like I fucking want Ron DeSantis to win or anything. Because I want to help you understand what would be a better thing to say in that situation that Ron DeSantis is completely oblivious to and is doing a horrible job. You were like, I think I can change him. No. He looks like he's in pain. He always looks like he's in pain. Look at that. Every year since 1999, Bubba Sorensen has painted the Menlo Freedom Rock to honor America's veterans. Bubba's dedication inspired a movement. Today, all 99 counties in Iowa have their own Freedom Rock. It's a rock, man. The fuck? That shit's boring. Trump would look at that rock and be like, oh, beautiful rock. Never seen anything like it. America's got the best rocks. Believe me, folks. You don't see rocks like this in China. Ted Cruz butter cow energy? Yeah. My man posted up next to a fucking rock and was like, look at me with this rock. A cool rock I found. Dude, maybe we're shitting on, and let me say something, okay? Maybe we're shitting on Little Rhonda a little too much, okay? Because my man might have a little bit of neurodivergence. I'm beginning to recognize that he's a little A-worded, okay? He's just maybe this community shouldn't be making so much fun of him for having very clear social anxiety. He's like, I love this rock.
All right, so he's taking questions from himself. Why you want to run? He wants to win. He's in it to win it.
Oh God. There is just so many things you could do in that situation that you did not do, my friend. Holy moly, it's bad.
Sat down with her yesterday, and she's been neutral in the race so far, but she left open the door to the possibility of offering her endorsement or recommendation later in this cycle. Let's watch.
It's really important that they feel that they have kind of a fair shot and they're welcome here in Iowa. And I want Iowans to have the chance to interact with them.
So you're not ruling out potentially an endorsement at the end of this process?
I don't think you should ever say never, never. You know, I just will wait and see what happens. But I've made it clear, you know, I'm, probably looking at neutral, especially at the beginning of this.
And she went on to say that she believes there could be many surprises in this race. She said 5 months is indeed a long time. Of course, I asked her about the indictments facing the former president, and she said Iowans will have to make up their own judgment on that. Well, Dana, I sat down with her yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you have it. She's endorsing Donald Trump. Okay, let's move on. Okay, let's look at this Trump rally and see what happened there. Because a friends of the show, More Perfect Union, went to the Trump rally, and what they heard will shock you. This has 1.3 million views. How wonderful.
We all agree communism doesn't work. Yeah. But extreme capitalism, as we're seeing right now,
does not
with
work.
This corporate capitalism also has its problems.
How much money is too much money for?
Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. But, of course, those guys are all going to vote for Donald Trump or whoever the Republican candidate is, okay? I need you guys to understand something. You will probably see a dude in the crowd that will tell you, honestly, I think collective ownership over our factory is actually a really good idea. I really like it. And then you ask him another issue, or you'll be like, well, that sounds like communism. You'll be like, fuck you. How dare you say that? That's communism is fascism. Okay? They have no idea. These guys do not vote on clear ideological boundaries. Americans do not vote on ideology. Okay? Approximately 20% of the American voters, which, by the way, already isn't the plurality usually. Okay, the plurality are eligible voters who do not vote, remember. But out of the people who do vote, around 20% vote on ideological boundaries, 80% vote on party lines. That's it. Okay? That's it. They vote on party lines. Every American that you encounter, especially ones that are politically active enough to go to a rally, are going to give you some of the most insane political positions that will have you, that will leave you shocked. They'll go, how are you at a Trump rally? Like, what are you saying?
One person.
It's a tough call. I know. When they have these billions, you're like, well, they really don't need it. Yeah, we agree with that.
Why Trump instead of Bernie Sanders?
What I look at is more progressives like the Bernie Sanders faction, stuff like that. We actually see a lot of the same problems.
And I would vote for a Bernie Sanders before I'd vote for like a Ted Cruz or a Marco Rubio.
What would it have taken for you guys to not go into the rally and to instead get ice cream with me, a flaming leftist?
Well, first of all, you'd have to buy.
All right, I'm buying. We are polarized. There is no doubt about it. But I came to this Trump rally on a hunch. I've poured drinks at a Rust Belt dive bar for the last year, and when your county votes for Trump and the bartender looks like I do, people kind of assume that you're on the same page. But sometimes...
This is the guy who also cooked, he's the one who did the Eli Lilly tweet, for those of you who don't know. Yeah, that's him. He's the one who did the Eli Lilly meme talking about, like, he made the fake Eli Lilly account. No, it's a different guy. No, this is him. No, this is him. Isn't it? Is that another mullet mustache guy that sounds exactly like this guy? I thought this was him. Wait.
Where do I know this guy from then? What have I seen him in? Am I crazy? Wait, let me see. Why does chat always do this where they're just like, nah, you're wrong, dude? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I wonder if I can find it. Is it a different guy?
Hey, my name's Sean.
Oh,
and
never
this
mind.
Is how
It isn't
I
him.
accidentally made national news with $8.
You're right. My bad. It doesn't even look like him at all. I probably saw him on a different thing. They're both affiliated with More Perfect Union. This guy you saw the dive bar video, he was talking to conservatives about supporting unions and strikes, I think. Yeah, he covered the Ohio train derailment. Okay, maybe. That's what I... Dude, listen, my brain is not working, okay? Chill. I was super wrong. This is the guy in the video. Where have I seen this guy before? I don't know. Appalachian, dive bar, tender, and eater of rich class politics, the rednecks, the hippies at the holler. Ah, you know what? I might have seen TikToks of him or something, and I thought that it was different. You were wrong this one time. I will continuously bring this up every single day now to counter everything you say again. Yeah. No, I think I've seen this guy's TikToks before. Also, because I guess that answers why chat always tells you that you're wrong. Yeah, chat, I'll give this to you. You got me. Here's his most viral TikTok.
I talk left-wing politics in my small-town bar with people mostly whose idea of a...
I have not watched this before. I am unfamiliar with his work. I think I've seen something else. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. This is irrelevant. Let's get to the...
So I went to Erie, Pennsylvania to find out. Are we rolling? Okay. We're here at the Trump rally today. Why did you come out today?
To support my 45th president. He didn't lose. He called out the Washington establishment, and I absolutely loved it. You know, he's definitely not a Republican.
Like, the question is, okay, well, he was Washington establishment. He was president, right? So how do you square that circle, right? How does that work? But of course, again, a lot of this stuff is cool and makes leftists feel good, and you know, maybe I don't know. I think I'm just such a fucking cynic, dude. I'm so pessimistic about electoral prospects for like genuine, real progressives now. I don't know. I see stuff like this, and I'm sorry. It strikes me as really 2015 coded. Like, the reason these folks can agree is that the networks they watch aren't engaging on the issues. Their identities are wrapped up with this MAGA bullshit. Oh, yeah, but like, one, there is not really a guy out there. Okay? There is not really a person out there who will, win these people over. And secondly, like, these guys don't give a shit. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, Trump did the populist messaging and we liked it, and we thought that he was different than whatever we had seen prior, right? And that was great. But also, they're lovers of Trump. You know what I mean? It very clearly the last 8 years did not change their mentality at all. They watched Donald Trump give gigantic tax breaks to corporations and the wealthiest Americans, and they still champion him. You know what I mean? It's not about genuine ideology. It's not about like a material difference that they will ever experience in their lives, and it's just a cult of personality. You know what I mean? 8 years have gone by, and these guys still love Trump. What has Trump offered you? If you live in Erie, Pennsylvania, what has he offered you? Nothing. Nothing.
Because Mitch McConnell and them would be backing them, and DeSantis would be running against them. You're obviously not a Democrat no more, so we're more of a politically homeless faction that loves America and will make all the changes that we can to make it great. Prices are just higher. Like, you go to the grocery store, I buy the same thing every time I go to the grocery store. I spend $102 at Aldi's. I was just telling my uncle this. I'm spending over $200 now. So
listen, brother, at the end of the fucking day, you know, Bidenomics, Trumponomics, top of the hour ad break is still 3 minutes long. $5 is still $5 to avoid it. Okay, that hasn't changed unless you're on an iPhone, in which case Apple Store takes a cut, so it's $6 on your phone if you want to subscribe, but it's $5 on a desktop. Okay, as long as you're not doing it through the application. You know, Segways are a bipartisan concern. You're not getting my $5, don't give it to me, don't do it, but you can use a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, right? As long as you have an Amazon Prime account that you can connect to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me, right? Think about it that way. Right. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, right? There's that too. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. What has Trump done for you? Wait, is this
to cheat. That's like what you're saying right now. No.
To me, there's a huge difference. What Donald Trump has done for me compared to what Barack Obama did to me.
What? You're unemployed and 2 DUIs later. The fuck has Trump done for you?
I've seen this before.
In his presidency, you've got 2 DUIs and you got not at a job. Bro!
Oh shit,
oh shit! Roasted.
Oh shit. You better not post that.
To cheat. That's like what you're saying right now. No.
To me, there's a huge difference.
We have watched this before on stream. It's such a good take. It's so funny. It's so perfect. It's like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? What are you even saying? Like, oh, what did Joe Biden do for me? What did Trump do for me? Like, none of these motherfuckers know you exist, and their lives' mission is to basically make you pay attention to some jingling keys, okay? While they just steal what remains of the social safety nets that were promised to you. Yeah, that's the main point I took away from this. These guys obviously don't care about fixing these issues they're talking about. So what's left for them to support Trump? Only culture war bullshit and racial agitation. Exactly. And then you just like feel like Trump is on your side. That's it. Why is he on our side? Because he's made the libs mad. Why? Because the libs are the elites, right? The societal elites, the ones who have their fingers on the pulse, the ones who have their hands on the levers that make my life awful. My life's awful, and libs are the ones that are making it awful, actually, with their policies, and the Mexicans that are coming over the border. These are the things that are destroying my life. Oh my God.
So things are more expensive. I think people are more scared.
Our money doesn't have no value, and that's why we're having problems. This whole inflation thing, it's been building and building for multi-decades, and it's getting close now.
You work at McDonald's, right?
I do.
Do you feel like you're getting everything out of work that you're putting into it?
I believe I should get paid more. All I am doing is I'm working my ass off to get my money. I'm a hard worker, and I feel like I deserve more.
I work down in West Virginia.
Yes.
Yep, on the rigs for evil Big Red, Halliburton.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Halliburton, we were 2 weeks on, 1 week off, so you never got to go home. We were the lowest paid of all the workers out there. I only made $13.50 when I got hired on.
For Halliburton?
For Halliburton, yep. Probably wouldn't even have an Iraq war if it wouldn't have been for the Halliburton and Cheney and stuff. We were expendable, that's all it was. Halliburton, Big Red, they called it. You're just part of the machine, and the machine can be replaced.
As expendable as, people who went over to fight a rich person's war in Iraq.
Yep, pretty much.
5 years ago, I came to the realization that
I love chatters looking at these guys and be like, he's a socialist. Like, no, man. No. In the absence of any real infrastructure that motivates these people to fucking vote on behalf of a particular party, in the absence of a political party that genuinely defines what their material interests are and actively works to better them, all of this conversation amounts to is, oh yeah, we got the same class interest, brother, but you have no class consciousness.
Okay? That's it. These guys are so close, yet so far. You're talking to a dude who literally said, oh, Halliburton, you know, that's why the Iraq War happened, right? Dick Cheney, right? And then turns around and votes for Trump. What if we're the bad guys here? Opinion by David Brooks. Oh, love David. Ain't Trump anti-war? Yeah, dude, he's super anti-war. Totally. Get the fuck out of here.
I've been hoodwinked. I have zero respect for Dick Cheney. I have zero respect for George Bush.
What did it for you there, and why did you end up going towards Trump?
It was a lie.
And this might
they
sound
lied
stupid.
about the Iraq War. There were, there was no reason for us to go into war in Iraq other than the military-industrial complex.
It's just a conspiracy
wanted
theory,
a war.
too,
The global corporations, do they have, the Goldilocks question: too much, just enough, or too little power? Where would you place
I feel like their
it?
only thought is more money,
right?
More power. That's all you care. Whoever has the most money.
Obviously, it's too much.
Yep.
When you have a company like BlackRock that's worth $9 trillion.
Ask them why they hate BlackRock, and it won't be because it's worth $9 trillion, which, by the way, so many... I can't believe I'm becoming one of these fucking guys who's like, actually, that's not what BlackRock does. But like, kind of. I think people genuinely misunderstand what BlackRock does, especially because, like, they think that BlackRock is, like, responsible for diversity initiatives or some shit. Okay? Like, they hate it. Most of the time, they hate it because, like, Fox News told them that, like, they're trying to make your children gay, or they're trying to make the next Disney movie gay or whatever. And it's frustrating. My mom thinks BlackRock is mostly pension and retirement funds, not private equity. Like, the level of control that BlackRock has over American corporations is not necessarily as black and white as the way that they present it. It's just capitalism. It's more capitalism, okay? Blackstone is the private equity that a lot of people fail to recognize, like the distinction between Blackstone and BlackRock when they're talking about real estate and whatnot. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. They're all the same shit because they are all major. They're all major corporations that are the same purveyors of capitalism. They either engage in private equity or asset management. It doesn't fucking matter. Ultimately, they're all operating on the same exact boundaries and the same exact interests. It's finance capitalism. Okay? A good guide for chatters for the different investment firms. BlackRock, investment firm. BridgeRock, investment firm. Bridgewater, investment firm. Bridgestone are tires. Blackwater is a private mercenary army. Blackstone is an investment firm. Anyway, let's see what
$1 trillion.
And Vanguard's what?
Vanguard's $8 trillion. Obviously, I'm not going to argue. There's a problem with that.
Do you think the finance sector, does it have too much power, just the right amount of power, not enough power?
Way too much power.
The financial sector.
100%. Yes. These people really, a lot of these people, they don't realize are unelected officials. So all these politicians have this plan for how they're going to fix the economy, but then they just get in there, they don't do anything, and they're funded by the people. And those.
Yeah, Trump did a really awesome job, like tackling BlackRock and Vanguard or Blackstone. Remember when he did that? Remember when he said he would tackle hedge funds or the carried interest loophole, or increase the capital gains tax. You know what I mean? Like, all the things that Trump said he was going to do, and he certainly did. Remember when all that happened? Except, no, he didn't do any of that shit. He lowered and made permanent the corporate tax rate and the highest marginal tax rate. He lowered and made permanent those two tax rates. The other tax rates that were lowered were sunsetting. They were always supposed to sunset, and they did. They've sunsetted now. So you didn't get shit. You got like $4 back at the end of the goddamn month, and you thought, oh my God, Trump is doing something for me. He also fucking increased the estate tax as well. Well, not increased, decreased the estate tax from like 15,000 Americans total to even less than that. Or no, it was a number that was a little bit larger than that, to 15,000 total Americans. Those are the only people who are going to be able to be hit with the estate tax. It's like, and it basically, I mean, he ripped into the budget, basically, of what funds the American government. It's incredibly stupid if you're a guy who worked on a fucking oil rig where you think like Trump did anything good for you. Okay? He didn't do shit. He didn't build houses. You know what I mean?
Those people are not elected, and they control the people that are elected.
What role do you think, you know, the consolidation of these larger corporations? You know, I came from an agricultural background, and now it'll be 3 or 4 companies that control the entire market for chicken, for eggs, for beef.
That shouldn't happen.
Yeah. The working class has gotten beaten up because of the loss of small businesses. And my question would be, well, I would say, well, why aren't they here anymore?
As a small business owner, I feel like we aren't represented that much in America.
Do you see a problem with that kind of operation?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
100%.
When it's concentrated.
Because the big guys are beating out the small guys, or even the family-owned businesses, you know, easily.
A lot of that's driven by these really large corporations that are, you know, just by their size, pushing the little guy out.
Yes.
How big of a problem do you think that is?
That's an ultimate problem. That reminds you of watching them Westerns movies when they would go to some small town and the one guy owns the bar, he owns the tack place, he owns that. Yes. There's so many houses for sale in our neighborhood. I was going to go to town and say, are these all, you know, can we find out, are these just real people buying them? Or is this like proxies? See, BlackRock proxies, Vanguard proxies. Are they buying all these homes so people can't own them and they're just going to rent them?
Would you be excited if Trump did anything to rein in?
Well, of course. It's just...
It's a monopoly that needs to be broken up. Just like, remember the telephone company in the 80s, AT&T? That was broken up.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to be done.
Capitalism's not the problem. It's been corrupted to such a level, just like people think all the politicians are corrupt.
Yeah. It's just we aren't represented enough as small business owners. Votes some businessman. They're so close, practically edging socialists. My friend, these people will never have real class consciousness, okay? Maybe I'm too pessimistic. Maybe I'm too cynical. What these people could do at the end, or used to do in the past, was vote a certain way due to the social cohesion that they got from their labor unions. Now, ultimately, it doesn't even matter because, you know, it's not like the Democratic Party is going to help them at all. I mean, this is a community of people that have also voted for the Democratic Party for the most part, and yet, what the fuck has the Democratic Party done for them? Okay. Also, shouts out to Austin Ox for this jacket. Thank you for the Teamsters jacket. He got this for my birthday. I forgot to mention it. The AFL-CIO, New Jersey, local 863. Teamsters jacket. You know? Capitalism isn't corrupted. It's functioning exactly like it was designed. We're just in the late stage of it. Yeah, I mean, of course.
it's not necessarily that, I mean, this is not corporatism. This is just capitalism. There's no such thing as like corporatism. You know what I mean? It's just capitalism. What you're describing is capitalism and more capitalism, as a matter of fact.
But it's corrupted at the highest levels of these corporations, like you said, being owned. Instead of 200 of them, you're down to 4. Yeah. That's massive control.
You think somebody like Trump with the billions and the business, I mean, we're talking about really large monopolies here.
Mm-hmm.
He's more in their pyramid.
Yeah, I agree. You're right, right.
He has a financial interest to do that kind of policy.
I always even consider Trump even like a crony capitalist. He's not perfect, you know what I mean? He was a capitalist guy, you know, and you know, everybody always read where he would eminent domain against take the lady, kick her out of her house for all that stuff. Yeah, that's falls into that. Like I said, I don't know, you know. I come to a Trump rally. Doesn't mean I think he's the greatest guy.
Can you really trust a billionaire? Help me understand why that's a thing for you.
Yeah, so with billionaires, I would say honestly, no, you can't. Yeah. I'll say with Trump, when he debated Hillary Clinton in 2016, she said all these things about the tax laws, all this, and Trump said, where have you been for 30 years? You know, you haven't done anything about it. And then
where's Trump for the past 4? Like, that's a great question. The follow-up to that is like, okay, well, what did Trump do? What did Trump do about the tax policies? What kind of tax policies do you think Trump implemented?
And then he said, I know you're not going to do it because all your donors who...
Because, like, he's right, and Trump was right. That was a powerful moment. But, like, the reality is Trump objectively made it worse. And I cannot... Let me explain something to you. I am no fan of Hillary Clinton, but Donald Trump absolutely, without a doubt, without a shred of doubt in my fucking mind, delivered worse tax policy for America than Hillary Clinton would have. That is an objective fact. Okay? That is 100% the truth. Democrats are awful. They're feckless. They're cowards. And they oftentimes will not combat the awful things that the Republican Party has done. Right? But ultimately, they're not going to crank the lever in the opposite direction in the same way that, with the same ferocity that like a Republican candidate will. That's at the basis of harm reduction. She would have killed more brown children, though. No, man, come on. How are we still litigating this? This is insane. Like, yes, Hillary Clinton being president in 2016 would have absolutely been better for America in general than Donald Trump. This is like a ridiculous conversation to have. What are we talking about here? Like, Donald Trump was objectively horrifyingly bad. Okay? Any American president would be a war criminal regardless. The notion that like Donald Trump is less of a war criminal than Hillary Clinton is hilarious. Corporatism is a deflection tool used by economists to make excuses for the rapacious capitalist system. I hate how effective neoliberal propaganda is. Yeah. What's neoliberal propaganda? It's just the only thing you hear anyway. Yeah, you said even Bernie would. Yes, that is the truth. The just one more lane of politics, just one more capitalism. Ironic because the just one more lane is due to capitalist policies.
Fund your campaign benefit from the same tax breaks and tax laws I do. Right. So whether it's left or right, these people, they're not really going to change the tax laws from the donors that are funding their campaign.
The power is so strong that these people have built up that, yeah, it's. And I don't have answers, and because I know that's what you want. You know, you want to hear what can we do. I just don't think politics is going to do it. This getting in like Civil War thing is just who wants to do that kind of stuff? You know what I mean?
I'm kind of in the same place. I don't have the answers. Will politics do it? If politics doesn't do it, what else will? I look out at a couple 100,000 workers at UPS recently.
Yes. Did they vote on it yet?
So they haven't voted on it yet.
I heard about that.
It was negotiated, and there was, threat of the strike. They were really organized. They won $30 billion over the term of that contract, by being organized. So I look at something like that and say, if this is about control and about working class people having a seat at the table at a company as big as UPS, we just saw their unity win $30 billion worth of, cash in the pocket. Does that sit well with folks?
Nonviolent direct action does work. We've been hearing all about the boycotts. You just mentioned 100,000 people. That's a lot of people. You don't want to mess with that.
I feel like if you're saying these guys are edging on socialism, you're closer to conservatism than you think. Yeah, I'm not saying that they're edging on socialism at all. I'm saying that these guys could not be further away. It's even worse because they recognize some of the awfulness and they recognize the problems. They recognize the pain that they experience. But what they fail to recognize is the adequate solutions. It just sucks. And of course, on the other side, make no mistake, it's not like if you ask liberals, like they're closer at all either. How is it worse? A conversation is actually possible here. See, they need someone to teach them. They don't know shit. I mean, I agree. But you have them for maybe 15 minutes, okay? Fox News has them for 8 hours a day. Good luck. You understand what I'm saying? You get it? You have them for 15 minutes. You think their sons and daughters don't try to have these conversations with them? There are people in this chat that live in these areas. They talk to their fucking parents. They can't change their goddamn minds. What do you think it is? You think it's because they don't have a good argument? No. You think it's because the policies that they're pushing for is bad? No. It's just don't infantilize all of them, though. No, for the most part, this is not even infantilizing. I understand where this comes from. I understand where this mentality comes from. I understand how it's born and bred. It's bred out of the diligently ineffective, shitty elitist attitude that the Democratic Party has and the disdain that they openly show in media. It comes from all of the counter propaganda cut against that kind of behavior. And it comes from decades of reframing the conversation back to weird red herrings that have no bearing on their lives in reality, whether it be trans people existing or gay people getting married and destroying the sanctity and safety of the church, or Mexicans coming over the border. It's like, brother, you live in Erie, Pennsylvania. You know what I mean? Like, you have nothing. Like, Mexicans coming over the border do not impact your life in a negative way regardless. You know what I mean? Maybe in Hazleton. Our chat is trying to lecture you on deprogramming and leftist propaganda. I finally got my coworker to agree with me on unions and the police. Then about a week later, he backtracked to a pro-police, anti-union stance. It's wild how Fox News is a hold on these people. Yeah, that's why I always say, like, listen, debates are fun to watch. You know, maybe it makes you feel smart when your guy is winning the conversation. Maybe you get talking points that you can throw out in a conversation with an interlocutor that is not ready for it. But ultimately, combating, 8 to 10 hours of like nonstop right-wing propaganda and and the only alternative to that 8 to 10 hours of nonstop right-wing propaganda is like center-right propaganda coming from liberal outlets, it's cooked. Chad doesn't realize that he's completely aware of his material conditions, but it actually takes material change to change his mind. There's no debating these people. Every single second of his life is reinforced by oppressive constructs.
This contract was $30 billion. That was from workers standing together. Didn't have anything to do with government. Is that something you guys support?
Sure.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course. Absolutely. Right.
Yeah. So if my coworkers wanted to make more, and since I want to make more, I'll probably organize something that could help make us more, like maybe a petition.
Yeah, right. Or union activity,
yes.
A lot of that. Yeah. And would you be really excited by Trump coming out and supporting workers who are doing that?
Yes.
Seeing Trump on a picket line?
Yes.
Yeah. Hot button issues. You can't get away from them. You never hear about UPS.
Not today. No,
like Bernie Sanders being angry was actually really good because people are angry, right? A lot of people are angry. And Bernie Sanders coming across like a curmudgeon was actually something that helped. Because when politicians adopt the opposite stance, when they don't channel the frustrations and anger that people feel, then they come across like phonies. You know what I mean? Because these guys are all angry every fucking day of their lives. And it's not just these people, it's most people. Bernie was never angry, man. Yes, he was. What are you talking about? How many articles did liberal outlets write about Bernie coming across like a curmudgeon is actually bad, and how angry he is actually bad, and he's like an angry male? The fuck are you talking about? Of course Bernie was angry. He was angry all the time. He was angry for the right things. Donald Trump also does a really good job of channeling that anger towards the usual outlets, the usual vectors. He's always blaming people, random people, people that the Republican Party is conditioned to blaming about all of the problems of society. Even in like little moments, Trump still has old Trump shines, right? When he's talking about Procter & Gamble, they probably make it for 10 cents and then they sell it for hundreds of dollars. It's like that right there, right? He's just like very openly, I mean, not that he's going to do anything about it, but he's very openly stating how these guys are like upselling you. You know what I mean? They're selling you upmark garbage. You know? My dad has referred to him legit as the angry Jew guy who has some good ideas. It's insane. Jesus Christ. I couldn't get behind Bernie. He has nothing to say to black people and actually supports policies that negatively impact black people. Yeah, black people hate, free healthcare, famously. Or maybe you've been conditioned into thinking that the only policies that impact black people in general are not policies that tackle the issue of poverty. Like, what the fuck? That chatter's insane. Look at the username. I love relitigating 2016 era idiocy. No, the only thing that Bernie... it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Bernie Sanders did not have enough riz in the older black voter demographics. It's true. And the institutional Democrats have a stranglehold on this voting bloc. It's never going to happen. Let's be real. Okay? It's just not going to happen. Younger black voters love Bernie. Like, younger voters in general loved Bernie. But they didn't come out and vote in high enough numbers, regardless. Yeah, Bernie did not have enough riz with older black Democrats who are the most reliable voter bloc, both in the primaries and in the general as well. Yeah, it's definitely all black conservatives. Wait, what do you mean? No, not conservatives. anyway.
I didn't know that until you told me.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they just made a big move doing that too.
Because who's running the show? Listen, we lost our republic decades ago. We're living in an oligarchy. So they're the ones calling the shots because that's where the money's come from. The media, everybody.
You'll see things like the board or whatever they put on, the TV. You'll have
trying to divide people.
Yes.
A lot of the stories are trying to divide
exactly.
people.
Divide, keep them off the ball.
We're not supposed to be doing this.
Yeah, it's weird that it's that.
They want. I feel like this is all for distraction, to be honest.
Yeah,
they want us to argue.
It is. That's
they want us to argue.
Facade of there's two sides when in reality there hasn't been two sides since the 1980s.
These are just the conversations that we had at one Trump rally, but you saw it. It did not take long to find people who agree that politicians should reject the money from billionaires, should break up massive corporate monopolies, end forever wars, and join workers on the picket line. And you would never know that if you just watched Fox or CNN. So
I think the best takeaway from this video, which many videos like this have been done time and time again, the best takeaway from this video is a constant fact. If you pay close attention to politics, you know this already, is the reality that progressive policies, especially fiscal policies, but even progressive social policies on a ballot that are not associated with a Democratic politician are infinitely more popular than Democratic politicians themselves and Republican politicians themselves as well, obviously. That's why you see, felon voter restoration act passed by much larger margins than the governor in the state of Florida. You know what I mean? That's why you see weed legalization all around the country. That's why every time there's another ballot measure or a referendum on issues such as abortion, for example, it brings out a tremendous number of people, even in a red state like Ohio, a now red state like Ohio. Okay? And what I mean by that is these people could be convinced to support progressive economic policy positions. It's just they're not gonna do it when it's the rizless Democrats that are advocating for it. Think about how much I shit on Ron DeSantis. Part of the reason why I shit on Ron DeSantis all the time is because he reminds me of a Democrat. He behaves like a Democrat. No charisma, very bad political instincts, and just awful, just an awful retail politician in general. He just sticks out like a sore thumb. He sticks out like a annoying liberal loser that's like disgusted by the people that he's talking to, right? It just reminds me so much of how Democrats operate in the field like that.
Let's try a thought experiment. What would it look like if for this one presidential election, we had conversations like these that focused on the working class, what they demand, what they need, what they deserve?
He's right about this. I mean, this part is actually true. It's if politics was kept to material realities, like issues that pertain to the working class, then yes. And if the Democratic Party genuinely did care about advancing said policies, then yeah, they would probably do better. They would look better in general. Except neither party does that. They hyper-focus on wedge issues. The Republicans control the narrative. They find a new way to stink it up. And then the Democrats find different ways to flub it and refuse to create adequate protective measures against it. And then every single conversation revolves around social issues. Now, I think a good example of this is, what is her name? Marie DeCamp or whatever? Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. Y'all remember her? The supposedly populist auto shop owner lady who looks like, I mean, she kind of looks like she would be a Bernard sister, except has been voting with the rest of the Blue Dog Democrats on the most awful shit. Okay? Let me tell you something. I know that the area that she's from is a deep red area. It seems unwinnable. Okay? And everyone is super surprised that she won at all. But what people fail to fucking recognize, okay? What people fail to recognize is that the way that you win in places like this is by refusing to talk about social policies. Okay, if you want to be a centrist Democrat in the United States of America, weirdly enough, the centrist Democrat, the Blue Dog Democrats and the centrist Democrats are literally hyper fucking conservative on fiscal issues, on economic policy, and then like incredibly defensive, weirdly enough, on social issues. It needs to be the fucking opposite. Not to say that like she should, you know, openly show her disdain for trans people and gay people or whatever the fuck. But the reality is, the real way, in my opinion, for Blue Dog Democrats or Democrats to win in fucking hyper red areas is by just being like, yeah, I'm going to shut the fuck up and not really talk about like gay stuff. Okay? Not necessarily to, you know, that doesn't mean that you just like vote or advocate to kill trans people, for the record. Okay, I hope people understand. But to just specifically hyper focus on economic populism. That's it. You're supposed to do that. But these guys, for some fucking weird reason, will always be even more to the right than the right-wing Democratic Party on what do you call it? On any kind of fiscal policy. They always focus on going to the right of the Democratic Party on fiscal policy. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to go to the left on the to the left of Democratic Party on fiscal policies. And then you're supposed to just not really talk about other stuff. Anytime someone says, "What are your thoughts on trans people?" you go, "This is irrelevant to the conversation. I think it's ridiculous to like move the conversation away from you know, material issues to trans people. I will not be taking the bait on this." Just say that. If you want to win in a deep red area, by the way, obviously this doesn't mean people, before people say like, "Well, Hasan, what the fuck are you talking about?" Like, what about you know, big urban cities in the South? Like, that's not what I'm talking about here. Okay? You do not have to. And the irony, of course, is that these guys, I mean, I think she is a TERF too, but the reality is that these guys also, because they are Democrats, they're actually, again, only like liberal on issues that actually look shitty to their constituents in general. Back in the day, I used to talk about this all the time. I was like, listen, bro. Her district is not even deep red. It's a swing district. No, her district is very red, though. It's like, fucking, come on. It's like a super rural area. The only reason why it voted for Obama is because Obama was charismatic. That's the whole point. She ran her campaign more to the left in this, which is true. She did. She ran on economic populism and then quickly dumped that. Okay? quickly dumped that to be like, no, I'm actually the bluest, doggest Democrat you can. And now the Democratic Party is running. What you're describing isn't deep red. It's a bumfuck, hick-ridden, stupid-ass fucking area, okay? Get the fuck out of here. It's +5 in general. Okay, it's not +35 like West Virginia, but, like, it's still +5. Like, what's deep? What are we doing here? It's not like it's close. I saw this tweet as well. I know this is something you're not supposed to say as an online leftist, lol, or whatever, but I've lived in our district half my life, and everyone saying an actual leftist could win here has no idea what they're talking about. I don't think that a real leftist is what you think it is, I guess. She did win. She won on a like mishmash of you know, I'm a small business owner, but also I'm like kind of I'm interested in like making sure that Americans can survive. She had like the same Justice Democrat style Bernie cut videos, okay? Hasan W. How is he the best thing to come out of the Young Turks? Who is this person? Also, Emma Vigeland literally exists, and I agree with this take. Yeah, I think Emma Vigeland is the best thing to come out of the Young Turks. Bro, stop sending election Twitter accounts. What do you mean? Rural Washington would vote for Hitler. They'd probably vote Adolf Hitler in. It's true. People are like, what do you mean? I don't understand. But it's like, you're not wrong. Like, the fucking same with Oregon. Motherfuckers are like, well, you know, look at Portland. Like, I don't understand. It's like, have you seen what shit looks like immediately outside of fucking Portland, dude? Leave Oregon out of this? Fuck no. People always forget Oregon was so racist, they just didn't even do slavery. Like, they were like, we just don't even want any black people around us. People forget that was a part of the inception of Oregon, okay? Oregon literally was like, no, you don't understand. Like, we hate black people so much, we don't even want slavery to happen in the state. It's crazy. Anyway. The point is, she did win, and she won on saying that she was a small business owner or whatever, but also saying that, like, she was going to help people in her district, that she was going to help people, she was going to help Washingtonians survive, okay? Help them out. I guess, like, you could say that everybody says that, but the vibes that she put out on her campaign were very, like, Justice Democrats style vibes overall. Okay? My point is, if she wasn't, like, advocating against, like, the most idiotic positions, the only successful popular policy provisions, like, you know, abolishing student loan debt, for example, if she wasn't fucking triangulating against that kind of shit, if she was actually more in favor of socialized medicine or things of that nature that are objectively popular and good, and then on the other hand, whenever they asked her about, like, trans people or whatever, she was just like, oh, I don't care about any of that. That's irrelevant to me. She would do a much better job. Most of these people would do a much better job advocating for basic policies that every American understands is a good thing, okay, on the economic side, and then just shut the fuck up about social issues. They don't have to make it their main goal in their campaigns. Economic populism is so successful, Republicans utilize it all the time. They are the ones who are weaponizing it now more successfully than the Democrats. Like, if you run on like gun control, and by that I mean not like understandable regular gun control measures that should be implemented, but instead like we're gonna come and seize your AR-15s from your fucking cold dead hands like Beto O'Rourke, and that like every home needs to have a gay child in it, and also on top of that we're cutting taxes, and we're cutting taxes in the lamest way possible through like tax credits if you're I don't know, if you went to a liberal arts university or whatever. You are like triangulating in the worst fucking ways possible. Yeah, but the GOP lies about populism. They don't actually legislate anything and even remotely populist. I agree. We're talking about winning elections now. Social issues allows them the virtue signal without doing shit, and the capitalists like it better than the fake class consciousness, because what if the workers start to really see how shit works? Not like these fucks ever do shit about marginalized people. Not really. Yeah. Chatters are going to change their tune when this video actually plays.
Barbie or Oppenheimer from Jason. Okay, this is gonna like make me sound like such a like Luddite, but like I can't remember the last time I like saw a movie, and we didn't have Barbies in the house growing up. But I do like nuclear power. I'm vaguely aware of what's going on in pop culture, really, someday might get to engage in that. But okay, so I guess that was a dodge, but see ya.
That's it? That's where chatters are going to change their tune?
Jason.
Slade says I'm a secret Republican. Fox News says I'm a left-wing street gang. Both are wrong, and most people are sick of lazy clickbait like this. I'm a rural Democrat and pro-choice working mom. Same as always. Who is this woman exactly? I mean, she's like, she owns an auto shop. They went and, she went and won in a pretty red district, and then turned around and became like a blue dog Democrat in the worst ways possible. The reality is that she won on like progressive coded campaign strategies in a red district, only to follow through on some of the grossest, most like Clintonite style idiotic austerity implementation. She's literally lesbian bait. I'd vote for her as a lesbian. Does she have to run to the left for primaries, then run to right to win in a general? At least in Illinois, even the more centrist GOP has to run for primaries. Same thing, no? To be honest, this discourse might be the reason for votes in that. Like Joe Manchin, she wants to be able to prove that the left hates her and therefore she's acceptably conservative. It's so stupid. Just, yeah. Mike hates her for the same reasons that I dislike her. That she originally got into politics as a Bernie supporter. She's a total piece of shit. Yes. A lot of people don't realize that like there's a reason why her whole vibe and her shtick was like a Subaru lesbian when she was running campaign ads. And then she fucking turned around, and when she was in office, immediately was like, no, I actually think that if you have ever taken a student loan, like you should go to prison. And he didn't pay for it. What's a Subaru lesbian? Actually, you're right. I should have just said a lesbian. It's reductive. Anyway, that's fun stuff. Let's move on from that. We'll cover. We'll do more on the Maui wildfires.
We're going to get right to an update on the latest in Maui with the wildfire disaster there. Authorities are now saying at least 55 people were killed. Many are still missing. The number expected to rise. Evacuations are ongoing, and so is the assessment of the destruction there on Maui. But we know right now that more than 1,000 homes and other structures were damaged or destroyed. Among those, historic buildings and businesses as well. Jonathan Vigliotti got a ride along with a helicopter company bringing much needed, desperately needed supplies to the devastated historic town of Lahaina. And he joins us now. Jonathan, boy, these pictures are really hard to take in. Good morning to you.
And good morning to you. Yeah, you can't capture the destruction in a single frame. The resources here on the island have been incredibly stretched thin. And this morning, it is all hands on deck. The military is here on the ground. They're assisting with search and recovery. And as we witness firsthand, civilians are also taking to the sky to help out in any way they can. But the mood here this morning is one of truly growing desperation. People are desperate to get off the island. Others are desperate to get back to their homes. And then there are those who are desperately trying to get in touch with loved ones.
It's been 3 days since multiple wildfires tore through Maui, claiming dozens of lives and destroying hundreds of buildings.
What we saw was likely the largest natural disaster in Hawaii's state history.
80% of the tourist town of Lahaina is gone. Thursday's sunrise gave a full picture of the damage left behind. Entire blocks of homes and businesses wiped out. Some residents told us they never received official warnings.
We kind of just figured it out on our own. I realized when it was time to go, when the smoke was so dark, we could not see anything outside.
Liza Tobias took these photos as she fled her home. She returned on foot Thursday to find it in ruins, and her father, Carlo Tobias, missing after he refused to leave Tuesday night.
I wanted to force him to come with me, but he was very hard-headed and he didn't want to come.
Many who escaped the flames are now waiting for roads to reopen to see if their home survived. But others who've been trapped inside by those same road closures are running low on basics. Blue Hawaiian Helicopters has been gathering essential supplies and carting them to their choppers, where they pack as much as they can for people running out of food and water.
This is really the only way to get around these days.
It is, unfortunately. We joined them yesterday for their second full day of deliveries.
I got a text this morning for a coworker that they're running out of food, so when our people need them, we're there.
Yeah, no Diet Coke and Pepsi only. That sucks, dude. Shit.
As soon as we arrived, the Blue Hawaiian fleet was greeted by the fire department, who helped them unload the supplies and then helped them reload with evacuating passengers.
It does appear like a bomb and fire went off.
Despite losing one of Maui's most beloved towns, Hawaii's governor is hopeful for Lahaina's future.
It is going to take many years to rebuild Lahaina. It will be a new Lahaina that Maui builds in its own image.
And this morning, there are growing questions over the emergency response. I spoke with a number of survivors who say they never received a single evacuation order, even when this fire started. They never got a text message. In fact, they tell me by the time firefighters did arrive in the town of Lahaina, much of it was already destroyed, Nate.
Jonathan, thank you.
There are new questions this morning about
1,000 people are potentially missing. Up to 1,000 people might have died this week in the fire that swept through the town of Lahaina in Hawaii. Could be one of the worst death events from a wildfire in history. Not a natural disaster. The fingerprints of the fossil fuel industry are all over this. It's a direct result of the passing of Hurricane Dora. Wait, what? And have nothing to do with climate change? Read more here. Irrational fear. Wait. Okay. As far as I understand, this area is already dry, but the fact that
But the fact that hurricanes and climate change also, you almost got blue checked. No, at first I thought he was going to talk about the actual impact that climate change has on areas like this, or specifically on with respect to wildfires. And I was wrong. I thought that's what he was going to say. I was wrong.
The vegetation surrounding the
Here.
community.
A big part of it is, as far as I understand, a big part of it is the non-native tropical grasses that are drier, that make it worse. Hawaii's getting hotter. Hawaii's getting drier in general. Same with the wildfire season in California. I mean, similar reasons as to why the wildfire season in California has gotten worse and worse overall. Even if there is a direct result of like PG&E, for example, right? Like they haven't modernized their infrastructure, even though they get tax breaks for it, and then some of those lines fall. The reason why that wildfire spreads to a further area and has much larger damage and a much larger impact than before is because the drier the vegetation is, the easier for the wildfires to spread. Or in the case of Lahaina, if you have an already dry area of Hawaii and you have even crazier hurricanes and higher wind speeds than you ever have had before, then all of a sudden, you're making the impact worse. So it's setting up the conditions that is ripe for a lot of devastation. Climate change is not literally making the world so hot that like things are lighting up on fire. It doesn't have to be that direct. That's what people don't understand. Sweep the forest is technically not wrong either, as far as I understand. Donald Trump isn't even like entirely incorrect on that. They didn't sweep the forest, folks. People just don't understand. Like, if climate change is making an area drier, temperatures are rising, and areas are becoming drier, vegetation is becoming drier, and then also simultaneously making extreme weather conditions where like hurricane wind speeds are getting faster and faster. On top of that, you've created a perfect environment, a perfect Tinder box for an explosive wildfire that is much larger than it could have been and much less controllable.
In Lahaina, as well as the community upcountry Maui, which was experiencing similar fires, which are still burning right now. And these are changes that have affected most of the island in the state, in the sense that the
holy fuck. Biden declares Hawaii a major disaster, unblocks federal aid, and rumors swirl that a laser beam struck the island of Maui. Fucking awesome, dude.
These change in land use over the past couple decades, the decline in agricultural production has really resulted in the dramatic expansion of these non-native tropical grasses. And this really creates this vulnerability that we're seeing right now. And the
İnanma, sağ ol be abi. İnanacaktım valla. Manyak mısın oğlum?
the really
Turkish guy said, don't believe that. Like, thanks, man. Thanks. I was just about to believe that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. But because I'm subscribed, I don't believe the existence of the top of the hour ad break. Do not worry. You can also live in a world where you don't believe the top of the hour ad break ever exists by subscribing for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Hotter air also holds more humidity, which means that water would usually be in the ground or in plants, animals where it usually is, leading to drier lands that are prone to wildfires. The hotter the planet gets, the more thirsty the air will be, leading to droughts where they didn't used to exist. These little weirdos fighting each other.
I feel like every single time I cover the Hawaii situation, it's like so devastating and so awful that I always want to lighten the mood up a little bit by, you know, showing you a little bit of Kaya and Fiona duking it out. Kaya's going to be a bully when she's older? What do you mean? She's already a bully.
The explosive growth in fire that we saw over the past couple of days.
Were you surprised by the scale of this disaster and now this debate over where were the early warning, you know, so many deaths and there are probably a number more, how it could have been dealt with in a different way? I mean, you have the governor saying this is the worst natural disaster in Hawaii's history.
Yeah, I think we're clearly grappling with the human toll. This is something that's absolutely unprecedented, and I don't think, I mean, just the loss and hearing these stories that of your prior guests, I mean, this is gonna, it's still sinking in for all of us just how dramatic this is and just what the impact that this has had on the people, like first and foremost. As far as the unprecedented nature of these fires, unfortunately, this is something we've been seeing over the past decade at least. And we can look back to 2019, where 21 homes were lost in West Maui due to similar fires. The same year, we had about 20,000 acres burned through central Maui. 2018, we actually had a near pass of another hurricane system that coincided with large-scale fires on Oahu, on the west side of Oahu. And in each of these incidents, what we're seeing, I think as your first guest mentioned, is our the firefighters we have on the ground. Those are the resources we have. They were spread incredibly thin over this past week. They're, you know, doing everything that they can. And as far as what we can do, and by we I mean the response agencies that we work with, the nonprofits, Hawaii Wildfire Management Organization, I have to give them credit too, but we're trying to get the word out and identify the actions that communities and land managers can take prior to these fires.
Lahaina was once a wetland. Boats circled around Waikoloa Church. It only became dry and fire-prone because illegal water diversions and land theft by sugar barons in the 1800s. Today, the same families reap insane profits off continued control of our irrigation, land regulators, and politicians. As we rebuild, we must restore Green New Deal promise of public land and water use. Okay, but what does Tim Pool have to say about this?
Pollution.
Oh, you can call it whatever you want, but yeah, right. My attitude is, look, we are not on good terms with China right now. I mean, we can pretend, oh no, trade's going on, everything's fine. No, come on. They want Taiwan. They're building up their military. There's a chance for escalation, a chance for conflict. They want the South China Sea, and then they've got ships with Russia coming near the Aleutians, coming near U.S. territory, going near Hawaii, and then they're pulling off something like this. So look,
something like what?
How hard is it to start a fire? It's ridiculously easy to start a fire. And they can fire lasers? Okay.
It's a little challenging to get the fire to spread, but there were hurricane level, it said it was like hurricane level winds, or there's
I don't
heavy high winds.
So they're saying if they can start 50 fires all at once with a sequence of satellites doing high burst, high energy lasers, then getting fire to spread isn't really the issue, because
there ain't no fucking way, dog. There ain't no way that this dude is what? No, this has got to be like, wait, what? Stop it, dude. Stop. Dude, they went from Jewish space lasers to Chinese space lasers. They're like, we're not giving up on the space laser shit, but like, we're just going to say it's the Chinese that did it.
You make the fire instantly in a bunch of different places.
And they can monitor the weather in Hawaii. I mean, you could just Google that. Like what I was reading from the National Guardsman who was making a statement was that, you know, there's low humidity and high wind. So that's perfect conditions for wildfires to spread, which means any arson fires would also spread as quickly. Like China is perfectly able to say, like, this happens to be a dangerous period for fire in Hawaii. Perhaps now, if they were to do something. There was also a Chinese balloon observed above international waters near Hawaii in February 2022.
Wow. Right.
Yeah. So it does seem like, obviously, they have a targeted interest in Hawaii. And
remember when Marjorie Taylor Greene argued that there were like space lasers that could start fires.
Maybe she was right.
I think it's really funny because they claimed she said Jewish space lasers when she mentioned like Rothschild's bank was providing funding for certain technology or whatever. And I'm like, well, I don't know about any of that, but I can tell you that we have video of lasers being fired from satellites. Their argument came from a pollution monitoring satellite, but lasers did come from this satellite. Now, I don't know the capabilities of this, but I'm not going to believe them, right? I'm not going to believe China's like, we're looking for pollution.
Thank God he said that. After spending 2 minutes being like, oh, it definitely is a Chinese space laser. He's like, well, I'm not going to believe them. But like I kind of do.
Pollution in Hawaii?
Well, and they
That's awesome. That's fucking insane. Or wait, is he saying he's not going to believe if China says...
over the past couple of days.
Okay, why are you sending this to me? Oh, he's not going to believe China if they... Oh, so he's not even saying that... He's not even saying that you'd be surprised how advanced technology the government have. These weapon companies, they're 20, 30 years ahead. Rothschild still run part. Please do not ban this guy. This guy's got some really good ideas. Mods, we're keeping this one.
And so that we can reduce risk, create safer conditions, and sort of relieve the burden, which at this point really falls onto our emergency responders. Another element or dimension to this change in land use, or the limited management we see on these lands, these tropical grasslands that cover the state, it's about 1 million acres, is that as those operations have kind of removed from the landscape, you lose a lot of the knowledge that was there from the workers who knew where the roads were maintaining the roads, maintaining water access. So again, all of this burden falls on our firefighters, and we're asking them to do really heavy lifting. And up until this incident, we also have to say they've done a commendable job of really protecting our communities. This is, as you said, this is the worst we've ever seen, and all of the fires that we have seen over the past couple decades since agriculture has been declining, our firefighters are typically very successful at protecting homes, infrastructure, and human lives.
Professor Tronick, President Biden has pledged disaster relief, immediate assistance to those affected. But what would it mean if he actually outright declared not just a state emergency in Hawaii, a national climate emergency, a national state of emergency?
It's a difficult question for Hawaii. We struggle here having long-term funding in place, and part of that reason as far as the relationship with the federal government, and again, I can only really speak to the fire realm, fire management realm, is that we don't have these large tracts of federal land, and that's usually the mechanism through which, National Forests, Bureau of Land Management, these are the mechanisms, at least in the continental U.S., that funding kind of comes in for this kind of work. And what we're talking about for a disaster like this to prevent the next one is to support these efforts on the ground that are actually altering the condition of those fuels. And there are lots of examples, lots of people working on this, ranging from working with ranchers to do targeted grazing, doing fuel break networks to give firefighters a fighting chance, re-implementing traditional agriculture. There's examples.
Nothing. It's just she just knocked over the trash can. It's not the end of the world. And then Kaya got scared, and so did she, because it was loud.
Examples of folks restoring taro, low-E wetland taro to actually act as fire breaks, all the way through to reforestation, where we're converting these fuels into something else, something less likely to burn. And I think, our job, what we've been working on, the folks doing fire prevention work for the number of years now, is just how do we scale this up? And so that's really what we need to be thinking about.
Yeah. Here, let's get back to the man describing his decision to jump in the ocean.
From officials in the lead up to the wildfires that have completely decimated parts of.
Pretty crazy that kicking indigenous people off the land and interfering with their stewardship causes larger, less manageable fires. Yeah, I mean.
Maui. When asked if he thought the island's siren warning system worked sufficiently, the mayor of Maui would not comment. He did say it was a, quote, impossible situation. Our affiliate KABC spoke with a man who tried to save his home until the very last moment.
I sat up on top of the roof and I battled the fire for about 3 hours. I couldn't do it anymore. And then I said, I have to move. And then I ran to the ocean and I gave in.
So you literally saved yourself by jumping into the ocean?
Yes.
When you turned around and looked back, what'd you see?
Devastation. Everything. Gone.
Now, the number of those killed is now at 55, but it's unclear how high it could rise because police do not know how many people are actually missing.
How many people are still missing at this hour?
He's going to defer that to me, I guess.
Sure, whomever. Yeah.
So, honestly, we don't know. And here's the challenge. There's no power. There's no internet. There's no radio coverage. Until we get some of those basic things set up, we're not going to have that number.
There are hundreds upon hundreds of burned out homes and buildings in Lahaina, the town eviscerated by the fast-moving inferno. The mayor of Maui just said those buildings have not been searched yet, and that the current death toll only represents bodies found outside of the buildings.
We have not yet searched in the interior of the buildings. We're waiting for FEMA to help with that search as they are equipped to handle the hazmat conditions of the buildings that have been burnt.
Well, this morning, those FEMA teams are on the way from California and from Washington State, and they are taking cadaver dogs with them. And now there are serious questions about if or when people were warned to evacuate. Some survivors say they either didn't get evacuation orders or the orders just came too late when the flames were already closing in. And we just spoke to one man who said that he never heard any sirens.
But you were telling me that this is not just one village on Maui. This will affect
every single person, every one of my friends lost their job because the building they worked at. So much of the people that live here work here on the west side. It's like where the hotels are. It's where all the tourists come. It's the reason we don't have beaches, you know? So it's like everyone's lost their job, they've lost their house, they've lost their family. I think there's going to be hundreds of people dead, and I don't say that as any conspiracy theory. I just look at how fast it moved, and I know how people around here, we're all in slippers. You know, it happens. What happens? How are you going to get out that fast? It's all wooden houses super close together in that neighborhood. You've probably been here on vacation. If there's a way you can help, it's your turn. Help here because it's needed. Every single home in Lahaina is gone. It's like I said before, it's apocalyptic.
That explanation coming to our Bill Weir, who is there in Maui. Bill, good morning to you. Listen, we have seen the pictures. You are there. What does it look like? What does it feel like?
It is so hard. It gets you in your guts, Victor, when you truly take in the scope of the devastation in Lahaina town. I was lucky enough to be there years ago when it was at its most charming. And it's paradise. It's one of the most beautiful places, but just today, it's unrecognizable. It looks really like the set of a World War II movie in the middle of Front Street there. Everything man-made structurally is blackened and charred and just melted. It smells. It reminds me of the smells I came across in Paradise, California, after the record deadly fire in the United States happened there, because every petroleum product, all the pipes, all the plastic, the fiberglass boats is melted into this soup that's now floating in the harbor there. And mostly you talk to some of the folks. I talked to the gentleman you just saw there, Eddie Garcia, who's a local farmer. He was cutting furiously a fire break on his farm to try to stop the flames the days before, and it actually paid off for him. He lost a lot, but nothing compares to his neighbors who have nothing, who didn't have the time to grab their clothes or even a passport before they fled. And now there's that worry. I hear it again and again. They're worried that the death count will just go higher and higher. As you mentioned, they start to search buildings. Right now, it seems to me they're finding folks who are trapped on the road, either in their cars or they tried to take refuge in the waves of the Pacific. I heard one story of a woman who stood in the waves or waited there for 8 hours. The man next to her did not survive. And so when they start going through the structures, some of which are just turned to ash, sadly, those statistics have to climb. And now it's just people are going through sort of the 5 stages in real time of grief, understanding what's lost, understanding how to come together. But if there's a place that can be done, it's Hawaii. I talk about the community, the strength of community in this state, especially on Maui, Western Maui. There's very tight community there as well, and boy, they need each other now more than ever.
Certainly do. There's real concern about a lack of warning that a lot of survivors are talking about. The mayor just spoke with NBC News, Bill, and was asked, did the emergency sirens work? Here's what he said.
So everything happened so quickly. I can't comment on whether or not the sirens sounded or not, but I know that the fires came up so quickly and they spread so fast.
Bill, you're on the ground. What are people telling you?
Records indicate that Maui's warning sirens were not activated.
Within minutes, less than minutes.
When the Lahaina fire began, state says.
The embers were blowing so fast, and people didn't have any sort of early warning system. We are hearing mixed reports of some people got some sort of an alert on their phones similar to a tsunami warning, which they're used to here in the islands, but the speed of this, and there's the escape routes are so limited. You know, you've got the high up country, the mountainsides, you've got the ocean, and with just a few roads in between. And once the traffic was backed up there, people had nowhere to go. I talked to one gentleman, Bill Weiland, who famous art gallery owner here, who escaped his gallery on a motorcycle. And he thinks that made all the difference because he was able to go around some of the cars.
Bill, we appreciate your reporting. We'll keep watching it throughout the day as the sun comes up there and they go into some of these buildings. Thank you.
Joining us now is the retired chief of the Maui Fire Department, Lionel Montalvo. Chief, thank you so much for being with us. I want to start here with what we're learning about alerts and warnings. You say that there have been fires like this before. They were able to have been contained. How do the alerts and warnings play into the containment and minimizing the damage, and were there enough here?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how this event unfolded. In the past, we were fortunate enough to have the opportunity of sounding those alerts. Yeah, so activating the alert system would simply require just a request on the radio or a phone call to the emergency management center.
Yeah, that's a real question now. Was it working? Did those calls happen? I wonder what, Chief, your response is to hearing from the mayor that they haven't gone in the buildings yet, and what that you think that means for the death toll.
Yeah, it's devastating, I'm sure, for all those involved and those that are doing the work out there. We're still in the process of waiting for assistance from the urban search and rescue units that's coming in. We do have the National Guard. We do have the capability of doing it ourselves. But if you can imagine, the department's limitation is, you know, one building. This is a whole village, many structures that need to be searched, and it's going to take some time.
We turn now to a deal between Iran and the United States that is set to free 5 American citizens in exchange for releasing billions of dollars in blocked funds. President Biden signed off on the agreement, which is already drawing criticism.
Hawaiian here, the conspiracists out here are saying that some group purposely lit the fires in Kula and Makau to take the firefighter attention there, and then lit the Lahaina fire in order to raise the town so they can rebuild and make it look like Waikiki. I mean, I don't know enough about Hawaii. But I don't think you need a conspiracy. I don't think you need a conspiracy for what will inevitably happen with respect to major developers coming in and rebuilding in the aftermath of a massive
natural disaster like this. You know what I mean? Like that, like tourism corporations are going to, no matter what, come in, sweep in, and take advantage of a natural disaster. Usually this is how it works. This is how it works in Puerto Rico. This is how it worked in Puerto Rico. This is how it works in Hawaii too. The beaches are, Lahaina has no beaches, so it's less developer desired. Kaya, stop being an asshole. No. I don't like that. Sorry. She's like barking at Fiona for drinking the water. She's being like weirdly selfish.
From Republicans. Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent and moderator of Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan, is in Washington with the details. Margaret, good morning.
And good morning to you, Nate. This breakthrough comes amid heightened tension with Iran. The very first step of President Biden's deal with Iran's regime is the transfer of these 5 Americans to a hotel room in Tehran where they are living under guard. It still may be weeks before they return to the U.S.
Shortly after their release from Tehran's notorious Evin prison, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said U.S. officials spoke with the 5 Americans.
I think they're, needless to say, very happy to be out of prison.
The Americans may be back on U.S. soil as soon as September, but that depends on a series of sensitive diplomatic arrangements. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
There's a lot of negotiating that's left to go here to get them home. They are not safe. They're out of prison, which is a good thing, but they are not completely safe.
Over the coming weeks, Iran will gain access to $6 billion held in a restricted account in South Korea. Those funds will be transferred to Qatar. Once there, Iran will be able to use them for purchases permitted under U.S. sanctions. Tehran also claims that 5 Iranians will be released from U.S. custody. A U.S. official told CBS that no such exchange has taken place. The families are eager to reunite with businessman Siamak Namazi, imprisoned in 2015. Environmentalist Murad Tabaz, and businessman Imad Shargi, taken in 2018. The U.S. considers them wrongfully detained, as the Shargi family told CBS Mornings in 2021.
Do you have any idea why the Iranian authorities would take your father?
Yeah, it's because he's an American citizen. I mean, there is a history of this happening to be used as leverage.
Granting any relief to Iran's regime draws political heat. Republican presidential candidate Mike Pence said the released funds will encourage hostage-taking.
But I think President Biden's decision is a disgrace. The United States of America doesn't pay ransom.
Now, the White House said this is not ransom and that no U.S. taxpayer dollars will be used. The funds, Gail, are from unfrozen Iranian oil revenue. Now, 2 additional American...
That's insane. I was going to say, like, there is 0% chance that this wasn't their own money to begin with, okay? God, America is so crazy. And then motherfuckers would be like, first of all, we do pay ransom, but also, it's wild to be like, wow, America's not like the craziest country on the planet that has this, like, hands in every pocket. Like, we just gave Iran back $6 billion of their own money. By way of South Korea. That goes into Qatar. What the fuck?
Americans have asked for their names to be kept private, but are part of this release. And the U.S. government warns Americans against any travel to Iran.
All right, we just want to get them home. Thank you very much, Margaret.
Well, now to new allegations for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. A new report says he's accepted more gifts from a billionaire than...
Chat, not every fucking police chase needs to be covered, okay? Some of them are boring. Calm down.
Elizabeth Schulze has the latest. Good morning to you, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Eva. This latest report about Justice Clarence Thomas is fueling a debate around ethics and transparency at the nation's highest court.
This morning, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is facing new allegations. He accepted luxurious vacations and gifts from wealthy individuals and didn't properly disclose them. ProPublica reports those gifts include at least 38 destination vacations, 2 stays at luxury resorts, 26 flights on private jets and 8 on helicopters, and a dozen VIP passes to sporting events. The publication.
I don't get it. Nothing wrong with this. I was told Supreme Court justices just kind of do that, and you can't really say anything about it because it is what it is. You know what I mean? I don't understand.
Says it found no evidence the donors of the gifts had legal cases in front of the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court internally definitely has ethical rules. They're voluntarily adhered to. And at the same time, they can be quite broad and also quite vague. Even if something isn't unlawful or violating an ethical code, that in fact, there is something unseemly, gross maybe even, about flying around on private jets with billionaires.
ABC News has not independently verified ProPublica's latest claims, and the Supreme Court hasn't responded to requests for comment. After ProPublica revealed in April that Thomas failed to disclose high-end vacations and private jet travel paid for by billionaire Republican donor Harlan Crow, the conservative justice said it was his understanding he wasn't required to report this sort of personal hospitality from close personal friends.
What you hear from folks on the left is that maybe he hasn't violated the letter of these regulations, but he is certainly bringing disrepute on the Supreme Court.
Other members of the court.
Yeah, that's what leftists are saying. That this harms the institutional sanctity of the Supreme Court. That's what I'm saying always. I'm always trying to defend these institutions. I'm like, come on. Won't anybody think about the sanctity of the Supreme Court? Come on now. I'm saying it right now.
Are also under scrutiny. Justice Samuel Alito defended himself after he didn't report a luxury trip to Alaska and a.
Bro, you know Brett Kavanaugh's like, how the fuck did these dumbasses forget that I conveniently and suspiciously had hundreds of thousands of gambling debt, hundreds of thousands of dollars in gambling debt that mysteriously disappeared right before I became a Supreme Court justice. Like, all of these people are talking about all this shit. Like, Brett Kavanaugh had that. They always do it.
Private jet flight. And Justice Sonia Sotomayor reportedly used taxpayer-funded staff at the Supreme Court to help sell her books.
Oh, I'm losing it. It's like the Republican Supreme Court justices are like not disclosing the murdered blood boy prostitutes or whatever that they went on a trip to fucking Bali, and then Sotomayor is like trying to sell books with staffers. I hate this. It's so funny. It's like I'm glad that we're doing both sides on this. Thank you. Yeah, somebody needs to handle Sotomayor. She's getting out of control with this, okay? She's getting unruly and completely out of control with the self-promotion that she engaged in with taxpayer-funded staffers. Brother, what are you talking about? Every single one of them took private jets with like fucking billionaire oil barons. How is this on the same coverage? They didn't even include Brett Kavanaugh's gambling debt that mysteriously pee-pee-poofed. Where'd it go?
The most powerful judges in America, and yet they are not required to follow even the most basic ethical standards.
Dick Durbin about to utilize the Senate Judiciary Committee on Sotomayor in the interest of bipartisanship. Dick Durbin is about to whip the fucking Senate Judiciary Committee which includes Dianne Feinstein, of course. They're going to wheel her ass out so they can fucking kill Sotomayor and then not do anything about, Alito, Thomas, Kavanaugh. She's like, that's right. Finally, some real fucking justice out here. No more woke liberal justices. You know what I mean? She should resign. Yeah, exactly.
Senate Democrats are pushing to pass a law that would require Supreme Court justices to adopt a binding code of ethics, but it faces an uphill battle in a divided Congress.
Like, why? This is bipartisan. Why? I mean, I know why, but it's like, it doesn't get any better than this, okay? Any better than this. It doesn't get any better than this.
9 justices have suggested that they oppose that move. DeMarco.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out.
Thank you, George Stephanopoulos. All right, let's get to America's forgotten socialist history. This is probably going to talk about another presidential candidate who was arrested and ran from prison, I suspect. That's right, Eugene V. Debs time from friend of the show, Second Thought, America's forgotten socialist history.
This episode is brought to you by Nebula. If you'd like to help support Second Thought,
Second Thought doesn't miss, okay? Straight up. No misses. All hits, no misses, baby.
And the deprogram, and First Thought, consider signing up for Nebula at the link below. So, Socialism. It's not America's favorite thing.
Socialism.
Socialism.
America will never be a socialist country.
It's like if you had 2 cows, right? And then the government. Ask any American, and they'll tell you this large field of corn we call the US has always been a capitalist country. Ask socialists for that matter. It's honestly pretty difficult to look at the history of the most powerful capitalist country that's ever existed and say otherwise. Whether it's the Red Scare or the Cold War, not to mention all the CIA-backed coups abroad, the US has obviously got a capitalist, anti-communist thing going. And if you watched the last episode, you know that this is something the right likes to weaponize. In this country, progressive ideas are discredited by being labeled Marxism. Marxism gets labeled un-American, and un-American things get labeled destructive, or even evil. It's one of the ways conservatives stigmatize the left's politics, by saying they aren't from here, and that makes them bad and scary.
I will order my government to deny entry.
You might not want to
all
eat during this.
communists,
Why?
all Marxists.
What, react content? Is that why I'm not reacting hard enough? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. This is Second Thought, baby. These are my homies, okay? Suck my dick. Anyway, I would say show some love to the boy, but you guys already have, I feel like. But if you guys are unfamiliar, Second Thought and the Deprogram Boys are some of my favorite content creators on YouTube. Yeah, don't even get me started on this. What do you think this guy being a tanky bullshit, okay?
Those who come to and join our country must love our country. We want them to love our country. We don't want them when they want to destroy our country. Welcome to America. We want to destroy your country. Thank you very much.
But in this episode, we're going to challenge this idea. While the US has never been governed by a socialist party, that's true, it's not true that socialism isn't a big part of this country's history, and not just because of the Red Scares. Let's start at the beginning. Quick disclaimer before we actually begin, this couldn't in any way be a complete history of socialism in the US. There's just way too much for one video, which kinda tells you everything already. But anyway. Before settler colonists showed up, North America had quite a bit of socialism already.
Damn! My man's saying primitive accumulation? That's, like, he's gonna go... I mean, I guess this is technically not it, but like, I guess this is, right? This could be considered that, right? Indigenous formations that have no interest in like the profit incentive in any way, shape, or form. Primitive communism.
Native Americans, and I'm very much generalizing here, organized advanced societies on this continent oftentimes along pretty socialistic lines, meaning things like collective ownership and management of economic resources, environmental stewardship instead of resource extraction, intra-clan democracy, and multi-clan democratic federations.
it was socialistic, you know, the indigenous socialism collectively. This is why native property wasn't recognized, because it was collectively owned.
That's Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, by the way. She's the author of this book. In it, among other things, she talks about how indigenous nations like the Haudenosaunee, also known as the Iroquois, organized along more socialistic and democratic lines than you might expect. Dunbar Ortiz specifically mentions how this allowed Native Americans to thrive for centuries, when, by contrast, some European colonizers in the early 1600s had to resort to cannibalism and coprophagy. Please don't Google that word. According to this famous book by Howard Zinn. Not only was all this happening right here, it's been argued by historians, and even recognized by Congress, that the Haudenosaunee Constitution actually influenced parts of the US Constitution. So beyond just happening in the same place, this history had some bearing on our current government. Though, admittedly, not that much, because, well, we'll get to that. Anyway, calling pre-European America socialist is a bit of a stretch, no doubt about it. North American societies before the Crackening were incredibly different from one another. They had important shortcomings relative to contemporary socialist politics.
No! I don't know what that was about. I'm so sorry. Please don't ban me. Does he do that? My man's name is JT. He's a white guy from Texas. If there's one guy who has the card, objectively, it's him. You can't get whiter than a fucking white guy by the name of JT from Texas, brother. Holy fuck.
Politics. And socialism would just have to look very different today, post-industrial revolution. It's interesting, and to this day, socialist politics continue to inspire indigenous activism in the US, with groups like the Red Nation, for example. And vice versa. Marx's ideas of communism, particularly later in his life, drew inspiration from Native American politics. While the Native American genocide did a lot to limit this influence, the US's place in socialist history is actually pretty important. But it obviously doesn't stop there. Let's fast forward a bit to the 1800s. In the US, the early 1800s were a bit of an experimental time for socialists. All across the country, a number of communities sprang up following utopian socialist principles, meaning experiments in creating socialist societies within capitalism. No overthrowing. There was Robert Owen's New Harmony in Indiana, George and Sophia Ripley's Brook Farm in Massachusetts, the North American Phalanx in New Jersey. The Shakers had communities all over the US, and you get the idea. These small communities were organized according to a number of socialist principles, like equality and communality, and they developed around the same time as, slightly before, famous socialist theorists Proudhon and Marx started their inquiry into capitalism and socialism. Rather impressively, some of these experiments lasted quite a long time, however, never at a very large scale. In parallel, though, you had the organized labor movement. From the 1820s to the 1860s, union organizations began to pop up all over the place and started gaining a national scope. First with the National Printers Union, then other unions of craft workers, then trades assemblies and councils and federations, all of which brought unions together under one big umbrella. In 1881, craft unions established the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada. And eventually, they realized long names are dumb, and they renamed it to the American Federation of Labor, or AFL, which actually still exists. Today, in 2023, the AFL-CIO is the largest union federation in the US, at 12.5 million members. And although there's a lot to say about it, both then and now, its place in American socialist history is incredibly important, as we'll see in a second. Around this time, you also had massive organizations like the Knights of Labor, which started in 1869 as a secret pro-labor society for workers and non-workers. By 1886, it had grown to over 700,000 members in just over 15 years. And if the date 1886 feels familiar to you, that might be because it's the year of the Haymarket Massacre. If you've never heard about it before, Haymarket was a key moment in socialist history, when several hundreds of thousands of workers from
You should go and tell Second Thought that 25,000 people are watching his content. I bet you he'd be very upset. You should clip this right now. His Twitter is not Second Thought. It's JT. Start with JT. I forget what his full handle is. See what he has to say about it. JT Chapman. Yeah. Do it. Come back to us with the results. Okay.
From the AFL and the Knights and other organizations went on strike to demand the 8-hour workday all across the U.S. And in Chicago at Haymarket.
Ironic because this is what we celebrate every Friday as well. Relax, lol. No, you should do it.
Market
Come
Square,
on, see what happens.
They were met with police officers' bullets. Because at this time, socialist and anarchist politics were not just well established in workers' movements, those movements were now well organized, and most importantly, they were big. Just massive unions. This frightened the American ruling class of industrial capitalists, which up to that point, you can imagine was pretty happy paying workers.
Also important to mention that this is why, you know, although cops are wage laborers in the same way that any other wage laborer is, they are considered class traders by socialist standards, given their antagonistic position to labor movements. Their goal in society is to basically be the enforcers of the state, which is a capitalist state that does not want socialism to exist or does not want a dictatorship of the proletariat.
Close to nothing and making them clock 60-hour work weeks. Anyway, at Haymarket, on May 1st, 1886, one of these 8-hour workday strikes was met by industrialist-funded, brutal police repression. Officers shot and killed 2 striking workers, and in response, workers organized a rally to protest police violence. Officers ordered them to disperse, and a still unknown striker threw an explosive at them. It detonated, killed an officer, and what followed was a full-on shootout that led to the death of 10 more people and the injury of over 70. That summer, 8 prominent Chicago anarchists were put on trial for the death of the police officers involved, and 7 of them were executed. Today, that strike, the massacre...
Ironic, because again, throughout American history, cops kill someone, that's just part of the job. You fight back, any kind of self-defense, and it leads to a cop losing his life, all hell breaks loose. They can now just shoot to kill, just like they were already in the beginning. But now they can shoot even more people and kill even more people. Also, on top of that, now they can fucking turn around and have the state also go through a criminal process, a process in the courts, and then execute with additional state-sanctioned executions. I mean, it's crazy.
Massacre and the executions are the big reasons we have International Workers' Day on May 1st. It's celebrating the struggles of workers and socialists for working people's rights. But Haymarket...
Ironic because America doesn't celebrate May Day.
...is by no means unique in terms of repression. The late 19th century is when police and military repression of socialists, anarchists, and workers in general really picked up in this country. It's a testament to how popular socialist and labor politics were in the US that 10 years before Haymarket, in 1877, wealthy Chicago citizens raised $28,000, over $800,000 in today's money, to arm the city's police force with rifles, cannons, cavalry equipment, and a Gatling gun? This is kind of shocking, but not really unique either. Basically, the only reason there was a police force in most major cities in the US was because wealthy capitalists wanted a standing, strike-breaking force, in a country where the working class was actively resisting its subordinate role in the social hierarchy.
I'm going to get a Gatling gun for the chatters that have been waiting in here for 4 hours and 30 minutes with the hopes that I finally do a react, not knowing that the person I'm reacting to is literally someone I know personally and someone whose channel I've been backing from the jump. Someone who loves when I react to his content, and they're still being the most annoying, unhinged weirdos in the chat being like, you're not doing it by the standards that I want you to do it. I wish I had a Gatling gun for chatters like that. You know what I mean? It's just like, dude, shut the fuck up, okay? Shut up. Just go. Just leave. You don't have to be here. Why are you giving me extra clout? Why are you giving me view counts? if you do not like what I'm doing. Ironic, considering that, once again, you do not know the dynamic between me and this content creator. You're just a fucking idiot. Shut up. Okay? Channel name is Second Thought. Videos titled America's Forgotten Socialist History. If you have not subscribed, you should. He's awesome.
Hierarchy. Class war isn't just a euphemism. Employers actively made sure they were well enough armed to wage war against their employees when they complained. It's also at this time that state and federal military forces joined in on the strike breaking, notably in Chicago again during the 1894 Pullman strike. Around 11,000 state and federal troops joined forces with over 3,000 police officers to brutalize striking Pullman workers, whose wages had just been slashed from 25 to 33%, while their rent in a Pullman company town stayed.
Apparently watching other people's content is a trigger point for people whose whole lives rely on it. What? Are you a content creator? Dog butt in someone else's stream? Wait, why did this guy just get timed out for 300 seconds? We should just like ban this person, I think, at that point. I mean, he's had many chances, you know what I mean? Look at this. Like, why are you in here, you fucking loser? Leave then. I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand. How sad is your life that you're just fucking sitting here and being like, I hate this content so much. I can't help myself. Like, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's like, okay, well, don't watch. He's an Asmongold viewer and complaining about React. Yeah, what the fuck? How are you an Asmongold viewer and you're complaining about React? He does Reacts too. The fuck? That's the thing I don't know. That's the thing I don't understand. Like, look, I have no drama or no issues with Asmongold reacting. Obviously, I do it myself. But like, do Asmongold fans not realize that that's what he does too? It's just like another perfect example of like, oh, it's fine when he does it. I just don't like it when you do it because I don't like you. It's so stupid and so incredibly inconsistent. He also had his Twitch password leaked by a Turk in 2016. Change your password, Carfo, you dumbass motherfucker. Oh my God. MHUD, the CIA. Holy shit. Asmon agree with you about Reacts in 2021 where you were getting shitted on? Yeah, Asmongold, ironically, was one of the few people who literally defended me during the first era of ReactGate instead of just like standing back and standing by and let me eat the shit. Mostly because, you know, he does it too.
The same. And tell me if this starts to feel familiar. 8 years.
It's just funny because the guy said their entire lives depend on like content being reacted to. And I think he just meant, like my entire livelihood depends on React content, but it's like you have nothing. Like you have nothing. You have no leg to stand on. You're not a content creator. You're a content watcher who's getting mad on behalf of content creators, even though I tried to you know, jokingly show you that you're wrong, especially about Second Thought, who is my friend. It's just very odd that you think you're championing a socialist content creator who I know personally, who I've been supportive from the jump about, who has no problems with me watching his videos on my stream because, you know, we agree on pretty much everything. And the sole purpose of these sorts of videos is to share it with as broad a population as possible. It's very weird to sit through that and go, you know what? No, actually, I don't really care. Like, I'm just, you know, I'm just going to complain about it over and over again. Just leave. It's super easy. Leave and probably change your password now that the CIA is after you. Very odd. You, Chad, and I all know that this guy doesn't care about Second Thought or anyone who would happen to watch at a given moment. Why are you even explaining something to some Twitch user? Well, it's my fault. The reality is that
I take everyone in this chat seriously, and a lot of people take advantage of that. And anyway, let's continue.
Years earlier, industrialists had raised $156,000, $5 million today, for a fort a few miles north of Chicago to make sure the military could quickly enter the city. But let's fast forward again. The 20th century is probably the time where there's the most socialist enthusiasm in US history. But that also means it's when there was the most anti-socialist repression. Undoubtedly, for this kind of video, the 20th century has to start with Eugene v. Debs. Between
the last time someone did everything right and they indicted him. Hasan, they are right-wingers and just hate you because you have a Muslim background and promote socialism. Yeah, I know. You watched the Second Thought video I streamed about a year ago that introduced me to him, and now I watch him consistently off stream too. This is a 100% effective way of spreading the ideology. Yes, I love him because he is so good at cutting easily accessible, easily consumable, agitated propaganda. It's fucking awesome. Anyway, Eugene Debs, the GOAT.
Between 1900 and 1920, Debs ran for president on the Socialist Party ticket, going from less than 100,000 votes all the way up to nearly 1 million in 1920 when he ran after denouncing World War I. Debs was one of the founders of the IWW. He was a leader during the Pullman strikes. He delivered speeches and wrote for the abolition of prisons and property, against racism and inequality and war. Basically every part of American socialism after Debs is marked by this guy. And his massive popularity in a country that actively repressed labor militancy and only has room for 2 political parties who serve the same capitalist interests is a huge testament to the socialist base that's existed here for centuries. But beyond the figure of Debs, who is important, don't get me wrong, it's also important to highlight the victories of the socialist and worker movements as a whole, because there were a lot of them. Usually, when we tell the history of the 20th century, a lot of change gets labeled progress without actually acknowledging how that progress happened. Because a lot of the time, the answer was socialists going out there, shutting down the economy, and burning stuff until things got better. Early 20th century socialist and worker victories included things like ending child labor in the US, securing the right to unionize and strike, the federal minimum wage, and to some extent, most of FDR's New Deal. The New Deal created Social Security, a sort of jobs guarantee, and the 40-hour work week, and that's despite the fact that FDR wasn't a socialist. The big reason the New Deal happened and was so transformative was because Democrats couldn't handle socialist agitation and worker unrest, and concessions sounded a lot better to them than working-class revolution. Speaking of which, the Red Scare.
If a person consistently reads and advocates the views expressed in a communist publication, he may be a communist.
The 20th century is obviously...
I want you guys to understand something about the Red Scare specifically. Part of the only reason why the remnants of the Red Scare still exist, but it's not as like prominent, and like me, someone openly can be a socialist and still exist in civilized society, despite the fact that there's a lot of outsourced bullying and harassment that dumb idiots will engage in, not because they have a personal issue with socialism, just because they've been geared to be angry towards it. But part of the reason why they don't have the same style of McCarthyism, like in Congress, for example, like openly being like, oh, that's socialist, can't be here. We don't have like an un-American activities committee or anything like that, even though it's still technically in place. Like it's a violation of the First Amendment. You can't be a you can't be a communist. That's not a real thing. It's literally illegal. The reason why they don't have that strong of an opinion anymore is because there's not that big of a threat. That's the reality. That's the unfortunate reality. It's not necessarily because the Red Scare has been incredibly successful, and therefore people are just basically, grassrooting this whole anti-socialist propaganda instead of like having Congress push for it. Mostly because there is no real fear. There's no real threat. Like if there was enough trade unionist activity that would threaten the bottom line of American megacorporations, I promise you They would bring that Red Scare shit back so fucking fast your head would spin, okay?
Remembered for the Red Scares. Socialism was popular in the US, and on the other side of the world, in Russia, for basically the first time, socialism had produced a successful national revolution. Hence, the Red Scare. In the US, the first Red Scare is mostly remembered for police forces destroying unions all across the country, and the mass imprisonment of members of the IWW. Then there was the second Red Scare, after World War II, which pretty much did the same stuff as the first, just more. Government employees, movie writers and directors, academics, politicians, unionists, members of socialist organizations. They were all investigated by the FBI, black...
Is this taught in American school? I didn't go to school here, so I don't know. The reason why I ask is because, like, people always be like, America has freedom of speech, but, like, here it is, dude. What do you mean? Like, Nazis literally will always talk about how, like, oh, well, oh, you're calling me a fascist, but what about my free speech? I'm like, bitch, what do you mean? What fucking free speech? Whenever a Nazi chirps about, you know, being blocked due to free speech restrictions, and that means, like, they violated terms of service horrifically and got banned for it because they're usually a pedophile, too. Like, it is a somber reminder of this existing in American history. Like, what do you mean fucking free speech protects your politics? Like, no, it doesn't. You know?
Blacklisted from their industries and thrown in jail after being put through show trials that sent many into hiding. This brings us to the Panthers and the civil rights movements. Now, socialists had been involved in the movement for racial equality since much earlier in the 20th century than the 60s. For example, in Alabama, where black workers organized in the Communist Party against racial capitalism and their oppression during the 30s and 40s. More about that in this great book, by the way. But undoubtedly, the civil rights movement is definitely when this becomes a front and center part of socialist organizing. At the heart of the movement, you have MLK, a socialist, leading the charge. Put some quotes on screen right now. He was a commie. That's just who he was. You also had the Black Panthers. He was a commie. That's just who.
Call it democracy, call it democratic socialism, but there must be a better distribution of wealth in this country for all God's children. The evils of capitalism are as real as the evils of militarism and the evils of racism. Capitalism has outlived its usefulness. He also was a tanky by American standards. Like, every single person on the liberal side that's like, being a tanky again, because, like, anytime you're just like, anyone that's not America, that America is fighting, if you say, like, they're human beings and actually deserve to have autonomy, then you're automatically a fucking tanky, right? Just saying that's usually what people claim. He was absolutely a fan of Ho Chi Minh and openly defended him, which drew a lot of ire from the likes of the New York Times and many other people on the liberal side.
Who he was. You also had the Black Panthers, who were even more explicitly commie. They organized free health clinics and breakfasts in black communities, monitored police brutality, advocated for socialism and women's liberation, and got absolutely steamrolled by the FBI and the COINTELPRO assassination program. You also had the gay liberation and feminist movements gaining ground.
I heard that there was a new MLK conspiracy theory recently about how, like, he didn't actually die, like, right then and there, and a doctor executed him by suffocating him with a pillow in the hospital or something. I mean, it's a conspiracy theory. It's not real. I mean, he definitely died by being shot. All accounts point to that, for the record. I just want to put that out there. Not new, that's old. Yeah. Well, it's new to me. No, he could have saved him, but chose not to save him. That's the other version of it. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, guys. He definitely was dead. The surgeons refused to work on him and allowed him to die from his wounds? No. Guys. Okay, let me explain something. I know I've heard this as well. How do you know? Were you there? I mean, it was a heavily publicized event with a fuck ton of eyeballs. Many of the people that were involved also wrote books. He was definitely he definitely was mortally wounded by the shot. Okay? Stop saying vaccine, okay? Stop, not that shot. He died on the spot. Anyway. Fact check. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. died due to the gunshot wound. Yeah, I've heard. This is the conspiracy, yeah. Martin Luther King was killed by the doctor, not the bullet, reads text in a Facebook post. Published on January 17th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Oh, I was going to show you guys what tanky is. Here's a Wikipedia page for it. Tanky is a pejorative label for communists and those who align with Marxism-Leninism as an ideology. More generally, the term tanky has been applied for those who express support for one-party communist regimes that are associated with Marxism-Leninism, whether contemporary or historical. It is commonly used by anarchists, libertarian socialists, left communists, reformists, and democratic socialists to criticize Leninism, although the term has seen increasing use by liberals and right-wing factions as well. The term tanky was originally used by dissident Marxist-Leninists to describe the members of the Communist Party of Great Britain who followed the party line of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Specifically, it was used to distinguish party members who spoke out in defense of the Soviet use of tanks to crush the Hungarian Revolution of 1956. That's where the term comes from. And the 1968 Prague Spring Uprising, or who more broadly adhered to pro-Soviet positions. Here's when JT got called a tanky.
Let me read you some details off the list of these bills.
Thoughts on this guy being a tanky? I hope he fucking drives a tank to your house, okay? That's my thoughts on this guy being a tanky. Take a fucking week off and think about how stupid you are as a human being.
In Arkansas.
Damn. It seems like I'm eating right there as well as I'm reacting to yet another one of his videos. And for some weird reason, he's posting this. Well, I mean, it's Ugopnik posting this. It's not Second Thought posting it, but like Ugopnik is his co-host, and they're not posting it and being like, "Why is he eating and not reacting hard?" Instead, it seems like they're celebrating it. It's odd. Anyway, I always looked at it as a pejorative of an ML that supports militarism, so that sounds about right. No, listen. Everybody says tanky this, tanky that. It's a completely bastardized take. The only reason why people weaponize it is because they learned about it. They think it's fun and cool to use a new word. If you're talking to a liberal, they'll say anything. They'll say anything and everything is tanky. Like if you fucking talk about Chinese high-speed rail or whatever, you're like, oh, you're a tanky. That's the reason why I said MLK would be considered a tanky by libs, because he has very openly, very publicly stated support for Ho Chi Minh, critical support, if you will.
Panky has now become the new commie used by liberals who have adopted a radical aesthetic because they realize liberals are cringe, but when push comes to shove, they still parrot the State Department line. Anti-communism repackaged for terminally online Western or rad libs. Exactly. I should have not even educated the chat on this matter. It's so stupid.
Around the same time. And they too had a strong anti-capitalist element to them in their attacks on patriarchy and...
All you motherfuckers have strong anti-capitalist elements at the top of the hour, okay? When the 3-minute ad break comes, you're like, oh, I have a strong anti-capitalist element. You know? Because if you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour, well, turns out you got to do more capitalism. Grab them for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Heteronormativity. Then there's the anti-globalization, anti-neoliberal protest of the 90s. Then Occupy, then BLM, then Bernie, then BLM again, and on and on. To summarize this whole video, basically, at any point in US history you want to look, you'll find incredibly popular socialist movements. Even at a cursory glance in a short video like this. And when you consider the effect these movements had on society, the rights they clawed from capitalist hands, it's impossible not to see socialism as a huge part of why the US is the way it is. In a good way, like we have a weekend and children aren't in the mines anymore. Socialists have historically been responsible for pushing the progressive wing of the political ruling class to compromise, because when they didn't, the working class in this country fought back. All this to say that socialist politics aren't some kind of new thing, nor some un-American foreign import. Not that either of those should be a bad thing. It's just that socialism is so well established here, and has been for so long, that you couldn't possibly keep pretending that the US doesn't have a proper socialist history. It's simply been forced back time and again by the brutal agents of capital.
It's pretty funny that, like, Albert Einstein, plenty of thinkers in the Oppenheimer biopic, MLK, and numerous other favorable figures throughout history were just like openly socialist. And yet, because people have never been educated on the matter, most people don't know that. And it's been completely written out of history. So now when you bring it up, people just like laugh at you. They're like, what? No, that's not the case. And there's not really anything you can do about it. Like, there's not really anything you can say to change a lot of people's minds on this matter. Like, they do not give a fuck.
This ideology is no more imported than Adam Smith's or John Locke's ideas of liberal capitalism. But like Marx said, the dominant ideas of every era are the ideas of the ruling class.
I mean, even Adam Smith is a great example of a person who is like hailed as a godfather by so many econ kiddies who just have not read his full works and don't realize that like plenty of the things that they advocate for, landlording, for example, are things that Adam Smith was not necessarily fond of. And, you know, people have expanded on those works. You know, a guy that you're seeing, whose name you're seeing on the screen right now, have greatly expanded on his works.
And the ruling class doesn't want to give up the wealth and power they accumulated and built an entire system around way back in their bourgeois revolution against the British. Socialist thought is still here, as much as it's been beaten down, lied about, and forced out of our collective memory by intense and ongoing propaganda campaigns. All we need to do is remember that legacy, learn from the successes and failures of the past, and get involved. You have a branch of a socialist organization near you. Join it. Whether it's CPUSA.
Hasan, have you read Marx? No, I don't read. I've never read. I don't know how to read.
PSL, FRSO, DSA, whatever. Just get involved. I've left links in the description. Socialist power comes from masses of people standing up to oppression. Let's make it happen. I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that this video was made possible by Nebula. I'm sure you're all aware of Nebula by now. It's the creator-owned streaming platform that's home to content from all your favorite creators, where we can make the content we really want to make. What you might not know is that you can find not just Second Thought on Nebula, but also First Thought and the Deprogram. If you've ever listened to the Deprogram, you understand why it's always demonetized. That
It's so funny how Second Thought looks like Kyle Kalinske here. Anyway, remember when I went on their podcast and told them, told Hakim, a doctor in Iraq, to get a VTuber model made for himself? Lander? Bro, he straight up looks like, his character looks like Kyle Kalinske. He should, though. If he made a VTuber model, he could benefit greatly from that. Landlord's right to its origin. Landlord's right has its origin in robbery. The landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they never sowed and demand a rent for even the natural produce of the earth. Adam Smith. Photo of Mao Zedong, unrelated. Mao Zedong. JT tweeted about you. I know, I saw it already. Anyway, great video from Second Thought again. Let's get back into it though. Janine. Merrick Garland gives the Republicans what they want. Independent counsel on the Hunter Biden case. But how do the Republicans react? Well, predictably, that's how they react. Let's take a look.
Action to the presser that brought us to this place to have a special prosecutor be the same David Weiss as the guy that's looked into this for years.
You know, it's kind of hard to convey my feelings because I am furious. Number one, stop laughing, Lawrence. Number one, okay, this guy Weiss is compromised. He is untruthful. He is not capable of being a special counsel. Number one, a special counsel should be from outside the government, not someone inside the government, because this is a conflict of interest case. Okay, but more importantly is this. David Weiss is the one who put together the plea deal that was rejected by a federal judge. That plea deal was not only a sweetheart deal, it was corrupt. What it did was it gave Hunter Biden legal immunity in perpetuity. That means for the rest of his life, he could never be charged with a crime. Now, the amazing part of it is that
she wants the citizens to oversee the case. She wants Donald Trump to oversee the case. I'm telling you. She's furious that she got what she wants and the person in charge is a Trump appointee. Holy fuck these cretins. Yeah, guys, please understand. It will never end until it's quite literally Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump also operated with honesty or integrity and maybe didn't like execute Hunter Biden, let's say in this hypothetical scenario, they would even turn on him at that point. They'd be like, oh, God damn it. What the fuck? He didn't get executed. The point isn't even to fucking throw Hunter Biden in jail. The point is to get the Hunter Biden court case to turn into some kind of political trouble for Joe Biden. They don't give a fuck if Hunter Biden goes to jail or not. Maybe they'd be like happy about it a little bit, but ultimately the real goal isn't Hunter Biden. The real goal is Joe Biden. There is no honesty. There is no integrity. They don't care. They're just going to fucking use anything and everything against all of these dumbass liberals who are like, well, let's do the right thing here. Fucking bullshit. No, the cop slide? What is this? No, they arrested the fucking slide? That's crazy. I can't believe they took the slide down, dude. I actually do understand why they would do that, though, because let's be real. I feel like a lot of people probably went on the slide. Like, they've been going aggressively hard on the slide. Ethan has been having foot soldiers in Boston try to recreate the cop video. Yeah, no one has been able to do that because... Oh, no. Drake really got a fursuit? Dude, he straight up said, I got the dog in me, and turned into a dog.
Then why slide? And he said, but the case is still under investigation. Why? Because he didn't want the Republican House to investigate. So then Merrick Garland comes out and he says Tuesday, Weiss said he wants to be a special counsel. Why? Weiss finished his investigation. Weiss said he had all the power that he needed. He told Jim Jordan that in June. So why today does he need a special counsel? Plus, he wanted to bathe him in legal immunity, and it gets even better than this. The fact is that this plea deal not only prevented anyone from going forward, but the same guy who tries to pull the wool over the American people's eyes and the federal judge's eyes, it's a contradiction because now he is stopping the congressional investigation by saying that this case is still underway, preventing Congress again from interviewing all the players. And let me just
I'm shocked this drunk was a judge. I don't know. Was Judge Janine actually like a real judge? I think she was just a TV judge, right? Oh, she was a district attorney? Oh my God. Pirro left the district attorney's office and then ran on the Republican Conservative Party lines against the Democratic nominee. She was a judge for 2 years at Westchester County. Yeah, she was a judge. During her tenure as a district attorney, she repeatedly refused to reopen the case of the murder of Angela Correa by Jeffrey Descovich. In 1990, Descovich was falsely convicted of killing the then 15-year-old Correa and spent 16 years in prison before he was exonerated by DNA evidence. The real killer eventually confessed to the crime. Descovich later won a $41.6 million lawsuit against Daniel Stevens and Westchester County for his wrongful conviction. Nice. Thank you, Janine Pirro. I mean, a lot of fucking freaks that you see on Fox News, on the Fox News payroll used to be judges. Here's some really cool news. Today, we're proud to announce that CFXRE, the team behind the biggest rockstar roleplay and creator communities, 5M and Red M, are now officially a part of Rockstar Games. This is huge, okay? I mean, I hope that they don't turn this into, you know, shark cards or whatever the fuck they're doing. But 5M, in my opinion, is probably the best thing like No Pixel, for those of you who don't know, is one of the 5M community-made servers that I was a part of. It's probably the largest one. It has been the largest one for years. But But there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these different servers out there. Plenty of people run them. RP subscription access easy. Yeah, I feel like they're gonna sell microtransactions in RP, but also on the one hand, it's gonna suck because they're gonna monetize the living shit out of roleplay. On the other hand, it's not going to be. I feel like it's not going to be so inaccessible. Like, think about it this way. Think about it this way, right? Under 5M, modders turned Grand Theft Auto into something wonderful, right? But there were a lot of limitations that they had to work around. On the one hand, I am scared because it will be absolutely monetized as shit. On the other hand, I feel as though... What is this? No leaks, but the next No Pixel update will be absolutely bonkers. 0 details will be given. Just know that the believer stocks are high. I can see that. Buddha says there's huge things coming. I believe him. The deal is very Logan, eat or be fucking eaten. GTA is already monetized. The modders will be a good influence on devs. I think chatters, Hasan can't bring Donnie back. XQC owns No Pixel. Wait, what? Bitch, XQC owning a piece of No Pixel doesn't change this at all for me. What do you mean? What's he going to do? Be like, no, you can't play, Hasan? That would be idiotic. It's so dumb. Also, I got Buddha. And plenty of other people that also work at No Pixel. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Your mods are insane? Wait, why? Anyway, what was I going to say? Today, we're proud to announce CFX RE, the team behind the biggest Rockstar roleplay and creative communities, 5M and RNM, are now officially a part of Rockstar Games. Over the past few years, we watched as excited with excitement as Rockstar's creative community have found new ways to expand the possibility of Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2, particularly through the creation of dedicated roleplay servers. As a way to further support these efforts, we recently expanded our policy on mods to officially include those made by roleplay creative community. We look forward to sharing more in the weeks and months ahead. I think that this is good because these mods are awesome. Like, the modding community around it is great. What they've been able to do with a product and kept it alive. Like, in some ways, Grand Theft Auto Online is always popping. But these mod communities, 5M and Red M, have quite literally kept Grand Theft Auto 5 alive. Because there's only so many ways that you can play the single-player game or Grand Theft Auto Online, okay? Grand Theft Auto Online is entirely different, I think, than the servers. The servers are incredible. Because of IP laws, it would be illegal, by the way, but they let it happen. Yes, it was some stroke of luck and maybe genius that Rockstar allowed it to continue, even though, in my opinion, they were a little heavy-handed at times. Like, for example, when they were rebuilding Grand Theft Auto, when they were rebuilding Grand Theft Auto 4, I think, with the 5 engine, or San Andreas with the 5 engine. Like, wasn't it? Or no, it was Liberty City, right? Like, modders went absolute fucking nutty with it. There were talks of
There were talks of rebuilding Liberty City, trying to rebuild Vice City, trying to rebuild all of these other cities with the 5 engine. And for some reason, what is this? Oh, this is from 2 years. Bro, this is a different time, okay? This is a different time and place. Don't even play that. GTA 3 and SA Remake were awful, though. Wait, oh, you mean the Rockstar Remake? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what modders were trying to make. And Rockstar absolutely took those down. I'm talking about modders, man. I'm talking about modders who remade Liberty City with the 5 engine, with Grand Theft Auto 5's engine. And there was an opportunity. There was a real opportunity to remake that and recreate that and have that quite literally exist within the 5M no pixel structure or other servers. And yet, Rockstar didn't allow that to exist. I know that for a fact. My point is, they definitely acknowledged the existence of the roleplay community for a very long time, and I'm glad that they allowed it to exist for a very long time. It was very beneficial for them. And I see the negative. I see the downsides to this. You know, it's going to be obviously microtransactioned all to hell. But I also... Wait, I went on a date with a guy who bragged about working at your restaurant and RPing with you in 5M. Needless to say, it didn't work. What the fuck? Someone was tossing that around like that's Riz? Oh, no. That's fucking crazy. Man, different era. I loved it, though. I loved every moment of it. My man RP... My man dropped RP Riz. That's a red flag. Why you expose me, chatter? We had a good thing going. No, I'm not going to play the clip. It's too much for me. Anyway, listen. I don't know. I don't know what happens to this, but I'm just excited. I want Red Dead RP. I know it exists right now, but it's like, I remember talking to Buddha and a bunch of other role players at the time, and one of the major setbacks of Red Dead RP was, one of the major setbacks is like there's no instant communication, which like kind of shuts off role play, like a lot of meaningful role play from happening because there's no technology, right? So it's a bit slow. But ultimately, okay, my dad is obsessed with Red Dead RP. Wait, really? My point is that, what is this? Pretty much what the RP community is saying. I expected Rockstar to cash in on the RP community, but I thought it would be GTA 6 integration, to be honest. Could still be. They just acquire the guys to do it for them. There are hints to RP-type features in leaked GTA 6 code, so I could put a reasonable bet they're going to have some sort of direct implementation. Oh, that's so sick. Buddha seems to be very excited, so something good must be coming. RP's expanding as well. I heard it was getting more popular in Japan. Guys, no pixel roleplay. I didn't stop playing No Pixel Roleplay because it fell off. I stopped playing No Pixel Roleplay because of how deeply and undesirably addicted to it I was. For months after, for those of you who don't know, if you're new heads, if you're new HasanAbi heads, months after I had quit playing Grand Theft Auto No Pixel, okay, months after I had quit, I was still at the top of the fucking leaderboards for how many hours of roleplay I had streamed on my channel. Will had to literally do an intervention. He had to pull me aside and be like, dude, the vaccines are coming out. You know, you got to take that shit. We're going to go outside again. You are not you. You are an Italian man. You are not Donnie. You have to kill the Donnie so the Hasan inside of you can survive. Yeah, as soon as I quit roleplay, I started working out again.
I would play offline. I would play 16 hours online. I was so addicted. If I kept doing it, I probably would have died. You were on the server before stream, do 2 hours of news, and then stream for 10 hours and played it even more after the stream ended? Yeah. It was straight up a crack pipe for me. Why? Because it was the most comprehensive MMORPG I had ever played. Okay? Because the quest givers in the MMORPG were other human beings, and basically it was the most detailed, most captivating MMORPG on the planet. Okay? That's what it is. That's what No Pixel actually is. And it was awesome. They have carrier pigeons and telegrams for RDR2. The main issue is no one good content dropped the server. MP had one in development, but has not dropped it. Have y'all heard about the weirdos that play Second Life? Yes, I do. I am one of those weirdos that played No Pixel like it was Second Life. Problem is when Second Life becomes your first life, okay? Anyway, it was great. But I had to stop playing, even though I still, I have a special place for it in my heart. And I'm excited for it. And I'm excited to see what happens with No Pixel and 5M in general. It is still 4.3% of my all-time streaming hours. I logged 598 hours of Grand Theft Auto 5. Okay, other games have logged 17% of my stream hours. 78% is just chatting. 4.3% alone is Grand Theft Auto 5 No Pixel roleplay. That's 600 hours on camera, chat. You know my ass was playing off camera all the time too. And by the way, this 598-hour time period is literally, it is not like it's not spread out over the course of a year, okay? It's spread out over the course of like a 3-month period. That number literally includes 2 years where you streamed every day. You weren't banned. Yeah. A 4-door that drives like a 2-door is still an evergreen meme in this community. I bought a 4-door that drives like a 2-door in the real world. The Porsche Taycan is a 4-door car that is basically a 2-door car. I bought one in real life. It was also the unhealthiest moment in my life, for sure. It was not healthy at all. I would do like 2 hours of fucking politics and immediately go do a bank run. It was crazy. It was awesome. I still got to pay that loan back. You spent a literal year of your life doing the news, 10,759 hours. Yeah. That's not surprising. Is there a reason why you've never killed Donnie off? Wait, what? Yeah, of course. It's a fucking cherished moment in my life. Why would I kill this character off? What if I choose to bring it back? Legendary moment. Oh, this was incredible.
Can they hear me? You think?
Restricted airspace.
You're flying in restricted airspace. In very low altitude. Oh, fuck! Oh, no!
Wait, does this feature all the other angles? Oh, this doesn't even feature all the other angles, dude. This is so funny because there was literally a bank robbery happening, and the mayor was inside of that plane. Oh my God, it was so stupid. All right, I'm done. I'm gonna stop looking at these clips. Can't wait for Hasan to get back in the GTRP for a day and then immediately claim it's not a streamable game. First of all, Grand Theft Auto Roleplay definitely is a streamable game. What do you mean? There are still people that have there are still people that stream it nonstop. What the fuck are you talking about? All right. Let's move on. I'm out. You know you're gonna keep watching clips. No, I'm not. I'm moving on. I'm fucking moving on. New hog talk fresh out the oven. I don't know if I want to do hog talk right now. I feel like I want to do some fun reacts. YouTube pranks just got worse from Jarvis Johnson's Gold channel.
Welcome back to Jarvis Johnson Gold, the premium channel. It is free. It is free. But if you're watching this, you're premium. A couple of weeks ago on this channel, I discussed a bit of a TikTok prankster named Kyle Johnson, no relation. And he did pranks like annoying people at their jobs. Kid, are you being serious? Help, I'm stuck. And that's it. That's pretty much the extent of his pranks. And I saw this photo. We rock this world. And I was like, why is he on tour? I was so confused. Also, terrifying visual here. And then someone communicated to me that his cousin is a more famous prankster. So naturally, I have to check him out. Kyle's cousin is named Balin Levine
Yo! Balin? Dude, millennials should not have been allowed to have children. We should have just cut it off. Okay? We should have just cut it off at boomers. This is a consequence of millennials having children. Balin.
And I don't know the extent of what he's done. I do have a few videos that I want to go through, so that's what we'll be doing today. So,
Blood is patronizing Gideon? Blood?
a lot of these videos are pranks and bothering people at their jobs.
5 guys. I don't want 5 guys. That's sus ass. So sus. Get it, 5 guys.
And the rest of the video is fluff. It's just vlog content.
Pretend I'm Anakin going to kill the sand people.
That is just here to waste everybody's time. I guess it's like endearing if you want to like, I guess if you're like a fan of these characters, it's like a little reality show, you know, like Jackass, where you're seeing the lives of these people in between their crazy pranks. You know what?
That's fire, dude. That's fire. Having some fucking dogs with the boys in between some couple cool pranks, dude. I fucking love that.
I think that for a certain subset of society, these people are living the life. I think that people see this and they go, ah, I wish that was me. There's a reason it's got so many views. This guy just doesn't care. He just does whatever, dude. He's not even afraid of the male Karens. 8 minutes into the 12-minute video, they finally go into the Walmart. They're not even following the like Mr. Beast rule of like say what you're gonna do and do it right at the beginning of the video, or at least give me some sense that that's gonna happen.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, this thing is like begging for one of us to jump. Yeah, what?
Last thing about 5M, the OG developer that got Pinkertoned by Take-Two got hired as well with 5M announced, by the way. I would like to say that, yeah, I will be involved, am involved, and still be involved for the foreseeable time to come. Exciting. NT Authority. Take-Two Pinkertoned him. Anyway, let's continue with this.
This thing is begging for us to climb it. It's like they're wired for this. I don't know. Like, it's like a child when they like want to do something and you tell them no, but like you've never told them no. And they just...
I do love the not caringness of any type of plan for what they're streaming. Very podcast about list of these Zoomers. Yeah.
They're just like, I'm the king. Cool, I'm the king of the world. I'm the main character.
Attention all Walmart employees. There is a kid in a naughty boy hoodie who is pranking Walmart. He's trying to jump in the thing. He's connecting the speakers.
Dude, the guy filming him is they're having the time of their lives. Look at this guy. This is the funniest thing he's ever seen. I just can't relate. It's incredible, dude.
That's your guy.
Yeah, literally. He's like, this is above my pay grade. Like, don't even, like, they do not pay any of these workers enough to deal with these kids.
It doesn't seem like they're that bad overall. I've seen way worse, though. Like, you know what I mean? It's like they don't seem to be doing, like, that much harm. I feel like at this point, it's like when I see prank videos, I'm thinking, like, are they burning the fucking store down? Are they like, oh, Hasan is about to get wild. Oh, did I speak too soon? I might, you know, I don't pre-watch these videos.
As a society, rely on the expectation that people will behave, that people will not go out of their way to cause a disturbance. And some people take advantage of that. You either have to ignore them or someone has to step up and be like Walmart cop. But like no one is paid enough for that. But like this is like, if he gets hurt, then like they can sue Walmart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not making it through.
Like this is stressing me out right here. Like something could easily go wrong here. Oh yeah, like look at that bending.
Hello. How you doing, dude?
I love your shit, bro. You all were in the electronics, huh?
Yeah. Oh, give me a hug, man.
I love your shit, bro. Cop is like a fan. That's kind of sus, dude. What the fuck? Aren't these like broccoli cutted Zoomers that are like, I don't know. Aren't they like 14, 15? What the fuck's a cop doing watching their videos?
You rolled up. Stuff actually cracks me up, and then when I watch
Yeah, dog. Yo, this one's called Reaching for Your Service Weapon Prank, dog. Yay. That'd be funny. See, now that would be funny, okay? It's like, yo, what's up? I call this Reaching for Your Service Weapon Prank.
so people get mad at y'all. I'm like, come on, man. Y'all just having fun. That's all.
Oh, my God.
This has to be fake. This can't be a real cop. I mean, he's got the little, what is it called? The guard on his bumper. Yeah, what's happening here? What's going on here? I don't know enough about cops. I don't think this guy's a cop. He could be. He might just be security or whatever, Walmart security. Never in my life have I seen a police officer and thought to myself, give me a hug. Okay, this is just not for me. This is just, like, my radio's turned to a different frequency than this, you know? This is just, sorry.
There is a difference. I mean, a big difference, Jarvis. They're like super white.
But before we get into that, let's have a word from today's sponsor, Air Up. Air Up is more than just a water bottle. With Air Up, you're drinking just water while experiencing flavor through scent. This is something that's good without putting chemicals into your body. It is, and this is real. I have my live reaction on camera. It can save you money and create less waste as well. You don't need to choose between health and flavor. Click the link in the description and try Air Up today. Thanks to Air Up for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video.
Wait, how should we do this? Like, should I call him and be like, yo, the cop wants to talk to you?
You can do that, or I could just sneak up on him.
There's another guy here in the same outfit. Like, this guy is in the same pants. Yo, what is happening right now? In a million years, I never would have expected the cops to come in and be like, let's join the prank. That can't be right. I don't know how to identify fake cops.
I also watch him a lot too.
Oh, hell yeah. No, coolest cop ever.
Thank you, man. Yep. Love your shit.
Dude, this
No, they're definitely cops. They might even be like, I don't know what state they're in, but like, this is some like New Jersey state trooper looking gear. Not even gear, but like pants. Yeah, they might even be like state cops. That's a rent-a-cop 100%. No, unmarked cop cars are pretty commonplace in a lot of states. So I don't think that's that weird. That's not New Jersey. I know, I don't think this is New Jersey. I'm just saying that this is, they look like they have state trooper gear. That is absolutely not a New Jersey trooper. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm not saying that. Oh my Lord. Okay, let's continue.
Yep. Love your shit.
Dude, this is me right here. This is me. I'm like, nah.
See, we need more people like this in the world.
I can't say anything. I can't. You know, I'm just going to get myself in trouble. So, yeah, for sure.
Not harming anyone. We were just having fun.
I watch y'all's videos and I watch people that freak out and I'm like, for what?
It's crazy.
The dumbest thing. Y'all say like,
bro, this dude is like an NPC. He's got 3 dots.
Bro, how is this cop just gassing these kids, dude? And why is the gas not tear gas? What's happening? This is, dude, actually, you know what? I take it back. I totally get this interaction makes me completely understand why people come in here and they're like, what are you fucking talking about? Cops are awesome. If they treated me like this when I was, you know, going to college and shit, I probably would have that fucking same attitude too. And guess what? I'm white. You know, could have happened to me. God damn, dude. I have never in my entire life, regardless of my level of wealth, have ever had an interaction with a cop like that. Like, never. That's crazy.
Dialogue options. Why does he just keep saying the same thing over and over?
It's the funniest shit ever. I'm 22 years old and I'm a millionaire. I'm asking my friend.
I'm 22 years old. I'm a millionaire. Not to flex or anything. I make money by annoying people in public. It's just not for me. It's a specific. There's an audience that this is for.
Yes, it's children. It's children. It's children. I've made a joke about this before where it's like these people are basically about to go goo goo gaga. You know what I mean? Like, the next wave of content creators are literally going to be talking about the binky. Like, oh, I hate it when mommy takes the binky. Am I right? It's fucking not nap time. It's pooping in my diaper time. Fuck. Fuck out of here, ho. Fellas, am I right? When you're goo-goo gagaing and your mommy comes over and she's like, it's nap time. And I'm like, no, it's not, bitch. What's up, chat? I'm doing a binky unboxing. This is the Suckmaster 5000. That's right. It's gold-plated. This binky is gold-plated because everybody knows I'm the youngest flexer. I want to make sure that everybody knows. Why are you guys throwing up Huz? Like, Suckmaster 5000 would be a perfectly valid fucking thing to name a binky. My mom is not a trad mom. She doesn't make me nuggies every time I ask. I know, it's fucked up, right, fellas? Chat, is this real? The bird is yellow? What? I'm baby, and this bitch just speaks to me. How do I give you $1 million? That's what it is, though. It's like you don't have to give me $1 billion, but like the baby will watch this 1 billion times because it's a fucking baby. Right? So then it's like advertisers are like, oh my God. Procter & Gamble comes in and is like, this guy is the next wave. This guy is the meta. Babies can't have enough of this guy. Oh my Lord. When he says goo, babies say goo. When he says ga, the other babies say ga. Okay? The newest sensation coming out of Springfield, New Jersey is the baby content creator, HasanAbi. He speaks to children in exactly the terms that they want to hear. But the dark side is kindergartens are on fire. First came Baby Shark do-do-do-do. And now HasanAbi has made waves. Watching broadcast for 7 months old, sleeping on my left. So happy she's not awake, making me buy her the $1 million binky. That's what I'm saying. You better watch out.
And it looks like this. It's just a bunch of kids, dude. It must be nice to just live with no consequence. You're rich, you're famous, you just get to bother people. And then when you get the mildest amount of pushback, then you can raise a fuss. That must be nice. Must be nice.
As an older guy who loves when Balin pranks people my age, especially the Karens, I have the utmost respect for that cop.
Dude, I just don't get it. Wait, what? As well as Blake collabing with Balin? That was a surprise. I love Blake, and he's a fellow Jersey boy. Blake is a sexy beast? Wait, what? Bro, you can't start a YouTube comment with as an older guy and end it with this fucking juvenile is a sexy beast. What is going on?
His opinions on these pranks are so awesome. All cops should have that attitude. He really gets it, the way people overreact over nothing. That scene really made my day.
It's so interesting how these people are like celebrated for their positivity. But that positivity doesn't exist without bothering other people.
I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, these guys so far as I've seen, they're not as bad. By the way, are they actually the fucking... Is that channel actually unironically from New Jersey? Because are they in New Jersey? Because that one chatter was screaming at me. Being like, they're not state troopers from New Jersey, you fucking idiot. I don't think they are. It doesn't look like New Jersey state troopers anyway, but that'd be pretty funny.
I just don't understand. But like, clearly I'm missing something.
Good grandma right here. Look at this. Thank you. You think I could get some hot chocolate when we get back?
I mean, it looks like they've got like a very supportive family around them. That's nice. That's good. And I'm not trying to say that these people are bad people. I just think that the concept of this type of prank content is like not cool to me. What's my issue? Maybe I'm just yucking their yum. Maybe I'm just being a male Karen, you know?
Get the fuck out of my spot. Get the fuck out of my spot. Yeah, bitch! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah! You little fuckhead! That's what I fucking thought! My spot!
Okay, so he pushes his cousin in the water.
Where's your car? Who are you with?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
No, fuck you, man.
No.
There's no listening to you, man. Shut the...
Wait, that's not even a male Karen. That's just like a good person. Wait, what? Are they calling him a male Karen? You were saying, yeah, he threw his friend for the video in front of a random dude in the water, and the random dude is just being a nice guy. Am I too old? What's happening? He's just like a stand-up guy, okay? You know the term stand-up guy? That's what this guy is. You know why that term exists? Because he's standing up to injustice, okay? He saw an injustice happening in the wild, and he just stood up for the person he thinks is the downtrodden. Why is that? I'm old, all right? I'm old. It's actually sick to be like fucking mean, right? Is that what it is? That's what it is, right? Like you're a loser if you think that it's fucked up when you see someone push someone else into the water, right?
Shut the fuck up.
Let's talk for a second.
No, let's not talk. You had a chance to talk, asshole.
My spot. I'm more of a wee fishing guy. Y'all ever fish on...
Oh, it's just a full cutaway? Then that's fake. I mean, this thing, if this was a real situation, this would be drawn out. You know what I mean? Like, this seems just like clickbait.
I agree. I think Jarvis is right. I think he is fake. It's a fake video.
For the video.
But even though it's fake, it's odd that like... Even though it's fake, it's odd that like they portrayed that as like the bad guy. Like when you're scripting something, you have an opinion on the people that you're creating. If your antagonist is like a good guy that most people in civilized society would consider to be a good guy, what's happening? Why are you doing that?
You guys need to leave. I'm not with him. Yeah. No, I'm seriously not with him. This dude with the cameras just following me around.
I'm not with him. This dude with the cameras, he just follows me around. I don't know what his deal is. We're definitely not posting this on YouTube. I mean, it's just a YouTube camera and a mic, and I'm mic'd. But I mean, come on, I'm not with them.
Guys are in the Walmart, disturbing everything.
No, we were just trying to blow up on TikTok.
This is not TikTok. This is real life.
That guy sounds like a drill sergeant for his like. He's said that line before. This is not TikTok.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the white cops are way more chill, and I think that controversial opinion. I think that is actually what good policing would look like. Straight up, I don't give a fuck that those kids are you know, behaving in an unruly manner. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be nice. That's what a public servant does. You know what I mean?
This is real life.
All right, so is that it? We get arrested again.
Fuck no. When have we ever backed down from a fight?
It's like a war.
When have we?
I mean, these other guys are also not behaving in a normal cop-like fashion, considering that, you know, these kids are a bunch of upper middle class white kids, but still.
Ever back down from a fight. Dude, they think they're so hard. You're prank YouTubers, man. Chill out. It's not that serious. Yet 2 seconds ago, you backed down. When the cop said, who's going to come forward with their IDs?
Adult.
You were completely quiet. You backed down in that moment. That was the last time you backed down. Maybe you forgot. As they're walking away from the cops, as they're leaving the premises of Walmart, as they were told to do by the authorities. When's the last time we backed down from a fight? They are currently backing down as they're saying, when's the last time we backed down? Right now? Currently? As we're leaving the Walmart parking lot?
Just because you kept pushing it.
I did?
Yeah.
What was I doing?
You were like, handshake, handshake.
Dude, I didn't do shit.
He's even getting notes. He's even getting notes.
What was I doing?
You were like, handshake.
This man is saying, you were playing with the cops. Please, relax. Chill out, dude. You're doing too much.
Handshake.
Dude, I didn't do shit.
Oh, look, another cop over there.
Oh, we're still got.
Dude, if this is my worst nightmare. If I'm an adult, I see like a bunch of kids like this with cameras crossing the street, I'm turning the other way.
Jarvis, you're old.
What's up, man? How you doing? I'm chilling. We just got kicked out of Walmart. We came in here still calm compared to the last place.
It kind of gives like the real world is like a video game to them, you know? That's kind of why it annoys me. Because for me, maybe it's just that like I don't want to bother other people. And I feel like I heavily feel that.
No, I'm just trying to get batteries. I'm not filming. I'm not.
You all are all together.
I'm not filming.
That's 100% a loss prevention officer that's like, like internal security at Target, dressed like he's a regular shopper. You know what I mean? Classic.
No, I'm just trying to get batteries. I'm not filming. I'm not.
You all are all together.
I'm not filming.
Yeah, asset protection, loss prevention.
You're filming.
I was literally walking. I can't get a handshake if I walk up.
Dude, him asking for a handshake is starting to piss me off. I don't know why he does it. It's like almost to appear that everything's cool.
I'm the only one listening to you. I'm being the good one and we can't shake hands.
I'm not.
I'm being the good one.
Do with your life. Like, bro, like really, just grow up.
How is this fair?
Come on.
How is this fair? This is so annoying.
You still recording me though?
I don't even think he's. Are you still?
I mean, he's just asking to not be recorded.
No.
No.
Oh, he's not filming.
But it's like if I don't record you, then we don't have footage. We can't include it in the video.
Yeah, he's good, man. He's good.
They still pointing the camera.
Damn, he's brolic, dude. Holy shit. Look at my man's titties, though.
I mean, I'm not stupid.
I think he's doing it at me. If you would just walk away, it'd all be good.
Are you still pointing at me?
He's literally pointing at me.
No. Oh my God. That would piss me off. Like, he's clearly pointing the camera at him, and then he turns it right when he says that. Bro, you are lying on camera, dude. It's so fucking annoying.
He's literally pointing at me.
Exactly. I'm not stupid, bro.
Okay, my second controversial opinion of the day is that these guys are, like, annoying, but ultimately, as far as I've seen from the compilation of videos that Jarvis presented, you know, not that bad. Like, mostly just, like, harmless nuisance, right? Not harmful. Harmless nuisance. I can't even get myself to say that they're fucking harmless. Holy shit, I keep saying harmful. God damn it. Harmless nuisance.
Yeah, he's not stupid. Like, nobody's stupid. They're just, like, going along with it because they don't want to cause a big scene. And that's, like, the only way this stuff works is that everybody wants to...
They're like teenage First Amendment auditors, kind of. But even then, the First Amendment auditors are way worse. Oh, my God.
Have as little
conflict is possible. But then these people make it impossible to do that.
All right, see, man, people are so strange. Like, dude, if you don't want to be on camera, fucking leave.
Dude, that pisses me off. When he's like, dude, people are so weird. Why are they like this? Why am I always being attacked? Why am I always being wronged? These people, me, I'm not doing anything. It would drive me insane.
So I love people like you that aren't constantly bitching.
Making content out of reaction for people who are on the clock is very wrong. Oh, no. Dude, yes. That is 100% true. I just live in a world where that is a given. Like, every fucking little shit with a camera is doing that. Like, that's like, oh, look at all these servants that are around, you know? Look at all these fucking servants around that I could just, like, slap a camera on and just go be a nuisance to. I'm measuring the nuisance that they're being across the board, comparing it off of other nuisances and how harmful they will be.
About the camera, you're like, whatever. Fuck it, it's life.
Life. It's life. You have to be a part of my vlog. That's life. Life means you need to be on Balin's YouTube channel. Those are the consequences of living. People don't understand that if you're filming someone against their wishes, it is only okay if they're clearly in the wrong. But then you release the video and it's like, you are clearly in the wrong here, you know?
Why are you?
Yeah, but what Jarvis is failing to comprehend here is that if you're well liked, then you're not in the wrong. You know what I mean? You're only in the wrong if I don't like you. You're in the right automatically if I do like you, and the likelihood that I will like you goes up dramatically depending on how many likes you get on a particular short or a TikTok. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Why are you so mad? Why are you so angry? No one even talked to you.
To put my shit on right here. Did you ask me?
Well, now it will be online.
See, I don't like that energy. Like, I understand, oh, okay, so she got upset, blah, blah, blah, and people are, like, gonna make fun of her being upset on camera. It's just too... He feels too powerful. I love how he just treats everyone like a fucking NPC. Yeah, that's a problem, dude. They're people. It's like, it doesn't matter the legality. You still look like an asshole. The never grow up tour. Maybe grow up a little bit. That's my thought. Just a tad. I've been in this universe so long, I feel like I'm wrong. I feel like a male Karen. I feel like I'm out of touch. Kids just want to have fun. Everybody's making a big deal. That's what I feel like right now.
Yeah, how old is he? He's a baby. He's 22.
Bro.
It's so funny because, like, of course you're going to have an audience that doesn't respect your boundaries because you have
22, a baby. I forget that there's so many little children in this goddamn chat, including Sean the Black, who just said, I'm 22. Yes. In my eyes, you're all children. You're babies. Okay? I'm a 32-year-old grown-ass man. Do you understand? You forget I'm old. I know I have incredible good looks and boyish charm, which leads you into believing that I'm not going to serve at the top of the hour ad break. But I am. I won't forget. Like clockwork, you know, at the top of the hour, there's streaming ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Blammo. Cartnarks? You got to see this ass hat? What do you mean? Cartnarks is fine.
have created a brand out of not respecting people's boundaries.
Yeah, he grabbed me. You don't touch police officers. You understand me? They don't grab police officers.
No, they should, dude. I like that. No, they should cause more bedlam and get and be a nuisance to cops. It's fine.
I didn't do anything. Do not. No, don't tell me about.
Dude, that's wild.
Oh, Cartnark has become a dickhead recently? Really? Okay, for those of you who don't know, I used to watch Cartnarks on this broadcast years ago, like 3 years ago, pretty much. And he was all right. Like, his videos were fine. He striked Ethan recently. I mean, I'm not going to watch it anyway, but Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
The entitlement is so crazy, dude. Yeah, that's crazy. It's so interesting, like
the W baby. Dude, kids are fucking, they're anarchists. I've been saying this. I've been saying this for years. I said this during the Jake Paul saga. Kids always have like a streak of anarchy.
I mean, kudos, I guess. Like, there's not going to be any consequences, so he just gets to be invincible. So it's like, if he believes it and there's not any consequences, then it's true. I mean, like, there's no reason that he wouldn't believe that he was invincible.
You're in my spot.
Yeah, for some, I don't know. This doesn't hit my smell test. This doesn't hit my smell test in the same way that like other things do. Other content creators, like they just make me mad immediately. There's just something about them. This guy is fine. He's just like a nuisance.
Close to me. I'm gonna record you through this. I'm afraid of you assaulting me.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. I'm kind of afraid of you right now.
That guy's got a point. Like, he really works under the assumption that everyone's going to see him as a happy-go-lucky guy and not a threat. And it's like, if you're all up in someone's business, I would be freaked out. Like, what the hell? Like, I don't know you.
I think it's because we're used to prank channels being like, hey, let's go to the beach and sexually harass women, but it's a prank, lol. Yeah. I grew up in the YouTube era of, like, that being the main prank. Like, I mean, most of those were staged anyway, but, like, the stage shit would be, like, sexually harassing random women prank, and then, like, succeeding, you know, kissing prank, or you know, like, MAGA car in the hood prank, which was, like, super racist. Made by a guy who drank his own piss, by the way, and unsuccessfully ran for office. Joey Salads. So for that reason, when I look at this stuff, I'm just like, yeah, he's just being kind of weird. You know?
I think the reason that there are not that many people who are successful doing this is because the amount of shame you have to lack to pursue prank comedy on YouTube is so high that only a small percentage of the population has that capacity, has that ability. Like,
I also never had like a prank era. I don't know why. Maybe because I grew up in Turkey. Like, I wonder how Turkey is now. I wonder if there is like a big prank culture in Turkey as well on YouTube. But when I was growing up in Turkey, like, we didn't have any of that shit. And it didn't appeal to me at all. Like, I was never like, yeah, I'm going to go be weird to like random strangers. You know what I mean? I feel like it's very like white suburban American that's like really bored. I didn't even really like Jackass that much. It never appealed to me. I always thought that they were being rude. I hated Bam Margera. Have I ever told you guys about this? I used to despise Bam Margera. Like, I fucking was disgusted with him. I would turn the TV off because of the way he treated his dad. I could not sit there and watch a man be so disrespectful to his immediate family members. Like, as a young boy in Turkey, that would come up on television. I was like, no. I would literally fucking turn it off. I was like, I can't watch this. I don't understand why people are enjoying this. And maybe it's my conditioning. I don't know what it is. But straight up, when I saw him behave that way towards his parents, I was like, oh, disgusting. Male Karen Hasan, brother, I was like 12. What do you mean, male Karen? I saw some older video of you today, and pretty much verbatim you said this. Yeah. That shit was great, and Jackass was funny as fuck. You're just a square who can't have fun. I also always did think that way. Like, I thought there was something wrong with me for not appreciating Jackass when other people loved it. So, I don't know. What age were you? Yeah, I don't remember. Clutching pearls ass motherfucker. I'm willing to bet if you watched Bam Margera's shit right now, you'd be like, what the fuck was I watching? I promise you. There is 0% chance you would watch Bam Margera's videos now and go, that shit's funny as hell. No, man, he was just like straight up assaulting his family members. What the fuck? He was a huge asshole. He was just like mean. He was like a mean, ruthless, mean person. One of the main things with Jackass compared to modern prank channels that more than 99% of the time they were the butt of the joke. Yeah, for sure. I think that's what a lot of people forget. But even then, I didn't fully understand it. It just wasn't for me. But Bam Margera, I could not stand. Okay, like. The Jackass stuff, it's whatever. Oh, you're like, you know, beating your ass in public or whatever the fuck. It's sure. It's just not for me. Bam Margera, I was like, I am disgusted. I absolutely fucking hate him. I don't know why he's doing, you know, I don't know why he's doing any of the things he's doing. Why are people allowing him to disrespect his elders? It is so fucked up.
Like a few babies are born maybe every 10 years. It's like the Avatar, dude. Like every 100 years, there's somebody who has no shame enough to become a big YouTube prankster.
Yeah, he was not playing with me. You walked up, you're like, get the you fucking stealing. I'm like, no.
There's so much like shooting the shit with cops in these videos. It's wild. Okay, like I said,
dude, I think this is very interesting. One, it doesn't pass the smell test for me as far as like, this is really fucked up. This is really bad. Like this person's channel, but it is quite interesting that they're like pranksters and they're chaotic, but like cops love them and they're very nice to cops in general. Like what's happening? What is that about?
Hello and welcome back to Dress Me Out.
Yo, what's up with this new, like, why does this happen on YouTube? Why is this like insane?
Hello there, my name is Kyle Johnson. Welcome to my channel. I love to prank people and have fun. I love you all.
Can you help me? I know.
Oh, he got him 3 weeks ago as well. Imagine how many kids started hitting their parents and watching that filth. I love that he's getting mad at the cops don't care. I love that he's getting mad that the cops don't care the way he does. Just auto-generated CC. This one's worse. I mean, I just don't care enough. I do want to watch a how a $3 hot dog uncovered. I want to watch a Vince vintage video. Tony is the current Bam Margera. We got book talk. Do that. You're generalizing everything when talking about cops the same way a racist generalizes assessments about foreign people. Wait, what? Dog, did you just say a group of individuals that like work for a very specific purpose behaving in a unique way is shocking when it's like completely outside of the bounds of what they normally do in practice? Did you just compare that to a fucking nation of people? What are you, insane? You know that there's cops in other nations too, right? It's just one group of individuals on top of millions of others. Why do people always rush to this fucking idiotic comparison? You thought
a group of oil riggers would be working on the oil rig a certain way, well, that must mean you're fucking racist. Like, you're stupid. You're saying that. You're what you're saying right now. What you're saying is just as idiotic as what I just said. That's what cops do. Okay? Yeah, it's like me being shocked when McDonald's employees are making food. Okay? Why are people like this? Anti-cop race is a really funny take to come from a 5-month sub. I mean, there's always people. It just always comes up. So you get out of an unreasonable police search in Japan?
Want to look in my bag?
Yes. 見られたくないものとかあるんですか？
なんでですか？
パトロールで、要は知らずに危ないものも
You know what's ironic? They're probably being fucking racist right
持っ
now.
てる人とかいるんですよ。
でも私は危ない人みたいですか？
その要はちょっとそれだけ確認させてほしいんですよ。
私のバッグの中に
はい。
見たい？
Yes, yes. パパッと見て終わっちゃうんで、なんか見られたくないものとか入ってますよ。
はい。
例えばなんとか。
私のパンツが入ってます。
大丈夫です。ごめんなさい。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
はい。
これじゃダメです。ごめんなさい。ありがとうございます。
本当に私は危ない人じゃないです。
大丈夫です。ごめんなさい。ありがとうございました。
はい。
Yeah, that's a persuasion check. Yeah. So in Japan, law only defined rape as violent penetrative vaginal rape until like 2017. Men could not be victims before last year as well. What the fuck? Why is crime so low in Japan? Because the Japanese handled their business? What the fuck? Japan has a 99% conviction rate because the police can basically torture you into false confessions law. Also, they regularly record Yakuza-related killings as suicides, allegedly. Yeah, this is correct. This person is fucking stupid. They think that, like, Japan dishes out mob justice? What are you, fucking stupid? What? Crime is low in Japan, but the criminal justice system is insane and not good. In Japan, the law only defined rape as violent penetrative vaginal rape until, like, 2017. Men could not be victims before that year as well. And not only that, but also even in 2023, you still have to, I believe, I hope I'm not mistaking this with Japan and with France, but their new rape laws still are fucking awful, where you have to make a physical attempt. You literally have to make a physical attempt, and that the other person has to be able to physically overpower you in order for it to still be considered a rape. The adults, bro, what about America? Not the point. The adults are shitting on Japan right now. Watch this. It's really funny. Yeah. Anyway, what the fuck? That's insane. Yeah, I mean, look, I love Japan, but let's be real. I make no mistake. I criticize plenty about Japan all the fucking time. Japan is my mecca, though. I mean, I've talked about this shit so much. Also, yeah, their free speech laws are insane. Well, not free speech laws. Their slander laws are insane. You can be successfully sued for saying something correct. Like, this chatter is right. You can be sued for disparaging the rapist by calling them, even if they were convicted as raping you as a rapist, you could still be sued successfully by the rapist for calling them correctly a rapist. Yes. The law changed 2 months ago. Consent is now simply defined as not giving permission. You don't have to resist anymore. Oh, sorry. It was the law until 2 months ago. That's what I was mistaking. The law until 2 months ago changed to consent being simply not giving permission. Now, obviously, in practice, who knows how well they will follow through on that. But before then, the law quite literally was that you have to physically try
and stop rape from happening. Otherwise, this is not considered rape. Thailand is similar. I lived in Japan for several years and heard so many awful stories from female friends. Yeah. That's why it's always funny when people are like, oh man, Japan is so safe. It's so awesome as a woman. And I'm always thinking like, God damn, like you must have just visited for a little bit. Because yes, while it is safe as a tourist, usually when you're walking around in comparison to America, the element of danger that is ever present in the United States of America, there are a lot of issues in the very Japanese way that you do not see because they do very well in hiding it. I lived in Japan for 2 years. Foreign women do not face the same level of perversion threat that Japanese women do, unfortunately. Well, I mean, I guess that's not unfortunate, but I see what you're trying to say. Yeah. I know what you mean. I got what the chatter was trying to say. Phrasing was a little weird, but yeah, come on, guys. Yeah. Sorry, English isn't my first language. It's all good. I got what you meant to say. Seems so obvious if you consider why all cameras would have a snap sound when you take a picture. Anyway, you know what's ironic about this? People look at this and go, oh, what a positive experience with cops. They 100% stopped her because she's foreigner. Also. Like, absolutely. A lot of white people or foreigners in general that live in Japan, after a long enough timeline of living there, will report similar things where they just have like, you know, they do profile. So, you know, remember that. Remember that when you talk about the white people's Mecca, Japan. Tim Dillon's take on Lizzo's accusations.
The Joe Rogan experience.
See what Tim Dillon has to say. I think I was supposed to have Tim on the stream on Pride Month, but we never ended up doing it. I got to do that.
Right. I mean, that's what they did when they got rid of JFK.
That's what Lizzo should have done with those bitches. But those bitches who turned on her because she was trying to help them. First of all, that's not even a character. Like, you don't get to be a fat backup dancer. That doesn't exist. It's not real. Lizzo made that category of person. She made it. And then they turned on her. That's crazy. What is she accused of? Fat shaming them. Making them rehearse, making them stand up. That's what their version of fat shaming is. Making them stand up and walk onto the stage. Making them rehearse, taking them to a sex club in Amsterdam where the performers are shooting bananas out of their pussies because this is what happens. And Lizzo's like forcing them to touch the nude performers and force one of them to eat a banana that came out of the vagina of a performer, dancer in the sex club. Lizzo makes the girl, she's like, eat the banana. And then the girl gets really angry at that. But supposedly, Lizzo was just abusing her power. This is what they're all saying. But I don't know if I buy that. I think it's bitter people, maybe, that are angry. Because they all look like Lizzo. This is what's going to drive them nuts. They look exactly like her. And she's worth $40 million, and they're probably getting paid shit. So they're in the background every night dancing, And it ain't easy. It's fun to be on that TV show that she had, but then you have to do it every night. And they're icing their joints. You know, it's hard. They're in the trailer. It's fucking tough. Lizzo had to start getting on some of them, going like, you got to tone it down. You know, it's becoming a problem. You know, the weight is becoming a problem. And then Lizzo's response was, she's like, I would never fire any of them because of their weight. It's like, what a weird statement. They're dancers. How fat can they get? How fucking big can they?
Guys, listen to me. I should never watch any of this shit on this broadcast. Like, he's a comedian. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but he's also fat. But also, I don't know if you doubly noticed, but he's just trying to make jokes about a, you know, particularly funny situation. Yeah, this is a lose-lose. Yeah, let's just move on. Let's just move away from this, because chat will go, this is unacceptable. This is the most unacceptable thing I've ever seen.
Get if I wanted to be a dancer for Taylor Swift and she came up to me and went, you're too fat to do this, I'd go, that makes sense, and I'd leave with some dignity. But these women, Lizzo has them on stage, she has them dancing, and then all of a sudden, you know, she's abusing or making them do weird shit, and they all are now suing her, and her streaming has slowed down big time. The ads, you know how it is. It's a big cancellation.
So did she... So this show, were these girls dancers before they got on her show?
No,
or
because
just girls?
You can't be a dancer at a certain... Right. Let's just be very honest here. They're not at the ballet. You know how the ballerinas are on the tippy toes?
Yes.
That's not happening. These women, it's a fetish dancing.
Yes.
These are larger women. Okay, and I don't mean like, I had a cheesecake. I mean like, these are big ladies. And they're dancing because Lizzo's whole thing, Lizzo's like, I'm not getting enough attention just being the fatty up front. I want everyone on stage to be fat. So I can get more praise.
Right.
Because the media will be like, not only is she fat, everyone's fat. The whole stage looks like shit. How good of a person is she?
Whoa.
That's what they wanted. I think that's what she wanted. She wanted, it wasn't enough that it was her. It had to be everybody. And that's what bit her in the ass.
But the question was, these gals, how often did they have to dance? Was it like every night? Like, how often was that show? Was it a once-a-week show? What was it?
I don't know, but they were on tour, so you'd figure when you're they're on tour.
Okay, so they're doing regular shows.
Regular shows.
Now, this is my question. When you're a big girl and you're not exercising, and then all of a sudden someone hires you for a dance show because they want big girls.
Right.
And then you have to do that kind of shit every day.
It's tough.
Your body's not prepared for that. Your joints are weak.
It's very hard.
Like, you...
Sometimes I wonder how chatters survive in the world without you to tell them when something is a joke or not. They don't go out in the real world. Most chatters don't go out in the real world. I don't think you get it. That's why they say the things that they normally would say that we would see on Twitter. You're instigating his chat civil war by watching this clip? I know. The difference between Tim and Joe is, yes, Tim is joking, whereas like he's just trying to purposely say exaggerated things with the hope that it inspires humor out of people. Joe Rogan, on the other hand, is like very serious. He's like, yeah.
You could get really fucked up doing. It's like asking someone to go into like some crazy cardiovascular workout.
Right. And they get mad at Lizzo because Lizzo doesn't have to do anything. She just pulls out the flute.
Can I see what it looked like? Can you show me what that show was like?
Can you show us the big girls? Here Come the Big Girls is the show. But I think they're also angry at Lizzo because they're like, we're dancing and rehearsing. She doesn't have to rehearse. Lizzo just kind of walks out on stage and sings her songs and does a little, but then pulls out the flute.
Okay, he's being kind of an asshole, and that's not really that funny, to be honest, but I guess that shit's subjective. Yeah, of course he's being an asshole. Yes, he's being an asshole.
These girls have to, like, dance through the whole thing. So it's difficult. It's hard.
It sounds hard.
It's not easy.
Here's the TV show, I guess.
It's hard for a dancer.
Here we go.
Okay, so there's Lizzo. It's on Amazon Prime Video.
What's up, y'all? It's Lizzo. I'm looking for dancers to join me on my tour. Girls that look like me don't get representation. Time to pull up my sleeves and find them myself. We thick and we pretty and we know what we about. It's the battle of the big girls.
Background dancer for Lizzo would just mean everything.
You could tell how badly this was going to go, by the way.
What do we have in store?
This is the fun part. I'm always doubting myself, and I feel like that has been detrimental in how I approach dance.
I'm realizing that I do deserve a spot on that stage.
It's hard to love yourself in a world that doesn't love you back. You were created specially in your image for you to enjoy. You don't have to be light-skinned. You don't have to be skinny. You're just beautiful the way you are.
I need to challenge myself and step outside my comfort zone.
Now I'm going into competition mode.
Some people are not at the same level that I am.
I'm gonna call you Lil Sis. He's trying to demean me.
Damn, these motherfuckers are not reacting hard at all, brother. What is happening? What is happening? How is anything they saying controversial? A legit question. One thing is being chubby, heavy, not being super fit. Those are being medically obese, overweight. Oh my God, stop. Like, here, can I just say something? Like, half of the chat is doing autism means no jokes, and you're doing the exact opposite in the other direction, where you're like literally thinking that they're having like genuine medical conversations. Joe Rogan is literally a fucking ape. Tim Dillon is making jokes. Neither of these two people are having a serious conversation about like the genuine medical problems that come up with being morbidly obese. Like, shut the fuck up. Oh my God. He's literally just like, yeah, he's watching and sequentially grunting with each new frame. And you're like, well, you know, what they're saying is actually fine. Let's say, let me explain something to you. Let's say that like even if what you're saying would have truth to it, like, what do you mean? Then they're being fucking ableist then. Okay, got it. Is that what your joke is then? Like, is that what it is? Genuinely feel like we need to have joke nights with this chat? Fuck no.
Understanding how to read the room. You might not make it into the show.
I see a lot of
Right.
So what was that one that we just passed through? There was one that, like, was that a transgender person?
Yes, I believe that is a transgender person.
Yeah, even in like a quick.
Joe, thanks, Joe. Great feedback, Joe. Joe watched 5 minutes of the fucking Lizzo show and immediately was like, oh, there's a trans one, I think. Oh, it's awesome. What is this?
Yes, it was a quick. That wasn't I'll say they didn't do a great job at the, you know, fully going to the other gender there. You know what I mean? It's they kind of stopped. And that's fine. Not everyone does a great job all the time at everything.
No, but anybody has
I brought my car in to get washed, and it comes out, and you go, meh. And that's kind of what that was. But
so the show is basically she's hiring these girls.
These girls, listen.
And then they're going on tour together.
I've had drug addictions. I've had eating things. Like, when you are not in a good mental state, which is a lot of the reason people act out with different things, right? With substances, with food, with whatever. You know, and, you know, listen, if you have people that are emotionally, that have issues, you know, and Lizzo might have them as well, it's a toxic soup of maybe becomes a problem on tour.
Yeah.
Everybody, it's the idea of a judge having to adjudicate this, to me, is the funniest thing I've ever. The idea of a judge in a room having to go, who called who fat, looking Lizzo's on one side and then the dance, and he's like staring at everybody going, wait, who's who? Who's what? Who's fat? Like, it's crazy, but, you know, it's unfortunate because you know, they're coming for her career.
Yeah.
They're coming for her career.
Why does Tim Dillon always take these insane stances? Like this is what he does every single time, where he'll be like, "Oh, is there a person that's being? Is there a person that everyone's like getting together their shit on? All right, I'm gonna take the opposite. I'm gonna take the opposite direction every single time.
Career big time.
The show itself seems like it would be a health risk.
Oh, it is.
It seems like
See, this is what I mean. Joe is so good. He's never funny on purpose. He's just absolutely fucking hilarious, completely unintentionally. Yeah. You know what? Get a bunch of fat people together and they start dancing. It's just seems like a health risk. Why would it be a health risk? You fucking ape. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's so good.
the show itself seems like it would be a health risk.
Like, he took a deep breath, thought about it, and he was like, this is so good. This is my fire take, my fire perspective on the matter.
Oh, it is.
It seems like it would be, right? Like to force people to work out.
Yes. Part of the lawsuit has to do with the recording that one of the dancers made, and I'm reading this article. This sounds, it's interesting if you guys would want to read it.
Okay.
It's pretty fun.
The suit also describes an alleged meeting with dancers on April 27th at which Lizzo repeatedly referenced Williams' termination, allegedly telling her that she had, quote, eyes and ears everywhere. Davis recorded.
All I know is they went on TMZ, like the people who were alleging, the people who brought the lawsuit, who I'm in support of, but like, goddamn, why the fuck did you go on TMZ? That's never a good idea to do that.
This meeting because she suffers from an eye condition that can make her, quote, disoriented in stressful situations, according to the suit. Days later, Lizzo allegedly held an emergency meeting where she discovered that the previous meeting had been recorded, the suit says. She became furious, hurling expletives at the group and stating that she was going to go around the room person by person until somebody told Lizzo, who made the recording, according to the lawsuit. The suit says Davis confirmed that she had recorded the meeting, allegedly told Lizzo that she hadn't meant any harm, and had deleted the video. Lizzo allegedly responded, "There is nothing you can say to make me believe you." So it's kind of like mafia shit.
All right. They got, well, someone did. Here's what I want to know. When it says became furious, hurling expletives at the group, and stated that she was going to go around the room person by person until someone told Lizzo, who made the recording. God, I hope she refers to herself in the third term.
Yes.
Third person.
Somebody better tell Lizzo.
Because if that, I hope that's how she says it. That would be amazing. If she said someone better tell Lizzo.
Yeah, I mean, she brought all these women on tour probably to abuse them, you know?
I don't think they thought it through. That's what I'm saying. It's about
when
like,
you
the
have
health.
a bunch of fatty boom baddies on the tour, she's probably having a little fun, going, girls, you know, she's probably...
Eat some pussy out of banana.
Yeah, eat the pussy banana. And also, bitch, do it, because where else are you going to dance?
Right.
You're not getting hired anywhere else. Like, unfortunately or fortunately, you're not working.
Right.
So you were given this really weird, unique opportunity that only exists with this one woman.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist anywhere else. So, you know.
This is like not to body shame anybody, but there's been a weird shift.
Yeah. Dude, I love Joe Rogan is funnier than Tim Dillon, completely unintentionally. Joe Rogan spends like the first 9 minutes of the video being like, these fat fucking animals need to be locked away, but also if they die of COVID, it's their fault because they're fat. And then he's like, 9 minutes and 53 seconds in, he's like, listen, not the body shame. What are you saying? He's like, these guys are fat. They shouldn't be dancing. They shouldn't be out in society. It's a medical condition. and then it just comes in hot with the, I don't know. I really shouldn't be body shaming.
Yes.
And just the way society looks at these things.
Yes.
Because it used to be that women...
Let me guess. He's going to be like, classic bit.
They're promoting unhealthy body positivity is a promotion of unhealthy body standards, and they're making society fat by showing you fat people on camera. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan lives in fucking Texas. Society already is fat, stupid. You live in Texas. You live in Austin, Texas. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean, brother? What are you saying? Are you blind? Go to a fucking Walmart. I mean, there's a fat dude sitting in front of you. Anyway. It's just so weird.
That were representing clothes and things had ideal shapes.
Yes.
Like that's what they used for advertisement.
Right.
And then something changed.
The idea that, dude, the idea that like America got fat because they started putting fat people in commercials is so fucking stupid. The other came before, okay? You're putting the cart before the horse, dumbass. Like, what do you mean? We're one of the fattest nations on the planet. We're so fucking fat. We made all the other nations in our orbit fat, okay? Like, the fattest country, technically, is fat because of us, okay? It's like Samoa. Like, every other country around us in our orbit is also getting fatter due to our way of our unhealthy dietary standards. It's just like, the fuck do you mean? Is it because, you know, in Mexico they're doing body positivity? Is that why? Is that why they're becoming fat? Is that what happened? They're doing marketing? Or does marketing pluck traits that exist in society to make their product more welcoming for people that resemble that? I don't know. I wonder how this happened. Oh.
And they decided
Well,
to...
society used to really prioritize people who could breathe on their own.
He loves that. This is just bottom of the barrel fat shaming. But again, I love the idea. I love the idea that body positivity in the media is what caused obesity to fucking skyrocket. It's like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Obesity skyrocketed for like the past fucking 50 years. And you want to know what else was happening during that time frame? You don't even have to go that far back in time. 2000s. Okay? You had to quite literally be a stick. You were unhealthily skinny, and that was shown as like the perfect body, the perfect figure was someone who was deeply unhealthy, okay? In the other direction. Hasan, don't you wear a CPAP? No, I wear your mother's pussy on my face, dude. That's my fucking CPAP machine, okay? That's actually kind of bars. I wear your mother's pussy like a CPAP. Puts my ass to sleep. And I mean that. Bratatat. Anyway.
And that...
Growing up, I would see pictures of Jessica Simpson on the beach. People were screaming that she was fat. She was literally so skinny. Yeah. If that was the case in the fucking 90s, we'd have no obesity in the 90s or in the 2000s. And yet we were, you know, one of the most obese countries on the planet. Funny how that works. Hasan, you are fat. Is what your mom said to my cock. That Hasan, you have a fat one. And I love it. You're grounded. Take a week off. Right. Did not say that? Yes, she did. Don't make me ground you too. I'm your daddy now. I'll ground you too, bitch. Got sent out to striking WGA members. Negotiations update. Your negotiating committee received the counter proposal from the AMPTP today. We evaluate their offer and after deliberation go back to them with the WGA's response next week. Sometimes more progress can be made in negotiations when they are conducted without a blow-by-blow description of the moves on each side and a subsequent public dissection of the meaning of the moves. That will be our approach, at least for the time being, until there's something of significance to report. Or unless management uses media or industry surrogates to try to influence in there. The guild always has the right to communicate with our members and will do so when we think there is news you need to know. In the meantime, please continue to demonstrate your commitment by showing up to the picket lines for yourselves, your fellow writers, SAG-AFTRA, fellow union members, and all those in our community who are impacted by the strikes. Motherfuckers love writing, dude. You see that? They're scabbing. Yeah. All right. I've been meaning to watch this. How a $3 hot dog uncovered a $24.7
the American dream if your dad doesn't own a ticket.
Fuck.
So how do you achieve the American dream if your dad doesn't own an emerald?
All right. This is from friend of the show, now definite friend of the show, Vince Vintage. Famously said, my reacts were awesome, so you should go show him some love and subscribe to him. His video is titled, How a $3 Hot Dog Uncovered a $24.7 million lottery scam.
You walk into the store, you plunk down $1, and with nothing but luck, you win the lottery. And while that's a great dream, of course, I mean, we all know the odds are astronomical. But what if we could maybe control those odds? Or better yet, eliminate them completely. Illegally winning a mind-boggling $24 million over the course of a decade. Eddie Tipton's considered the greatest lottery cheat of all time. A paid actor. But you gotta ask, how the hell did he pick the winning lottery numbers?
Bro, what is happening? The first fucking second of the video had all the captions. I turned off the captions. I turned it back on. Now there's no captions. What the heck?
Times for over 10 years. Well, it's kind of simple. Eddie Tipton worked for the lottery. On December 29, 2010, the Hot Lotto in Iowa held its drawing for a $16.4 million jackpot. Now, the winning ticket had been purchased at a Quick Trip convenience store in Des Moines, Iowa. Why would you live there? But for someone, the American dream, became very real. But then the ticket went unclaimed for days, and then it was weeks, and then it was months.
Well, it's been almost a month since we had announced that we had a Hot Lotto, $16.5 million Hot Lotto winner. Person who has purchased or owns this ticket probably doesn't know that they have it.
And then it was nearly a year. Now, believe it or not, the lottery officials actually...
Yeah, I was wondering how that happens. How do you know every time? Like, it's not a given that the person who won knows they won, right? Because I feel like there's hella people that probably fucking buy a ticket and just like kind of toss it or whatever. Do they re-roll? People who play the numbers don't forget. Okay, that's insane. I feel like I've had situations where like my grandfather has bought like a lottery ticket for me as a joke or as a meme or whatever. He used to always, oh my God, I just remembered a formative memory from my childhood. I would go to, when I visited the United States of America in the summers, every Sunday, I would go with my granddad to I think it was like a CVS or a Walgreens or something that was in Freehold, New Jersey. Okay. Which then turned into a Wegmans for a little bit, I believe, but it wasn't a Wegmans for too long. It turned into like a H Mart, like an Asian Mart. Anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter. But we would go there. And I would get a video game magazine that had the CD demos in it. And I would buy one Starbucks Frappuccino in the glass. I could not believe it. I loved going to the fucking Walgreens. I mean, it doesn't matter. Every single one of these stores, these convenience stores, was an incredible experience for me because, like,
the bountiful journey of like 50 different types of Oreos, all this shit. I loved it, right? And we would go and I would get like a gaming magazine, and I would get one of those like big ass Starbucks Frappuccinos in a bottle, which I could not understand how that was legal. I loved it. Okay. I was like, this is the greatest shit I've ever tasted. It's fucking so sick. And my grandfather would go and get a lottery ticket. And I don't think it was at Walgreens, because do they even sell lottery tickets there? I don't fucking remember. Whatever. But he would always get a lottery ticket, which is really weird because he's a very smart guy. And I would always be like, why are you buying that? And he's like, one day I'm going to win it. You never did, but always thought that that was odd, even from the jump, from an early age.
Want the money to be claimed. You know, it's good PR to have the big winner holding a big old check. And in the meantime, they were flooded with over 200 fake winner claims. Oh, my friend who died in a car accident had the ticket. The winning ticket to my grandma's casket. But what the public didn't know was they had a video of the person buying the ticket along with the serial number. And anyone that wanted to take the claim had to verify both of those, which no one could nearly a year later. Now, public reminders were issued every single month, and it even made national news about this unclaimed ticket. Because 1 year after that purchase date, the $16 million ticket would expire to nothing. Now, 30 days before the expiration date, Canadian attorney Philip Johnson called in and provided what no one else could, the correct serial numbers for the...
Wait, if it actually expires, why don't they just fucking scam people and be like, oops, it expired. Like, just roll a fake number that was never sold and then just collect the fucking revenue for the government and then do it over and over again. I wonder if they do that. Don't give them ideas. Bitch, it's gambling. It's legalized gambling that the government is doing. You understand that, right? It's one of the dumbest concepts of all time. You're not going to win it anyway. You're just buying it. It's already a scam. I love someone said the lottery is a scam if they don't actually offer the payout. What do you mean? It already is a scam. It's just that every aspect of our existence under late stage capitalism is so riddled to the fucking brim with numerous other scams that you have forgotten that this is an OG scam. This is the OG scam. Yes, it is a regressive tax on the poor. Now, of course, it's a scam that isn't the worst kind of scam because, like, that tax actually does end up, you know, funding resources. Does that make sense? But, you know, you think it's good that it goes towards funding these state schools and shit, right? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think it's the best kind of scam overall because it literally works to fund government services. The government does it. Yeah, the government runs the lottery, don't they? Or don't they tax it heavily? I think they either run it or they end up taxing it super heavily. I'm pretty sure, but I think they run it.
Winning lottery ticket, and he had said he had purchased the ticket himself, but then said he could not personally deliver the ticket because he was too sick to come down from Canada. Maybe it sounds a little sketch, but they asked him what he wore on the day that he bought it, and Philip paused. He was wearing a tweed jacket with dress pants and dress shoes. Now, although he gave the correct serial number, the man in the video buying the winning ticket was wearing a hoodie and sweatpants. He was lying, so they didn't give him the jackpot. Now, a week later, Philip Johnson calls in again, but now with a different story, stating that he had actually told a little white lie, that it wasn't him that bought the ticket, but he was representing the winner of it, and he was a wealthy man who wanted to remain anonymous. Now, there's just one problem with that. It's against the rules of the Iowa lottery. All winners' names have to be made public, but they still didn't want to reveal the winner's name. But then on the final day, down to the last hour before the $16 million ticket expired, an attorney from New York shows up with the actual winning ticket in his hand.
We've been looking for 365 days for this, and with 1 hour and 50 minutes left, the two individuals you just met brought us what we believe is the winning ticket for the Hot Lotto jackpot.
But this time, the ticket was signed by a trust in the Belize, and the trust beneficiary was a shell company in Belize. And who was the president of that shell company? Oh, it was Philip Johnston, the attorney that called in the first time.
We've got to make sure that we're paying the right amount and the money to the proper and appropriate persons, so we are not paying this particular ticket today.
Then, in a last-ditch effort, the attorneys asked if they could claim the money in cash and then turn it over to the state and they could give it to charity.
But lottery lawyers declined based on concerns about the legality of the purchase, possession, and presentation of the ticket.
We couldn't verify the winner.
Now, the attorneys were so angry at this point that they actually threatened to sue the Iowa lottery until they realized that they would have to actually reveal the real winner's name in the court case.
The lottery received yet another letter. The purchaser of the ticket has elected to remain anonymous and withdraw the...
What the fuck do they think? That's so dumb. How would you prove that? You would have to reveal the person's name. Okay. I mean, at that point, they have to know there's like some scammy shit happening, right? Because like, this lawyer is kind of stupid.
The claim, and to think all that person had to do was provide birth date and address, and they would have walked away with millions of dollars.
And the $16 million jackpot went to no one. Now, why were they trying so hard to hide the name of this ticket winner? Was the
Iowa versus John Doe? No, but it would come up. His name would 100% be revealed in discovery. That's number one. Number two, John Doe is not a minor. Like, what do you mean? I don't think that you have any protections in that situation.
Real winner possibly murdered, maybe a victim of blackmail, or maybe even theft. Either way, the whole thing stunk, and the FBI was called in to investigate. Now, it seemed a bit strange when Eddie Tipton, the security director for the multi-state lottery, lived in a 8,500 square foot mansion decked out with a 20-seat custom home theater and a basketball court. Now, Eddie didn't make that much money. His co-workers at the lottery often wondered how the hell could he afford a baller mansion when he only made about $90,000 a year. Now, he told his lottery co-workers that his house was just his one vice, and that even though he was single and in his 40s, that one day he was gonna have a huge family. And this story kind of made sense. It was 2007. A lot of people bought homes they couldn't afford. So no one, not even his co-workers at the lottery, suspected a thing.
My God!
Now, as the FBI...
See, turns out the house controversy is good, actually, because imagine they should have... If he had some fucking psychotic freaks following every step that he made, he could have also been doxxed. And then when he first bought the house, they could have yelled at him, and then they would have found out that he bought it by faking it.
I investigated the case.
Faking lottery
kind of
wins.
went cold. There wasn't a lot of evidence. There was too many dead ends. Until 4 years later, it ended up on prosecutor Rob Sands' desk. Now, nobody expected him to get anywhere, but Rob Sands was the hot new prosecutor on the block that wanted to make a name for himself. But all Rob had to work with was a grainy video of the dude buying the ticket that they didn't know, and the name of some Better Call Saul Canadian attorney that called in with the winning ticket. So investigators flew up to Canada to interview the first attorney, but then he said that he was actually collecting the ticket on behalf of another attorney that was from Texas. And when they went to that attorney, he said the winning ticket had been given to him by Texas businessman Robert Rhodes. But Robert Rhodes looked and sounded nothing like the guy in that video. So 4 years after having the lottery drawing held, Rob Sands...
Bro, people do fucking crazy shit to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Like, imagine going through this level of scheming just to get a $5 top of the hour ad break avoider in the form of a subscription. That's crazy. But no matter what, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and it comes for you. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 for free with the Twitch Prime. Right. You can also get gifted a sub. Maybe a lottery winner will gift a sub for you. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Released that video nationwide to ask for help in trying to identify the guy in that video, along with an audio track of his voice.
34 MKD50 is back with 50 big ones.
No thanks.
Now, within days, thousands
It's also kind of sus that he was all geared up, like in a hoodie and shit, buying a lottery ticket. Like, is wild.
Thousands of people called into the FBI, and it sounded like my grandpa. Oh, it sounded like my coworker. But one name kept coming up. You see, dozens and dozens of lottery employees from across the country had called in and instantly recognized the voice as Eddie Tipton. But this was a little hard to believe. I mean, Eddie Tipton was the security director for the multi-state lottery, meaning he's the guy in charge of making sure no one cheated, and legally couldn't even buy lotto tickets. But what were the odds that Eddie Tipton could also pick the winning numbers? The coincidences were too far. So how are the winning numbers picked for the lottery? Well, back in the day, the numbers were put on ping pong balls, whipped around in a cage, and one by one were taken out in the public eye so everyone could see the contest was legit. But even this system had problems when lottery workers cheated the game by filling some of the balls with water to improve their own odds, and then...
Bro, this makes no sense because, like, I feel like there needs to be a rule. That part, that thing was great. I feel like that concept was great. Remember what they stole from you. Remember what they took from you. Return to tradition. I'm sick and tired of this new lottery bullshit. But also, if you work for the fucking lottery company, you should not be allowed to win the lottery. Because it makes no sense. If a big part of the lottery structure relies on the confidence that people have that there will not be any kind of misdeed, okay? Oh, that is a rule. Okay, that makes sense. I was about to say, like, if any time a lottery, even if they, honest to God, bought a ticket and won the lottery, I'm gonna be like, no, dog, that shit's crazy. That's cheating. You're fucking cheating. There's no way I'm sitting there and the fucking guy that's pulling the numbers wins the lottery. Like, get the fuck out of here. No shot. Not allowed. No, not being allowed to buy a ticket is not the same as, like, not being allowed to win, okay? It's the same reason why team owners and professional players are not allowed to bet on games within their own sport or games they're directly involved in. Yeah, I tell that to Michael Jordan. But also at the same time, I feel like nowadays with ESPN setting up, like, its own betting company and shit, I'm sure that rule will fucking change too, because god damn it, dude. I feel like gambling makes the world go round.
When those balls exploded on live TV, a new system was needed. Now, today, lotteries pick the winning numbers using computers, but to understand the real genius of how Eddie Tipton cheated, we need to remember that computers never do anything randomly. So, how do you get a random number on a computer? Well, you actually kind of don't. So, it starts with an input number and runs it through a complex math problem called the random number generator to output a final number that looks random. But if you have that same input number, you will always get that same final number. And that's kind of the problem. So to get a truly random final number, one that you could use for the lottery, you need a random input number. So lotteries measure the radiation of americium-241 in the air. That number's plugged into a random number generator, and that comes up with the winning lotto numbers. Now, what's americium-241, you might ask? Well, it's the microscopic nuclear fallout from weapons tests over the last 50 years that surrounds everyone on Earth. I mean, it really is no big problem. But remember, each time you take that same input number and run it through the math problem, you will always get that same final random number. So, like, in a perfect theoretical sense, it actually isn't random. But that was the crack that Eddie Tipton managed to exploit. Now, in January of 2015, Eddie Tipton was arrested for defrauding the Iowa lottery. Now, the feds had a decent amount of evidence against him. Video was clear, the audio analysis matched up with his voice, and even though Eddie said he was out of town the day that ticket was bought, well, his own phone records show that he was in that store at that time when the winning ticket was bought. Now, in custody, he lawyered up. He didn't say a word about how or if he even...
Okay, I take it back. He's working too hard to cheat. At that point, you got to let him have it. I'm a big advocate for, listen, you cheated, but like I thought it was just like straight up, you know, I don't know. I thought it was just like I wrote the number, like I printed it out. You know what I mean? I know what the winning numbers are, and I just printed it out on my own or some shit. Like, that's a lot of effort still. You got to respect it a little bit. Come on. I'm just
I'm just saying.
And did it, and the feds had no idea how he did it. So the only thing they could nail him for was buying a lottery ticket as a lottery worker.
Now again, these fraud charges against Tipton, we're told, are based solely on the belief that he attempted to falsely redeem.
I thought doing math was legal. Sorry. I'm being arrested for being too good at math, it seems. Kind of fucked up.
A lottery ticket and have nothing to do with any evidence that he was somehow able to use his position and expertise to manipulate the game.
But then the skeletons came out of Eddie's closet because Eddie had gotten his job as the director of security for the law.
If you respect the amount of work he put in to cheat, doesn't that mean you have to respect the amount of work involved to catch him? Don't give me that, okay? I'm siding with the crime on this one, okay? Everybody's trying to make it. You're right. It did take a lot of effort to catch him, which, you know, I put respect on the fucking cop in this situation. But, like, a lot funnier if I support this guy instead.
Lottery as a convicted felon for burglary. How does that even happen? Now, in court, Eddie would demand a fast and swift trial, but prosecutor Rob Sands actually thought this was odd. Most white-collar criminals don't get caught on the first time they commit a crime. He thought maybe Eddie wanted to shorten the investigation time because maybe there was more fraudulent lottery tickets out there.
Yeah, I mean, his house would be it would give us an indication that there was probably more crime that had occurred thus far. There was a case of group of MIT students who calculated and figured out that a particular state lottery had a positive expected value, so they pooled money and bought an insane number of tickets and made off with millions. Oh, so these guys are allowed to steal? See, there you go. Why? Because they're from Massachusetts. Iowa hates his own, okay? Do you see that? These guys get celebrated. That guy, Iowa State Lottery, he's a state worker for the state of Iowa. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, nope, not allowed. They spent $600,000. Oh, okay, see, that's way lamer than what my man did.
That they hadn't discovered yet. Now, when Eddie was asked about who Robert Rhodes was to him, you know, the Texas business guy that had the $16 million ticket, well, Eddie said he had no idea who he was. He didn't know what he looked like. He never even heard of the name. But they were friends on Facebook. They had been co-workers for the last 10 years. They were best friends. When Eddie Tipton was asked what he did for work, he had failed to mention one little detail, that he was the guy that wrote the program that picked the winning lottery numbers. Now, at this point, it looked like an inside job, or it was a huge amount of coincidences that had led Eddie Tipton's best friend to win the lottery. Now, there was one huge problem with this entire case. The computer that the numbers were used to pick the winning lottery numbers had been wiped clean 3 times over. Now, although there was no evidence about how this actually happened, the feds had a decent theory. Now,
look at this nerd, dude. Look at this guy. Just, oh, look at me. I'm trying to stop crimes from happening. Oh, yeah, I'm a nerd. Destroying the lives and livelihood of industrious men. I hope you don't feel happy about that.
Hot Lotto uses 2 computers that are locked in a room that only 5 people have access to. And you guessed it.
More like Narc Zuckerberg. Yeah.
Eddie Tipton was one of those people. Now, inside of that room, there's a locked plexiglass box that you need 2 keys from 2 employees to open up, and then they pick the winning lottery numbers. And this whole process is recorded on cameras 24/7. So how could have this hacking been done? Those cameras that record 1 frame every minute, meaning that theoretically, Eddie Tipton could have gone inside the room for some routine maintenance with another coworker. While that coworker was turned away, in the span of 59 seconds, Eddie Tipton could have put in a USB key, changed an estimated 2 lines of code, and then he would know what the winning lottery numbers are that only he would know about. But in Eddie's defense, there was no evidence of any of this. All of the witnesses testified Eddie Tipton was the man in that video. Even the person that had sold him that lotto ticket and the hot dog said it was him. But Eddie Tipton's defense had a rebuttal to that. They said that that was actually impossible because Eddie Tipton is not a hot dog guy, that he's more...
Yes! Dude, first of all, that's a lie, okay? Let me tell you something. I saw one fucking frame of this man more than the cameras ever saw, and that's a fucking hot dog guy, okay?
I do not give a fuck what his team of lawyers and legal experts are saying. That's a man who likes a good brat, okay? That's a brat boy right there. Get the fuck out of here. He absolutely is a hot dog guy. As a matter of fact, that's probably why he lost the lawsuit. Because the judge took one look at him and went, no, my boy, you are a glizzy gobbler, okay? You are a glizzy guzzler. There is 0% chance. I mean, you like burgers too, for sure, but you definitely are a hot dog boy. Let me tell you something. A lot of you are saying, oh, he's a hamburger guy. You are Philistines. Want to know why? Because who amongst us doesn't love a fucking bacon cheeseburger? Okay? I love it. I love it. Do I prefer it to a hot dog? Absolutely. Let me explain something to you. Okay? Let me explain something to you. You go to a 7-Eleven. Are you going to have the fucking burgers? Or are you going to have the hot dog? Are you going to have the pizza? No, you're going to have the hot dog. It's the most edible thing because a hot dog is low quality meat stick across the board. The hot dog that you get at 7-Eleven is going to be close to a hot dog that you get as a dirty water dog in the corner street of a New York City subway station, okay? It's consistent. So it does not matter. Your Honor, it does not matter whether his personal preference is a hamburger or not because all of us are hot dog guys. When we sit right there at the counter of a 7-Eleven, we are all united as Americans as hot dog people. Case closed. I switched it on him. I'm the nerdy prosecutor now. That's how I would close it out. I rest my case.
Is not a hot dog guy, that he's more of a jack-in-the-box man. And honestly, I can tell. So what happened here? Eddie Tipton bought the winning lottery ticket, gave that to a good friend named Robert Rhodes, who then gave it to his attorney, who then gave it to another attorney that specializes in hiding money.
A lot of people in the chat keep saying taquitos all day, but like, dude, as soon as you say that, visually in my mind, I'm like, I cannot imagine like an edible taquito. I immediately think like crusty ass, like the cheese on the corner of the taquito is like basically turned into black. It's not even brown anymore. It's like black from fucking rolling around on that steel thing all day, every day. No, I'm telling you, those shits are fucking gross and stale. If you want the same consistency in your food that you're about to have, you would go for a hot dog. 100p. Hot dogs are the same quality in most places that you go to. And that's why it absolutely is the option, is the choice there, okay?
And that's how he got to the situation. So Eddie had access, Eddie knew how to commit the crime, there were cell phone records, Facebook messages, all going back 10 years that linked him to Robert Rhodes. So the jury would rule guilty, and Eddie would be sentenced to 10 years in jail. But the story is far from over. Now, remember when Eddie said he wanted a fast and swift trial, and Rob Sands thought maybe that was a little bit odd because there was more fraud out there? Well, after the trial, the feds would comb through 44,000 winning lottery tickets across all of the states for over a decade. And they would cross-reference the winners with Eddie Tipton's Facebook friends, phone numbers, LinkedIn's, and some strange coincidences.
Okay, once again, you have to respect the hustle. This man was able to operate a fucking crime ring off of Facebook. Off of Facebook moots, okay? Moots. Facebook moots. That is so respectable. Nowadays, you can't even be the fucking president and ask for 11,780 votes in the state of Georgia, okay? Without a bitch getting in your ear telling you how illegal that is, okay? I'm just saying, this motherfucker was doing it in broad daylight with like multiple loose ends without even tying them. You got to put some respect on it. You have to. It's kind of sweet. It's kind of sick.
Coincidences came up. On November 23rd, 2005, Eddie Tipton's brother won a $600,000 jackpot in Colorado. Eddie Tipton's program was used in Colorado. On December 29, 2007, Robert Rhodes had won $800,000 in Wisconsin. Eddie Tipton's program was used in Wisconsin. On November 23rd, 2011, Kyle Kahn, who was a good friend of Eddie Tipton's brother, won $1.2 million in Oklahoma. Eddie Tipton's program was used there. And on December 29, 2010, in Kansas, Eddie Tipton's ex—
Ooh-wee! That right there is a sexy lady. Let me tell you, I see that Barbusi from a mile away, brother. Look at that tattoo. God damn it.
Ex-girlfriend that he met on eHarmony won $22,000. Was all this a bit strange? Was this all just God's coincidences? Now, besides Eddie Tipton being the main connection, you might notice that it was only 2 dates that were winning, November 23rd and December 29th. Now, again, I mean, there was no evidence of this program until they found
only got
a storage
22K.
unit that had one computer that was used to do the winning lotto numbers in 2007. Right there in plain sight on the computer, they discovered the code that Eddie had actually used, and it was exactly how they theorized. On those 2 dates, it would put in a specific input number so that the random number generator would be something that Eddie always knew for the winning numbers for the lottery. So with enough evidence to tie him to 5 hacked lottery drawings, Eddie Tipton finally confessed.
Mr. Tipton,
Dude, this kind of, I'm not even kidding. Like, I miss this shit. Like, I do have some level of respect for this kind of grit, this kind of entrepreneurial mindset, especially when, like, all level of scams have basically moved to such low effort, bottom of the barrel bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, this guy earned it. Come on. In your heart of hearts, you know he kind of earned it. The amount of effort he put into this, like, he actually requires a degree. He actually needs to have, like, some, you know, understanding of math. He was able to organize a ring of, like, random Debras and Barbaras from all around the country to be able to, like, facilitate this. And nowadays it's like the opposite, you know what I mean? It's just like, get my mindset mentality course for $50 a month. Like, I've decided I can imagine not being poor, and then all of a sudden I'm rich. And if you're just as stupid as I am, fucking buy my course, and then boom, all of a sudden you're making like $100,000 a month. I hate that shit. It looks like he might be giving his winnings to RFK Jr. though, dead ass. Wait, what do you mean? Omi and a Hellcat had a product release? Oh, dude. I am a Omi and a Hellcat truther, okay? I believe he should not have even touched the inside of a prison. I don't think so. He made his own Ocean 7-Eleven. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's not even a joke. Like, literally. These guys are doing Middle America Ocean's 11, you know? Straight up. Everything nowadays is just like another crypto rug pull. It just sucks. It sucks ass. There's no work. Nobody wants to work anymore. And this, yes, includes scammers. Okay. I saw a tweet about that earlier today. Nobody wants to work anymore. Serial killers. There are no active serial killers nowadays. You know what I mean? No one is doing a job that used to mean something. Okay. No one. Society has fallen apart. We must return to tradition, okay? We got to bring back serial killers, and we got to bring back actual confidence men that used to do, like, big-ticket scams like this.
I'm Kim from KCCI. What's your reaction to the sentencing today?
Shock. That's it.
But Eddie claimed that he was never in the lottery scam business and actually said he was an accidental felon. He said one day he was playing around with the program and realized a crucial flaw, noticed he could exploit it, and then just left the hacked program there for over a decade. I mean, all the situation was a geeky computer hacker who was just messing around with the program, who's so genius that he just, oh, sorry. And Eddie really believes this, stating, I'm a single guy making about $100,000 a year. I didn't need the money. With that, Eddie Tipton will be sentenced to 25 years in prison, but you would be surprised to learn Eddie's out on parole and still claims that he had never done it.
25 years in prison is unimaginable. 25 for that is crazy. God damn. People just don't have time for hobbies anymore. Yeah. Libs thinks Chicago has a serial killer. Wait, really? Omi is literally a good and kind guy. He did nothing wrong and they indicted him. HasanAbi, he quite literally didn't hurt a single soul. He provided an amazing service for hella people, so it's weird. Our laws are so disgusting. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. My uncle got 25 years for murder. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 25 is murder charge, man. That's crazy. I mean, kind of unacceptable. Long Island serial killer was caught like 2 months ago. What do you mean? Rex Human, put some respect on his name. Wait, really? I don't know. I love stuff like this, man. I put a lot of respect on this, okay? Whatever happened to Jared Fogle, the subway guy? Didn't he go to prison? How a mall cop exposed a $10 million counter for Empire. Did I actually end up watching this, or did I just click on it and not watch it? There's a rumored serial killer in Chicago. Yeah, someone from the concert you went to. The concert I went to was found in the river and they think it's a possible killer. Wait, what? Someone from the concert I went to? What concert did I go to? This is the Chicago killer creep time. Hasan tied to the scene of the crime. Yeah, in Chicago.
I think that there is a murderer like in Chicago. Like
I don't know about the serial killer in Chicago, but there's a serial butt sniffer in Burbank. Have you guys seen that shit? And I saw a recent video where he was still out like trying to sniff people's asses and he got punched in the face. So he's still out there doing the thing. He's still out there doing his business. I don't know why he hasn't been arrested. That's not even a joke. Yeah, I've seen this dude. Like some lanky ass dude. Kind of does look like Andrew Tate actually, but not with but with hair. He's like, he's also tall. Aiden Ross is Las Vegas. What do you mean Burbank? Yeah, no, this is, why did you say serial butt sniffer? Because that's what he's been doing. That's my Barnes & Noble that I go to. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. Anyway, let's watch this.
I think that
it's like nobody is talking about this story, and this is legitimately happening in Chicago right now.
Bro, I'm sorry, but when I see like, why is it like a T channel talking about fucking like serious news? What is happening?
Legitimately happening in Chicago right now. As of right now, there are about 11 young men kind of oscillating between their 20s to 30s who have been found drowned in the Chicago River. There are a lot of eerie connections here in terms of age, in terms of cause of death, the areas where they go missing. What I found really odd about this is that Police are not saying anything. The press isn't saying anything about this. Why? A lot of people are speculating that because there's an ongoing investigation, that police are keeping everything very hush because they don't want to release very specific details. Details that could let the suspect know that police are onto them. But at this point, they're not even conceding to say that there's any connection between these 11 murders in Chicago. Independent journalists are picking up this story, but the news is not, and I find that really strange. 11 men, 11 young men, all found in the river? Something's going on.
Same thing's happening in Austin. I can't tell if you guys are I can't tell if you guys are being serious or not, because like I feel like there's so much hysteria about this kind of situation nowadays due to the explosive growth of true crime podcasts and shit, you know what I mean? Like I can't tell. Does Kira TV hate me or not? That's a real question. I don't remember if they dislike me intensely or not. I don't know. I feel like I remember. Probably. Yeah. I'd have to check their Twitter. Do they have a Twitter? Man found at Ladybird Lake, died of accidental drowning. Autopsy shows. So it wasn't a homicide. Chicago thing is for real, though. I don't know. What I do know is I have a headache, and also I'm going to end it here, actually, because I have something that I need to do. In a YouTube video with a friend who's visiting, and I'm taking him to a restaurant. You have watched his Cryptoland video before, but it's unavailable because of copyright, so don't watch any videos from him. Wait, what do you mean? What is unavailable because of copyright? Only 7 hours? I know. One of your reacts to his videos? Wait, really? Oh. Kira TV doesn't hate you. He's very indifferent about you and has said so in his live streams. Okay. Anyway. Another W stream in the books, chat. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I will see you tomorrow, as always. Love you all. And all of the... I forgot to do the meme review, too, today. So I'll do it tomorrow. I don't know why I always say I'm going to do okay, buddy. And then I end up not doing it on Friday, but I end up doing it on Saturdays. There's always another day. Anyway, bye everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. Three names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. So